For the final time in Term 2 of 2026, it's time to buckle up and strap yourself in and hang on for the ride, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you to Thursday Night Motorsport with thanks to Disruptive Labs and the hottest ticket in town, Disruptive Labs Formula V into the GSRC Porsche Cup. It is Thursday Night Motorsport in the biggest possible way. We're going out with an absolute treat for you tonight and an absolute bang, ladies and gentlemen. 6 races on the program for you. 3 of them here, as is standard custom procedure for our Disruptive Labs Formula V contingent. And then, of course, on to the GSRC Porsche Cup Super Sprint round from the Sandown International Raceway in Melbourne, Victoria. Australian doubleheader for you to end the term. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Now, sorry, I'm getting the chuckles from Grant Boyden's comedic humour, which he's been sliding into the inbox on Messenger for the last short while. I'll get back to that a little bit later on. In the meantime, there is Casa de Shahin, as we like to call it. That is Shell-V Power Motorsport Park. That is the West configuration. The configuration that offers up the best racing of the lot as far as this venue is concerned. I dare you to argue with me on that one, ladies and gentlemen. It's a losing argument. We've seen too much racing on the West configuration. Absolutely kick the living daylights out of anything else on any other configuration to argue against the point. The weather is set fair at 11:08 a.m. Central Standard Time. And I mentioned Central because, of course, we are in South Australia, so that half-hour time lapse from the rest of the eastern seaboard. We are ready to rock and roll here. It is a 3.36-kilometre circuit, and it's a 3-way title fight going into this 10th and final round. 27 races down and only 3 to go. And any one of, well, I'm going to say the top 3, but let's be perfectly honest. Don't rule out Adam Lavis or Lockie Purvis should it all go down the gurgler for one of the top 3 tonight to make a late play for a podium placing here. Braden Sagassa 969, John Merritt 967. Chapo, that misfortune of his the last couple of weeks has seen him drop to 3rd. He's the outside chance, the underdog, 29 points in arrears of Braden Sagassa. Adam Lavis, Lachlan Purvis, Derek Fitzgerald, Ryan Tate, Michael Adams, Jordan Pianazola, and Brendan Nealon make up the top 10. Now, we are ready to go here with cars on the grid and race 1 about to come your way. 11:28 local server time. That's, of course, Australian Central Standard Time. 10 kilometre an hour winds easterly direction. It'd be more appropriate if it was southerly, wouldn't it? 22 degrees the ambient, 23 on track, cloudy conditions, 42% humidity, but so far dry, ready to rock and roll here. John Merritt and Braden Sagassa, the front row. 2nd row, Lockie Purvis, Ryan Tate. 3rd row, Michael Adams, Mark Apple. 4th row, Derek Fitzgerald, and Bondi's finally in a V. How good. Glenn Cedar, Riddell, and Hilton Booth make up the top 10. Only 20 on the grid tonight. Good to see Greg Heaney out here in a V. About time. Adam Proctor and Adam Lavis from row 6, Tim Ward and Thorn Weggett from 7, Brendan Nealon, Mark Register from 8, Jordan Pianazola was going to send it from row 9 alongside Will Ramsden, and then Chapo from 19th and Greg Heaney from 20th. Here we rock and roll. Good evening to you, Matt Schmidtke. No Andrew Neil tonight. Schmidt's here for the duration. A 6-race card. Congrats again on the Pro-Am Championship earlier in the week, mate. And here we go. The final 6 races of what's been a compelling, thrilling, and very intriguing term of competition. But I think we're all looking forward to the break that follows.
Good evening, Zach, and thanks for that. Yes, this is going to be some good racing here. This circuit always produces some of the best racing, at least for the bend. And yeah, the 6 races to watch, so should be some good showing.
First of 6 for the night, ladies and gentlemen. Ready to go. Disruptive Labs Formula V from the Bend in South Australia. Great start, John Merritt. It is a staggered grid here, so they will spread out pretty quickly, but the slipstream is monstrous. So watch them drag down the main straight, and already Lockie Purvis across to cover off Michael Adams on the run to turn 1, and he's right on the tail of Braden Sagassa there as they hit turn 1. The 219 teammates. Purvis had 2 wheels wide going through the first corner, so they've licked the stamp and sent it from the outset. No Sam Chapman. Bondi's got a jump start, black flag, drive-through penalty. That puts a line through him tonight in this race anyway. And no Chapo, so game over as far as his title aspirations are concerned. Merritt leads from Sagasa. We've got the two championship combatants exactly where we want them. Michael Adams and Derek Fitzgerald are there side by side, putting the pressure on Glencina Riddell. Wide goes Heppel. So far, they're tightly packed. Although John Merritt's got two for the price of one to contend with here. He's got to deal with Purvis. Trouble further back. Oh, Sagasa's got two wheels on the grass. Look at that. Advantage John Merritt in the early stages. Fitzgerald and Tate in trouble early. The beneficiaries of that include Cito up 5 spots, Hilton Booth up 3, Adam Lavis up 3, Jordan Pianazola up 7 already to 10th. It's an invert top 10 for the second race. Then we'll go back and have a look at the fact that Brendan Elon's up 2 and Will Ramsden's up 3 already. Bondi's going to peel off exit stage, left and serve a drive-through penalty. Watch them weave down the main straight. Kurt Nommensen, the excuses in Porsche Cup for me begin before the green flag even flies. Oh, we love a good excuse on a Thursday night. We'll chat to you at the end, mate. Greg Heaney also on pit road. Craig Bond also on pit road. Bondi serving a drive-through. Heaney's been caught up in some incidents on the opening lap, it would seem, because he's already on pit road. Now, is that to serve a penalty? No. It's potentially to get a fast repair. Maybe he's just decided, no, I can't do this as much as Zach wants me to have a crack at the V's. I just can't do it. Now, watch them fan out through the back section of the circuit on this second lap. John Merritt leads us beautifully. I take it we're not hearing the sound of the cars at the circuit, Schmitty?
Nope, no one can hear them, unfortunately. Right. I know what the problem is, so it should be a quick fix.
Let's hope so, because this is not the first time that's happened to you this season, unfortunately.
Also, apparently I can't spell. That was supposed to be audio, not auto.
Don't worry. Autocorrect was in play as I was reading it. Don't worry. Greg Heaney back out onto the racetrack after 53 seconds. That's a long stop for G. Heaney, but at least he's back out there. John Merritt, 139.396, the standing lap. Now, based on those times that we saw in qualifying in the 1 minute 35s, we should be good for 7 laps here in this opening heat. Across the line we go. Merritt's going to weave left to right. Think Indianapolis, think Joseph Newgarden. Think Pato Award. Think Marcus Ericsson. Those epic scraps in the closing stages of the 23 and 24 Indianapolis 500s are weaving to try and break the toe, the slipstream, the draft. It doesn't work because of that old monkey see, monkey do caper. Guess we're going electric car racing, apparently, Aidan Cale. I don't know how we feel. I don't know how we would feel if iRacing did a deal with Formula E. We'd have to create some sort of AI spectator ambience, I think. We'd need something from an atmospheric standpoint to try and sell it to you, I think. Rightio. Speaking of selling it, these boys are going to sell it for us. 5 of them at the front of the field, duking it out early on. This is what we like to see. Purvis, Merritt, Sagasa, then Cito, then Michael Adams. Purvis up on the inside, gets by John Merritt. Does Sagasa go with them? Yes, he does. He's pushing his teammate along. Further back in the train is Glencina Riddell offering support to John Merritt now. Michael Adams is the odd one out in all of this. He doesn't have a dance partner. He doesn't have a teammate in the race. He's the lone sole soldier. Because that's actually not a bad thing, because that means that he's got no fear, no favour, no fortune. He can leave all his cards on the table and not matter where he's positioned on the racetrack in relation to everybody else. I have enough trouble speaking at the moment, Sean, let alone making car noises. Merritt, Purvis, Sagasa, Adams and Riddell, the top 5. Hilton Booth is 6, then Mark Heppel, Adam Lavis, Adam Proctor, Jordan Pianazola holding onto the invert pole at the moment. Through we go. And up on the inside. Purvis actually wants to go around the outside, but Merritt's not having a bar of that. Here they come to the braking zone. So, yeah, I don't mind the role that Michael Adams can play here because he can throw the cat amongst the pigeons and run his own race. He doesn't have to think about where his teammate is in relation to him or in relation to the championship opponent in the same way that Lockie Purvis and obviously Glencito Riddell do, because they're there, riding along for support, basically. They're there to try and get their teammate across the line tonight, and that's about it. That's their main role here. But unfortunately, with all these guys backing each other up, look who comes into the fight. Mark Heppel making it 319 entries in the top 7. And Hilton Booth has said, I want a piece of this as well. 7 of them across the line. Lap 5 is underway. We will get 7. We will get 7. We'll do overtime. We've done a fair bit of overtime this week, compensating for the fact that we did bugger all on Monday night, of course. We weren't able to. 3 wide, 4 wide. Michael Adams with the big sun down the outside. And to the lead at 1. I worry if he's a little bit wide. No, he pulled it up beautifully. Michael Adams, an Entropy lead at the bend. Around the outside, Cito gets by Purvis. The championship opponents are 4th and 5th. Heppel and Booth are there, 6th and 7th. Trouble at the back. A couple of cars wide coming through turn 1 and 2. And Brendan Nealon limping away from the scene of the crime. Here comes Cito down the inside of Michael Adams. Got to get the voice box through tonight and get it through the next 3 days down at the Manning Valley Kart Club as well. Could be difficult if these guys continue going 7 deep in a battle pack for first place on the racetrack. Thorn Weggett limps away from the right-hander. Drops down to 15th. Invert pole at the moment belongs with Jordan Pianazzola, but he's going to face stiff competition to keep it from Tim Warden, Will Ramsden. Glenn Cito, Michael Adams, Lachlan Purvis, Brayden Sagassa, and John Merritt, the top 5 at the bend. And this championship is teetering. It's seesawing. 1 lap, it'll be in Merritt's favour. The next, it'll be Brayden's. It's going to be on that pendulum swing all night long. 2 to go.
Seems
and this is only heat 1 of 3. Hello, Matt Schmidtke. Good evening to you. I apologise. You barely get a word in Formula V.
I was just going to say, Barney hasn't even appeared to have turned up to the track this week. Usually he's off in the building somewhere, but this week he just doesn't seem to have turned up.
Yeah, Barney only bothers with 9 weeks. The rest of us do 10. Barney's like, no, stuff this. I've had enough. Give me a break. Give me a spell. Or maybe you missed the flight. Actually, yeah, let me come back to that. Stone's Ginger Wine will have his singing like a... I'm not a wine drinker. I'm on the coffee at the moment. I'll be on the Canadian Clubs of the American Honeys over the weekend. I'm not a wine drinker, though. However, you might be able to sway my stance on that. Change my mind. Maybe. I'm just going to put it out there, and this is just a subtle jab in the direction of the aviation industry, Schmitty. Maybe Barney was at Mount Panorama last night. He probably had a Jetstar flight booked, and it probably got cancelled on him. Yeah. Or maybe he's just gone directly to Sandown, one of the two. White flag in the air for the first time tonight, ladies and gentlemen, theoretically, because you can't actually see it, but we're telling you, this will be the last lap. 15 seconds on the clock should verify that for you. Let's go. Michael Adams leads to the line on the start of the final lap of Heat 1. Here goes Cito to the inside. They're fanning out 3 and 4 wide down the main straight. Cito wants to lead it at turn 1 and will do so. Michael Adams hung out to dry. Hello to Greg Padgett tuning in for the first time tonight. Normally we'd see him out there in the thick of it. He's not tonight. We hope you're well, though, mate. Watching Lockie Purvis in 3rd right now. Can Michael Adams jag his first win in Formula V? He's been close. He's been 2nd on multiple occasions. A bit of that Ben Snell perennial bridesmaid vibe about him. But maybe this is his time to shine. To the inside of Cito and to the lead. Down at turn 5. Cito around the outside. Wants it back. Adams has his nose in front. Cito right around the outside. Will be on the inside for the left-hander. That'll work for him. Lexus of Melbourne and Pulse tuning. Look at this. Barely a car width between them. And look at John Merritt down on the inside and Lockie Purvis. What sort of ground can Merritt make up? He's got Sagasa covered off for the moment. Heppel's in there in 6th spot. Derek Fitzgerald, Hilton Booth, I should say, is there in 7th. I'm so used to it being Fitzgerald, the first of the non-pulse tuning yellow cars. But no, it is Hilton Booth having an almighty run. Adams! Purvis to the inside. Adams and Purvis prepare the Kodak camera. Matt Schmidt, key photo, finish number 1 of the night coming up. Michael Adams has a race within Formula V. About time. At long last. Merritt got home for second. Are you kidding me? Cito's been hung out to dry on the final lap into 7th. Purvis, Sagasa, Heppel, 1, 9, 3, 4 and 5. Hilton Booth in for 6th. And 1.14 seconds covered the top 7. Oh, how good. Michael Adams, long overdue, finally jags a race win in Disruptive Labs Formula V. Brilliant. It is a little bit of a slingshot sort of lottery, bingo sort of situation when we go Formula V racing, but Michael Adams has been a top 5 contender on such a regular basis throughout the course of this campaign. He grabbed that second in the feature at Tsukuba. He had another second in race 2 at Brands Hatch. And a whole heap of 5th and 6th and 7th and 8ths along the way. Finally, he gets a race win. Good boy. No, don't retire. You've still got 2 races to go. One and done. No, not the case. Come back. Please, grit up. Try and get through from 10th in the invert top 10 second heat of the night. Well done, mate. Fantastic. Boydo, I'm hearing you, mate. But you've been hard at work away from work as well. So I'll have to update our audience on your comedic value and humour in a little... a few moments from now as we get this second race underway. There's a lot going on here. Oh, trouble on the grid. Ryan Tate has been left behind. Drops down to 19th. The rest of the field down the main straight. Tim Ward made a good start. Cito has jumped a lot of them. Cito up 3 spots to lead at turn 1. Oh, trouble gone. That is Adam Proctor and Brendan Nealon being left behind. Proctor to 18th, Tate to 19th, Nealon to 15th. And Mark Heppel's off the road now as well, down 11 spots. Heppel's been left behind at turn 3. Oh, jeez. Great start, Tim Ward. Holds off Cito. Sagas is up 4. Merritt up 5. So the top protagonists in this championship are right there again. But yes, just before this gets terribly silly, ladies and gentlemen, as we suspect it will, and we'll have at most 10 laps in this race, at least 9. As they make their way through to complete the first of those laps, and John Merritt is going to lead us through. Jordan Pianazzola's up into 3rd spot. Glenn Cito's made a nice jump. A good getaway up into 2nd. Tim Ward's been shuffled out of it completely back into 5th. The race 1 winner is already through into 4th, and Derek Fitzgerald is up 7 spots into 12th. He's a very funny man, Grant Boyden. He slid something into my inbox earlier this evening that was part motorsport nerd crossed with part 12th man. Very, very funny stuff. I can't say much more than that. But yes, we were talking about that ability to banter and sledge and take the you-know-what in sim racing circles and have some fun with it. And Boydo's gone to the next level with that in the last 24 hours or so. Very good stuff. 2 minutes and 20 seconds into this. An ultimate race of the season, Disruptive Labs Formula V. Race 29 of 30. And a black flag for Mark Heppel, unfortunately. So that adds insult to injury and takes him out of... that takes him out of business as far as this second heat is concerned. And, yeah, I think we're all guilty of that at times, Boydo. Certainly over the next 2 weeks, that will be the case. We will have too much time on our hands with this upcoming 2-week break. One that we're very much looking forward to, though. Good chance to recharge the batteries at the end of what's been a very big and busy second season of 2026. And, of course, Term 3 gets underway Monday, July 6. I'm a little bit fatigued at the moment, only because World Cup fever has grabbed hold of me. Tim Ward's gone, turned it around at the second to last corner and is in the dirt. Back to the main straight. That breaks up the battle packs, Matt. We're now 4 and 4. So 2 battle packs of 4 with the exit of Tim Ward.
Yep, that split them up. I don't know if you caught it, but Michael Adams did a pretty wicked pass last lap down into turn 1, got all 3 of the cars in front of him, and he's not there now, but he was right out in front of him by the end of it.
He's not fluking this. He sees an opportunity to come out and sweep the night, but he knows that he can't lead from the front all night, so very smartly, the slipstream gobbles him up down the main straight that last time through. Jordan Pianazzola and John Merritt go through to second and first, respectively. Speaking of gobble, of course, how good were the Socceroos against Turkey the other day, eh? And, of course, Turkey will face Paraguay. The Socceroos will face the USA on Saturday morning, and looking forward to that, the continuation of the FIFA World Cup. And well done to the crew at SBS. They've been doing a marvellous job so far. John Merritt, Jordan Pianazzola, Michael Adams, Glenn Cedar Riddell, then Braden Sagassa. Now it's important for Sagassa in relation to Merritt to eliminate that deficit. Whoa, trouble, Purvis and Leggett. Purvis and Leggett are gone. There they are, getting well acquainted in the grass. Purvis and Leggett are gone. It's been a shocking second race for the 1-9 stable so far. It will be less shocking if Braden Sagassa can eliminate that 1.3 second deficit that he has to Cito at the moment. It will be difficult, but he'll give it a crack. 3 laps in the books. This time through, 10 minutes to go. Purvis off the track again and now on the tow rope. Purvis's race is run and done. Let's have a look at it again. This was Michael Adams, that overtake that Matt Schmidtke was talking about. 3 for the price of 1. Why not? Right down the outside. This is the second time tonight that we've seen him send it deep into turn 1. It works for him until it doesn't. Yeah. He's obviously found that right point in which to pull the car up, Schmidty, because so many times, more than not, you'll find that drivers will overshoot going into that corner and drive it too deep. They'll end up in the grass.
Yeah, it's very easy to do there, but if you can get it done, you can get some pretty good moves done like Michael did.
Yeah, the other thing that's disruptive to sleep patterns at the moment, Sharpie, is the fact that I've got work commitments that mean I'm out the road tomorrow, out on the road, out of the driveway tomorrow morning at about 4 a.m. and also I've been gripped by Monopoly Go because it's in partnership with The Simpsons at the moment on the mobile phone. I never used to get into those phone games, but I am at the moment. In too deep for the sake of it. 5:50 gone here, lap 4. Reverse grid, invert top 10 here, invert top 15 for the next race. Tim Ward from hero to zero and then back to hero. He was on the invert pole previously. He now finds himself in 15th and a shot at a second invert pole for the night. Oh boy. Lockie Purvis remains on the tow rope. 1 minute and 27 seconds into the race. Ryan Tate lit it up and went nowhere. Oh, actually, no, hang on. Oh, no. Oh, no.
I was wondering what happened there. Yeah, the car in front was just very slow off the line.
Mr. Sagassa raced in an MX-5 Cup race with Boydo on Monday night and took a clean sweep. Yes, that doesn't surprise me. He's very versatile. Actually, that was... I never got to come back and finish talking about G. Boyden, commentator, host, comedian. He's working on that craft, and of course his iRacing exploits as well. So versatility runs deep within the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club, and Sagassa also ticks that box. We've seen what he has done this season in a Toyota 86, in a Formula 3, in a Formula V, and as you say, a Mazda MX-5 as well. 7 minutes gone, nearly half race distance. Michael Adams, the leader at the bend. Pianazzola and Merritt, Riddell, Fitzgerald, drags that next train of cars along, which is now 5 deep because Hilton Booth has joined in. Sagassa to the inside. It's important for Sagasa to get onto John Merritt and Glenn Riddell's tail as quickly as possible here. But Merritt has that defence wall in the form of Glenn Riddell between him and Sagasa at the moment. And if this keeps up at this rate, John Merritt is going to be Formula V champion again. Unfortunate for Chapo, but that's what happens when you book international holidays that directly conflict with your sim racing commitments. And another case of what might have been for poor old Chapo. And he's going to drop a few spots here, I would imagine. He will get some points back, but he could well drop some ground to the likes of Adam Lavis and also Lockie Purvis. Or actually, probably not Purvis, more so Lavis. Lavis probably stands a chance with a strong showing here because the gap is 31, 109 and 104 are the drop rounds for Chapo, so he's going to get 109 back. He's going to finish on 1,049. So Lavis would have to get 140 points or 141 points tonight to displace him from third. I'm not sure that's going to happen, but it's still a live chance as long as this championship is still in operation. Until that fat lady has sung. Until that checkered flag waves at the end of the 30th and final race. Because we've seen Adam Lavis Jag race wins before. Here he is right now. He's got Sagasa to the inside. He's got Fitzgerald to the outside. He's Picky in the middle. He's got Hilton Booth behind him. They're trying to find a way to get to the top. Whoa, hip and shoulder, Sagasa and Fitzgerald. Now, someone's fallen off the train there. Just trying to work out who it might have been. Good recovery from Ryan Tate to get up into 10th spot behind Craig Bond. So Bondy up into 9th, Tate up into 10th. They're both on the comeback trail. Bond from that pit lane penalty in the first race, and of course Tate from that start line incident. So we got checked up by the car in front and had nowhere to go. Main straight again. Let's go one more time around. We've got 2 battle packs of 4. I thought we had one of 5. The second battle pack, I thought that was 5 deep there a short time ago, but I must have. I think maybe Mark Register has dropped off the track and fallen down into the clutches of Thorn Weggett. I think that's what's happened. And Lavis gets down on the inside of Fitzgerald to go into 6th behind Sagasa. So as long as Lavis stays there, I think Chapo's going to be okay with regards to retaining third in the championship here. First and second have definitely gone begging. Adams, Pianozola, Merritt and Cito up 7. We reckon we're getting 10. We'll confirm that this time through. Maybe a little bit more overtime required. I'm all for overtime tonight. Maybe not so much at the end of the Porsches, considering my alarm's going to be set for 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. But certainly all for overtime in the lead up to getting to the last checkered flag of the season at Sandown. Our coverage of the Porsches, by the way, first 2 races from the Open split, 3rd race from the Elite split for you, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as we get a chance to take our eyes off what's going on the racetrack here, we will come up for air and we'll go around the grounds. Plenty of sport on tonight from the cricket in England, the Women's T20 Internationals, and of course, or the T20 World Cup, the test match between England and New Zealand on the men's side of the cricket spectrum, and under-19s men's and women's state of origin from the North Sydney Oval, Fremantle and Geelong in the AFL. And if I've left anything out, oh, that's all right. Yes, I have. The US Open Golf gets underway tonight at 8:30 Eastern time as well. So a big Thursday night. And if you're a racing fan like Boydo, day 3 from Royal Ascot, 10:30 tonight on 7-2 as well. Michael Adams retains the lead going into turn 1 at the start of the 8th lap. And we're going to get the full complement in. We're going to get the 10 in, ladies and gentlemen. Strap in, buckle up and enjoy the ride. I'm impressed with how the top 4 have maintained that advantage they have over the next 4 here, Matt Schmidtke. Just goes to show that when you work together and push one another along, it is near on impossible when that margin is out beyond a second for the second pack to find a way to latch on.
Yep, it certainly is, and we've got 2 packs of some of the best V races we've got in the club, so it makes sense that they'd be able to keep the pace and leapfrog each other to not let the rear pack catch up.
And I think it's I think it's a good point that you make. We've got some of the best. We haven't got all of them, you know. We're without Boydo and Alex. We're without Chapo. Dale Sharp, how many screens can you pack in the car to keep up with the... Yeah, I wish. I haven't got enough room this weekend. I've actually got to keep one seat, the front seat, clear on Sunday Arvo, boys, because I'm heading straight from Manning Valley to Cessnock, picking up my niece, all of 10 years old, and we're going to the cinema, which is a 40-minute run back into Maitland from Cessnock, to go and see Toy Story 5. So I can't afford to pack as much as I normally would, and I'm back up here on Wednesday night anyway for the Porsche Pro Invitational. Right, and now the moves are being made. Now the whips are cracking. Penultimate lap of the bend. Pianazzola is sitting dark as Merritt goes to the inside. Adams on the outside. Riddell through the middle. And Merritt's going to lead them through. It's a pulse tuning Lexus of Melbourne 1-2. Adams back on the inside. Now the outside of Cito. Look at this. Can he hold on? No. Cito sits there. And now the defence begins. Have a look at Merritt. Off into the sunset goes hot lap. Goodbye. 3, 4, 5 car lengths already. It's as big a margin as anyone's enjoyed at the lead of this pack in either of the first 2 races so far. Down on the inside, Adams. No, not able to get through just yet. Pianazzola sitting there patiently in 4th. Sagasa and Fitzgerald, and then Lavis and Booth. Final few moments. I do apologise. I'm getting messages through from our broadcast. Our broadcast team chat thread is bouncing off the Richter tonight, and the reason for that has just entered the booth. Actually, we'll get to El Presidente, Harold Holt, Josh Zuno a little bit later on. In the meantime, round we go back onto the main street. I was trying to work out why the chat thread was pinging exponentially, exorbitantly compared to normal. White flag in the air, one more time around at the bend. I'll get back to that a little bit later on. I know Josh has been feverishly working away behind the scenes with regards to potential upgrades to what you see on screen at home. And I've been given a teaser of what's coming, and it's pretty bloody good, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Adams to the outside, gets by Cito. That's important because now he gets a crack at Merritt. Merritt leads us through. Final lap of race 2, the 29th one of the campaign. There's only one to go. Merritt could firmly put one hand on the championship here. Look at Michael Adams. Oh, no, go, goodbye. Michael Adams, Glenn Cito. How the hell did they miss Jordan Pianazzola? Oh, wow, they go left and right of Michael Adams, and John Merritt now only has to contend with Jordan Pianazzola, and you had to see it coming. Cito's mission tonight, his sole purpose, the reason he was out there was to defend for John Merritt, to keep everybody at bay, to secure the title or assist Merritt in securing the title. And Adams could see a second race win in the offing, but he had to clear Cito to get to Merritt, and he wasn't able to do that. They lock wheels and goodbye. But I credit where it's due to Jordan Pianazzola for missing everybody in the process. Fitzgerald, Sagasa side by side in the battle for third. We'll keep an eye on that. Last turn, checkered flag. Second race of the night. Second different winner. Could be match point for John Merritt in the Disruptive Runs Formula V Championship on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. How about that? Wowee. Pianazzola in for second, Sagasa, Fitzgerald, Lavis, Booth, Michael Adams and Glenn Cito Riddell, Bond, Tate, Proctor, Heaney, Ward, Ramsden, Nealon and Ramsden, Register, Waggett, Heppel and Purvis. Purvis finishes a lap down. I can't believe it. Heppel and Purvis are going to fire it from the rear of the grid at the start of this finale. That's the moment. Cito, oh, wow. And then Michael Adams is just parked beautifully in the middle of the circuit. And luckily, it's a wide enough racetrack. And they were able to go left and right of him. Fitzgerald, Sagasa, Lavis and Booth. And Sagasa, it's important for him. He's just gone and got third. Merritt will go from 15th. Ramsden will have the invert pole. Oh, Formula V at the bend on the West configuration. We knew it was going to be good.
Yeah, that was some good racing.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. It just keeps on getting better. It just keeps delivering week in, week out. This series, this is why I keep saying we need this thing here. Not just one night a week every term, but maybe 2 or 3. Actually, can we just take a moment to acknowledge that the Formula V-esque Porsche finish that we saw on the platforms of the GSRC on the banks of the road course at Daytona has got another run on the iRacing platforms in the recent days. You may have seen it in their iRacing Players of the Month on YouTube a couple of months back, but now they've shown it in their own reel. So we're getting some good value out of that extraordinary finish between Smith, Watson and Jones, Hayden Smith, Marcus Watson, Ryan Jones. We're getting some great mileage out of that. And yours truly, Grant Boyden's with me on that. See, that when it's seconded by Boydo, you know it's got weight, right? But there was a comment on that reel, I don't know if you saw it, Schmitty, where somebody just wrote Lee Diffie. So I'll take that as a compliment and run with it. That might be me done as well. I think I can happily bow out with that as a compliment or a term of endearment. I'm not sure. 5 nights a week would be good. Yeah, well, mate, if I had the capacity to be here 6 or 7, I'd raise you. And hello to Tristan Yellen tuning in for the first time as well. We're here with thanks to the great people across the top and bottom of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Disruptive Labs, Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.tgsrci.com and Flash Graphics. Simply couldn't do it without them. 25 seasons deep on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. Now, big Thursday night of footy, of course. You've already, you're aware of what happened last night, the massacre at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. But there are 2 matches. Thank you, Boydo. I appreciate that. Actually, that just reminded me. Another commentary colleague of ours reached out today, and I mentioned that I've been chatting to you. I'll slide into the inbox with regards to more details. Because once I mentioned that, he said, I'd love to catch up with Boydo. I'll pass that detail to you a little bit later on, mate. In the meantime, we are ready to rock and roll for this final race of the campaign in Disruptive Labs Formula V. 6-0 at the moment. Queensland leading New South Wales in the men's under-19, the boys under-19 State of Origin. Earlier, the women's under-19 State of Origin was won by Queensland, 22 points to 18 as well. The AFL about to start, Geelong and Fremantle over there at Optus Stadium. We're ready to rock and roll. Mark Register. Oh, okay. Oh, hang on. Someone's been slugged. Someone's been given an invoice at the end of that second race. I'm just trying to work out who it might have been. Oh, Bondi. It was Bondi. Bondi's been given an invoice. He was in the invert and he's been catapulted out of there and back to 17th on the grid. So Mark Register now gets the invert pole. Will Ramsden alongside him, Brendan Nealon, Tim Ward, Greg Heaney, Adam Proctor, Ryan Tate, Glenn Cedar, Riddell, Michael Adams, Hilton Booth, Adam Lavis, Derek Fitzgerald, Braden Sagassa, Jordan Pianazola and John Merritt, the top 15 on the grid. The championship combatants are 13th and 15th on this grid. Merritt's got one hand on the title. What can Sagassa do? It's a race between them for the title. Race 30 of the season. Disruptive Labs Formula V, the final one. Let's go! Great start. Have a look at that. Much cleaner from Ryan Tate. Up 3 spots already. Car on the inside, second row. Ryan Tate up 3 spots off the start. But 3 wide at the front. Nealon on the inside. Register in the middle. Ramsden down the outside. Nealon's going to lead them at turn 1. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Ryan Tate the third, up 4 spots already. Mark Register slots into 4th and make it 5th now as Cito goes down on his inside. He's a sitting duck at the moment, unfortunately, as Mark Register. Adam Lavis wants a piece of that too. And you just wonder when it's all going to blow up because they are so tightly stacked at the moment. So much positional movement. Lockie Purvis up 4 spots. Braden Sagassa up 1. John Merritt up 2. 4 wide on the run down to that cut-through section of the circuit where we head towards the link-up between the east and the west. And what is the supercar layout here? Well, what was the supercar layout, I should say. They've gone to the west configuration this year. Even they've acknowledged that it provides better entertainment from a racing perspective than the full international 4.95 kilometre layout. John Merritt up 3 spots. Ryan Tate is the new race leader. He's up 6 spots already. This is a 10-lap race for you, ladies and gentlemen. It is between Merritt and Sagasa for the title. Merritt's probably got his nose in front by virtue of those 2 previous race results that have fallen his way so far. Watch for Mark Heppel from 18th, trying to salvage something out of this final race. So too Lockie Purvis after their respective misfortunes in the previous race. 1 down, 9 to go. Tate's going to lead them. They're going to be 3 wide on the run to 1, and that's Will Ramsden in behind Brendan Nealon at the moment. Cito up on the outside. Whoa, geez, they're getting bowled wide into turn 1. Lavis up 2 spots at the expense of Proctor and Ramsden. And Sagasa as well down on the inside. There is so much going on. Try to wrap your head around this, ladies and gentlemen. Get around it. This is Disruptive Labs Formula V. You won't find racing as good as this on a weekly basis, no matter the circuit of choice anywhere in the sim racing universe. And this is Glenn Cedar Riddell leading from Ryan Tate. Sagasa down on the inside, Lavis, Proctor, Ramsden, and Michael Adams has been shuffled out of it back to 8. Great to see him get his first win of the season there in race 1. Merritt squared the ledger in race 2. Off, oh no, Hot Lap's off the road! Merritt's off the road! Oh my goodness, he's dropped down to 14th! Advantage Braden Sagasa all of a sudden. How quickly it can change in Disruptive Labs Formula V. Oh my goodness. Let's have a look at this again. Down on the inside, trying to get by Register, caught the curb. Fitzgerald and Merritt go to the grass. It cost him 3, 4, 5 spots because Hilton Boots wanted a piece of that as well. Merritt loses out, drops to 11th. The margin to Braden Sagasa is now 3.5, which is a monstrous margin in Formula V parlance for you, ladies and gentlemen. What do they say? Every 10th is a kart length. So that's probably 35 lengths that we're talking about. And Thom Wiggett's on pit road, ending what's been a little bit of an unfortunate night for him in Disruptive Labs Formula V. In fact, a very unfortunate night, full stop, unfortunate season. He's vouched to get better at the V's next time they're offered on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Smurf, Larry, good evening to you. I'd like to know... oh, no, trouble at the back. Trouble at the back. Will Ramsden's off the road now. Thankfully not a championship contender. Bondi back to 17th, Heppel is 18th. I've got evidence here before me. Oh, no trouble! Off goes Will Ramsden again. Brendan Nealon's with him this time. I've just received some photographic evidence to support the fact that men can multitask, ladies and gentlemen, and that's all I'm going to say with regards to that for the moment. Props to Boydo. And don't forget, if you do want to watch some racing before Royal Ascot tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Sky 1, Sky 2, you might even see the great G. Boyden in action, doing his best as the ringleader of the circus, if you like, just chauffeuring and chaperoning you around between horse racing, harness racing, and, of course, the good old greyhounds. So if you've got a Foxtel account, Sky Racing. Ryan Tate, Glenn Cedar Riddell, Adam Lavis, Braden Sagasa, Adam Proctor, Michael Adams, John Merritt, the top 7. Merritt's got back to 7th. That's important to note. But the deficit to Sagasa remains huge. And it's grown. It's out now to beyond 5 seconds. This could be Sagasa's match point. Black flag, Will Ramsden. He's on pit road now. Thom Wiggett's parked up and done. Chapo didn't even see the start. This field has spread out a lot more than we'd like them to, Matt Schmidtke, but it had to happen eventually. The first 2 races were far too tame by Formula V standards.
Yeah, not a lot of on-track action besides some good passes, but yeah, it's a lot of following around here.
Holy moly, indeed! How quick you can jump out of the cockpit and onto the keyboard, Thom Wiggett. Good evening to you. 4 laps gone. 6 to go. Final race of the term for Disruptive Labs Formula V. 1:35.824 for Adam Proctor, the fastest lap of the race so far. Here goes Cito Ronaldo on the inside of Ryan Tate. Can Lavis and the rest of the train latch on and go? Lavis has got Sagasa for company. Could fourth, considering that Merritt is seventh, be good enough for Braden Sagasa to achieve his glory here? Dear, I'm not seeing anything. I know nothing, G. Boyden. Very good. 7 minutes gone out of 15, ladies and gentlemen. 8 to go. Glenn Cito leads Ryan Tate, leads Adam Lavis, Braden Sagasa, Adam Proctor, and John Merritt. Michael Adams, Jordan Pianazzola, the top 8. I've often been asked, actually, considering I've just mentioned the horse racing and everything else that Bordeaux's in control of tonight there at Sky. The reality of the matter is I've had people over the years, Schmitty, ask me, have you ever thought about drag racing or speedway or horse racing and whatever else? But the single best thing about circuit racing is the SDK timing screen, right? Without that, I'd be absolutely lost. A short-term memory is not good enough to remember all the saddle cloths and all the shirt designs off by heart. The way in which Matt Hill and co do it, oh, mate, they deserve every buck they've paid. They're absolutely brilliant at what they do. Can't wait to hear Matt Hill's call of the Melbourne Cup again this season. Thornweggett, apologies for race 2. I locked the brakes and then my wheel decided FFB was not required. FFB is force feedback, isn't it?
Yeah, that would be it.
I've heard of other terms that. Look at that! Look at that for a wild ride. Was that Mark Heppel and Will Thornscott for a wild ride. Formula V's do have wings, it would seem. Oh my goodness! No, I've seen other acronyms that have FNB in them, but usually the second letter's not F, it's W, but that's another story. Let's go. Michael Adams in 9th spot at the moment. Chases Lockie Purvis and John Merritt, and Pianazzola is at the head of the train. Merritt goes past him to 6th. That's important with a view to the championship because Waleva Sagasa is still 4th. That 6th position may still be good enough for John Merritt. But they're not making life easy for him, and nor should they. They're all out there looking for individual honours tonight. Merritt's the only one thinking about the bigger picture. Unlucky for you, Thornweggett, but what a wild ride that was. Now we can make sense of the holy moly remark. 1:35.325, Hilton Booth, fastest lap of the race. Once again, I've opened up my Facebook feed on my laptop, and the GSRC broadcast happens to be the first thing in the feed, and quite rightly so I can't not give that a like. If you see my name at the top of the screen in a moment, you'll know why. In the meantime, we still get the likes registered up at the top of the screen, don't we, Schmitty? We used to.
We should do, yes.
Yeah, copy that. I'll make sure I've given. Yeah, I have given it a like. Very good. Dal Sharp made a comment there earlier, and he's right. Imagine my voice after a few nights of V's in a week. Yeah, that's true. It'd probably be gone. Andrew Neal, no, we're not surprised either, Neely. No, Chapo's travel set up. I reckon he's probably leaving it in Thailand. I don't think he's bringing it back with him. Oh, it's a rotten way to lose a championship. Oh, that's unfortunate for Cito as well. He drops down the order to position number 9, and that helps Merritt out again. Sagasa goes to 3rd, Merritt to 5th. Merritt's 5 seconds in arrears of Sagasa and Proctor at the moment, who are chomping at the bit to find a way by Adam Lavis. And look at Ryan Tate just saying goodbye. See you, boys. Thanks for having me. See you next term. Oh, I've just thought of another word that works in that acronym as well, Matt Schmidtke. It used to only be Tuesday and Thursday, but term works as well. Tate, Lavis, Sagasa, Proctor, and Merritt, the top 5. Oh, now I'm being too cheeky at 8 o'clock in the evening. I apologise, ladies and gentlemen. 7 laps gone, 3 to go. We'll go across the line this time. We'll have 3 laps left. Nearly 10 Ks of the West configuration at Shell V Power Motorsport Park to go. I agree with you, Neely. It's not worth the XX baggage at all, especially when you're not going to have the gold plaque to show for it upon return to customs. Oh, no. How many times has he shot himself in the foot, though, by taking a holiday mid-season? Sorry to hear, Chapo, but we hope you're enjoying the break all the same. It looks like you're having a whirl of a time. No doubt he'll be drowning his sorrows this evening to try and mend the wound. In the meantime, 3 to go. And a champion is about to be crowned, but I'm not game enough to call it at this point, ladies and gentlemen, because, as I said, Merritt held sway over Sagasa in race 1 and race 2, but then race 1... Can't get believe this! It's John Merritt's championship now! The three come together! Sagasa's hopes have been dashed! We can call it now! Sagasa's on the tie road. The championship is done! Adam Proctor and Adam Lavis also involved, and Lavis resumes in 4th. And Proctor has the mechanical meatball waving next to his name. What a rotten way to lose a championship if your name is Braden Sagasa. Oh my goodness, lost second the other night by forgetting that he had a Formula 3 race to show up for. Lost to Adam Funslow. We're not sure whether he keeps the Toyota 86 crown because race control had referred that incident from last night to the stewards. He said, I'll wear whatever penalty they throw at me. And now, exactly, expletives that cannot be broadcast. And now he's lost the Formula V crown in the most extraordinary fashion. The cartwheels, the pirouettes, the somersaults. He collected the lot. And 2 laps to go, and John Merritt only has to finish this one, and the championship will be his. Michael Adams has moved up into 5th spot. Lavis to 6th. Purvis on the comeback trail to 7th. Cito back to 8th. Booth and Bond make up the top 10. Heppel is 11th after having Thorn Weggett launch off him earlier in the race as well. Bloody hell. John Pianazola has a chance at 2nd here. He's chasing John Merritt. Derek Fitzgerald is 4th. Proctor, Lavis, Sagasa. They lock wheels. We know how deadly that can be in Formula V parlance. It has again proven to be the case. Oh my goodness me. Sagasa does have 112 points to fall back on. That is important, right? That is important. And Chapo chimes in now. Not feeling so bad about his predicament anymore because he can relate to exactly what Braden Sagasa is experiencing right now, because the old experienced hand, and I was about to say it a little bit later on, Chapo, you took the words right out of my mouth. There's your meatloaf reference for the night. He is on his way to victory lane, and I think a 1st, a 2nd, and a 2nd trumps it. Matt Schmidtke, I don't see any way in which that 112 of Braden Sagasa stands a chance. He'll get that back as his drop round, is his worst round. He's 17th at the moment. He's in pit lane. He's parked it. He's done. And not the expletives we were thinking we were going to be using either, quite frankly. But now, all of a sudden, John Merritt has done enough. As long as he doesn't bin it on this final lap, Pianazola can afford to go past him, I'm pretty sure. But whether he can find a way or not remains to be seen. But Jordan's on track for a podium in the final race of the season. And Ryan Tate has checked out 5 seconds to the good. We're on the final lap. We're on the run home. The championship has been run and won. And it ends in the most extraordinary way. Anticlimactic for some. Gripping until the end. Certainly not how we expected it to play out. But we can't... and at the end of the day, in the grand scheme of things, we can't be terribly surprised because that is Formula V Racing 2AT for you. And now look at this, Michael Adams around the outside, trying to get by Glenn Cito. Cito gets through, that's 5th. Purvis up into 7th under pressure here from Booth. The run to the checkered flag. Ryan Tate is going back to victory lane. In Disruptive Labs Formula V, it will be his 2nd win of the season. Not bad after getting poleaxed in the previous race. Ryan Tate, victorious in race 3 at Shell V Power Motorsport Park. John Merritt is the champion yet again. John Merritt wins with second in the final race. John Merritt has done enough to be the Disruptive Labs Formula V champion for the umpteenth time on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. That was a wild ride across the line for Mark Register, and Brendan Nealon will be the last of the finishers. Look at the war of attrition here. Proctor, Sagassa, Ramsden, Weggett didn't make it to the line. Proctor will be classified. To add insult to injury, Sagassa won't. Proctor will be classified with 8 laps finished, but Sagassa and Ramsden and Thorn Weggett did not make 75% race distance. What on earth was that? Are you kidding me? Oh, Ryan Tate, John Merritt, 4.491. That's irrelevant. Tate drove a beautiful third race. Was seeking redemption after a shocker of a start to the second race. He got tripped up by a balked car that got away too slowly for the sake of it. And then John Merritt, I don't know who he thanks first, whether it's Braden Sagassa for the competition, Chapo for not being able to start, or Adam Proctor and Adam Lavis for the role that they played in that contact that resulted in Braden Sagassa exiting stage right in the most spectacular way and retiring from that race. John Merritt is the champion. Derek Fitzgerald's pretty happy with these 4th place. Have a look at that. Thorn, well, actually, it says here that you completed 2.05 laps, so 75% you've well and truly conquered 1 lap, let alone you've actually completed 2, according to the timesheet, so well done. G. Heaney lined up on the grid in the V's tonight, about time, and he's here to have a chat with us in just a moment. We've seen some extraordinary racing tonight. We knew the Bend West was going to deliver the goods, and to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, the last 4 rounds have been nothing short of brilliant. We knew they were going to be. Boydo was here for round 7 at Brands Hatch. Then, of course, we had Barber, which was always going to be a beauty. Willow Springs, one of the underrated circuits in world motorsport, and then we finish it off with the Bend West, where you've never seen a dull Formula V race, and you probably never bloody will. Oh, my goodness. Hello, Greg Heaney. How was that for you, please?
Evening. Sorry, I muted myself while you were talking, so I didn't trip on my microphone. Yeah, no, that was fun, except for finding I put the wrong transmission. I put the wrong gearbox in for race 1.
Well, we're wondering what the problem was there, yes.
Yeah, no, so it was basically, I went into practice and cool, I had to reset my controls because it's been so long since I've driven this car. And cool, set the clutches up so I could launch it out of the blocks. And I was like, cool, do some practice starts. That works, get to the race. Hang on, where's my clutch gone? And why is it now forcing me to change on the clutch? So, yeah, it's just get it back around to the lane, quickly reset the car, reset the clutch to what I had it before. And then obviously just let the entire grid go past and jump on the back of the train and not get in anybody's way. And then, yeah, go from there. But no, the second 2 races were fantastic. I lost the train in the second one.
It's hard once that happens.
Oh, yeah. It's still fun, though. I mean, I just grabbed the brake a little bit too much into turn 1 and lost the rear, but these things happen. And then, good racing in race 2. Race 3. I'll tell you what, they're fast. Yeah. I don't know where they're getting the time from. They are so quick.
Schmitty, I hope you've got a couple of different angles of that defining moment to show the audience at home, because we've seen that broadcast shot twice now. And, yeah, you feel for Braden Sagassa, absolutely, but let's pick it apart. Here he was. So Adam Proctor's in behind him. Oh, wow. Okay. That paints a whole clearer picture than what we saw previously, what we were aware of. That race cam is still working, ladies and gentlemen, but it's pitch black once it's wedged into the grass, wedged into the ground there. Let's have a look at this again. From Adam Proctor's standpoint, he had no hope here either. There was the contact. Oh, no. Contact. Sagassa on Lavis. Lavis was never going to save it at full tilt once you sent spearing. And then Sagassa's gone for a hell of a wild ride, but in the process, Adam Proctor's had no reaction time and being checked up, and whoosh, there we go. And it broke Proctor's car and Sagassas has been written off. That's a hell of a way to lose a championship if your name is B. Sagassa. Greg, never a dull moment in these things. The third race, let's talk about that. 13th in that final race. I think it's right. I think I'm right in saying. How'd you find it? I mean, obviously, it would have been nice to get a clean run in the first race, maybe benefit from an invert pole. It wasn't to be.
Oh, look, I was there more for the fun of it. Don't get me wrong, an invert pole would have been very interesting. But yeah, so I got to, I think, halfway through that, and then after, I think it was maybe about lap 4 or 5, the grid had split, and I looked in my mirror coming onto the front straight, and I'm like, oh, I've got a very angry pack of Hornets behind me, and John Merritt's the first one. I'm like, he's coming, and I'm not going to be able to stop him. And yeah, it's like, I'm just going to hold a line on the outside, and he'll just go past me on the inside through turn 1. I'm like, I'm not stopping it. He's going, and that's what it is. But yeah, I don't know how I made it through some of those. I think the start of race 2, there was a car sideways in the middle of the grid. Race 3, there was cars through turn 5 that was sideways. And I think that cost me a few positions there because I had to try and take avoiding action. And I went real wide to miss it all, and that cost me a few. But no, look, to be honest, it was just out there for the fun of it, really.
Oh,
I told you I'd find something green to go with my helmet.
Yeah. There were many green cars out there tonight, Greg, and quite a few of them paid a visit to the grass as well. Very interesting night, very good racing. We've got the champion-elect here, John Merritt, to have a chat with us in just a moment. We've got race 1 winner Michael Adams here to have a chat with us as well. Thankfully, he didn't park up and retire. He actually turned up and raced all 3 tonight, which was good to see. But from your standpoint, Greg, what have we got to do to get these in a prime time slot and every season, back to back?
I don't know. We'll have to see if we can get him in a prime time slot. I mean, the problem is though that we've got, like, what have we got? We've got GT3s on Monday. We've got V8s on a Wednesday, and we've got Porsches on a Thursday.
Well, they're not getting the bigger numbers at the moment. They could probably set up for an on-track flight.
I was going to say one of them is going to have to move. So, I mean, look, if it's something we could wrangle, sure. We'd have to ensure that we would obviously get large grid draw cards for this. Yes. I mean, there was 20 cars on grid tonight. I think maybe 18 or 19 cars actually through the whole thing. Correct. But we'd have to make sure you've got health insurance because, oh dear, if we had a grid of 60 of these, you'd lose your mind.
Yeah, well, Dale Sharp's already worried that I'd lose my voice if we had them 3 nights a week like I've been lobbying for. 3 nights a week, 40 weeks a year, 120 nights of V-race. Yeah, why not, please? No, just brilliant stuff. Hey, would we like to see Greg Heaney out there in a V more often? Yes. Would Greg Heaney like to be out in a V more often?
Oh, look, there's every chance you might see me out there. I've got to try and figure out where Johnny gets all his pace from. I don't think he left anything on the apexes for me to pick up after he went past me.
He's offering training sessions starting at about $50 an hour, okay?
Yeah. No, look, I'm sure a bit more time in this. I mean, I think the last time I drove it was maybe 2 seasons ago for a little bit of fun, 1 or 2 races here or there. But apart from that, I think I drove it in rookies and that was it.
Yeah, and they're still as good as they ever were. And I'll be interested to see what the new Vs are like when they are introduced into the fold at some point down the line as well. Really good racing. Greg, are you able to stick around or have you got somewhere to be?
I can stick around. I'll change my headset and whatnot, and I'll jump back in. So.
Beautiful. Yeah, let's have a chat because it's been a while since we've had a proper chance to catch up and talk business with you. You might be able to put some more spoilers out there for us to gather up and try and work out what this new term schedule is going to look like. And I look forward to having a chat with you between now and when the Porsches do get underway. Obviously, we've got to get to Michael Adams and John Merritt in the next 15 minutes before the Porsches do line up on the grid. Thank you, mate.
No worries.
And I know he always enjoys getting that VR headset off and getting the other headset back on as well. It is a bit of a wild ride there. Speaking of wild rides, Thornton Wiggett, my goodness. Steering gone. Did you see the left-hand suspension brake on the landing, ladies and gentlemen? My goodness. Mr. Merritt, the old experienced hand, the GOAT of GSRC Formula V. I'm going to get to you in a moment because we've got to actually celebrate the fact that finally, after a couple of silvers along the way, Michael Adams is a race winner in GSRC Formula V. Well done, mate. That was very nicely put together and very skillfully so. I mean, well, I think we're just enjoying this for the sake of the comments that Thorne's going to leave in our social media chat thread here. When you wreck it, you do it proper. That's exactly right, mate. Michael, right place, right time, right moment. And as I said during the call, and I was trying to spit it out, I don't know if I did it justice, but you had nothing to lose in any of that. You were the odd one out that had sort of a carefree approach to how you went about your racing tonight, whereas the two blokes either side of you, actually the four blokes either side of you, two of them were fighting for the championship, two of them were there to run support for their teammates that were vying for the championship, whereas you didn't give a stuff about any of that. You just wanted to go for the glory, and you did that. Well done.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that all week as far as, like, I mean, I don't want to decide the championship by a bit of a dive bomb or anything, but I went, you know, I'm here to race, and if these guys have something to lose, then I can use that against them. And I just found around the outside of turn 1, I found a nice move where everyone else would just be a bit more cautious, 3 wide, 4 wide. Nah, just send it, just lift the stamp.
And actually, to be fair, you did that a couple of times with great success and great effect at turn 1 as well, mate. How much practice went into that? Because there's obviously, you know, quid pro quo to the whole thing there at turn 1. You're on the dirty side of the road. You're off the racing line by bowling it around the outside there. But then you get the inside for 2 and then the outside for 3. Momentum's key. You would have had to have rehearsed that a couple of times to know the exact point where you could pull it up and turn it through the corner at what speed to not end up in the grass that resembles the same colour as your car.
Yeah, no, I definitely have been ramping up the practice since I've started smelling some good results coming. So there's probably an extra half hour each week being added. I've probably been 2 or 3 hours this week setting things up. And I don't know how much the guys at the top practice, but if they're not doing that, I sort of need that gap to close down with a few extra hours of practice to get those last tenths off. So yeah, I think I was probably a bit more comfortable out on the curb into turn 1 because it can really upset the car there. The one that really saved me, which I didn't practice, was around the outside of the last turn. I was sort of practicing the inside and outside line there because it's usually flat out. And I went, all right, how much of a lift do I need to do here if I end up side by side out of the last corner? End of first race, immediately alongside out of the last corner for the win. And did it perfectly, and I was like, something I was gonna not practice, and I was like, I'll do 5 more minutes of this, figure it out. Yes!
I couldn't help but notice that the glory was short-lived, mate. You were right there when the whips were cracking again in race 2, but you're on the outside of Cedo, and Cedo wasn't having a bar of that, trying to run defence for his teammate John Merritt.
Yeah, in the moment, I don't know if I got a spotter call telling me car left. My eyes were kind of ahead on Merritt's slipstream because he was weaving all over the place trying to get rid of me. And I was checking I had cars in both mirrors. I was looking ahead at John. I don't know if I got a spotter call. Apologies to Glenn because I think I closed the door a little bit there. He got a tiny bit of overlap. But shame for Glenn, usually that would put me off, but I don't care. I got a win, and the racing was really good, even if it was 1 lap short there.
And a very nice result in race 3 as well, mate. I thought you did a remarkable job to put 3 good results together again tonight. But the highlight will always be the race win. As we say, you're first. You join a long list of race winners this season. Ryan Tate's grabbed his second. Again, we get through a night where we've had 3 different race winners in as many starts for Disruptive Labs Formula V. So that's the obvious highlight of the season. But it's an interesting, addictive drug when it gets hold of you. Once you start sniffing those results coming in and you want more, as you say, you're now spending a lot more time preparing and in behind the wheel, getting yourself ready for these things. We can't wait to see what you bring to the table the next time the V's are on the server. What are you going to try your hand at in the meantime, please?
Oh, I'm going to try my hand at the beer, I reckon. that's the current
Good,
plan.
yes.
Maybe, actually, I'll see. Maybe I'll go out and buy a tiny bottle of champagne and spray it. I know that seems over the top, but it's been like 2 years of GSRC where I've snuck a few podiums, started to get some second places, and there's always been a Chapman, a Sagassa, a Merit at the top, taking away the win somewhere. And sometimes I'm taking it away from myself.
True.
So I don't know. I'm super happy. Thank you very much to the club for making me super happy. I've also got to thank my partner who always spots me and stands behind me, and calls out car left, car right, and usually manages the fuel, Julia. And funnily enough, this is the first race in probably about 2 years she hasn't stood behind me and spectated me, which might explain why I took out Glenn, unfortunately, in that second race.
No.
But, yeah.
As you've heard there, ladies and gentlemen, a big hard-earned thirst calls for a big cold. Well, you've heard it from Michael. It's not going to be just the beer that runs on the side of his car there, but also the bottle of sparkly as well. Very nicely done, mate. Congratulations to you. A great performance. And a well-earned victory, long overdue, and hopefully the first of many for you. Go well throughout the course of the next 2 weeks, and we look forward to seeing you on the grid somewhere next term.
Yep, I'll definitely be there, hopefully in V's, because it's been great fun. And anyone who wants to jump in should. Congrats to John's won the championship. I'm wrong.
Correct.
All right, cool. Congrats to John. Congrats to his competitors. Thank you very much, Zach, for commentating. I'll let you get interviews with the big cheese himself.
Yeah.
Thanks, Michael.
Well done. Good on you, Michael. Well done, mate. Thank you. That's what it means, you know. I mean, it's great to hear that upbeat enthusiasm, that excitement, that relief, that satisfaction, all those things that you've experienced far too many times, John Merritt, that you've probably lost count. He mentioned there earlier about the guys that how much time they put in. You know these things back to front. You can probably drive them with your eyes closed. And again, the C's part beautifully for John Merritt. Second time in as many days. The C's parted beautifully for you in the Toyotas last night. How you got through that, I'll never bloody know. And then tonight, if you don't mind, Braden Sagassa involved in a 3-car pile-up. Bang, game over. Another V championship to the experienced hand of John Merritt. Well done, mate. Great performance.
Yeah, thank you, mate. I think what Michael said there is what the club's all about, isn't it? You know, what it means and the improvement through the season. So happy to be a old hand, mate, and certainly that last race didn't feel like that after about 2.5 or 3 laps when I managed to get myself buried. But sometimes Lady Luck's got to be on your side a little bit.
Well, actually, come to think of it, probably twice tonight Lady Luck was on your side because, I mean, obviously you were able to jag the result in race 1. I think you were 4th there at one point on the final lap. You've come home 2nd to Michael. You saw off the thread of Braden in both the opening 2 races. But, yeah, we were a little bit worried for you there in the early part of race 3 when you were sliding outside the top 10 and had to work your way back in.
Yeah, I think someone in front sort of checked up. I got hit in the rear off the track and I'd managed sort of 0x in race 1 and 2 and I thought I'm collecting some bonuses and then that occurred and I think a couple of teammates were up near the front there say, oh, go there, do this. And I don't know if that was the expletives coming out of my mouth after about 2 laps, but, you know, it can happen so easy. You get a bump, you know, and especially with the draft in these things, you get to the main straight, and then you're 2 further back and, you know, all credit, you know, great season for Braden. And congratulations on his position and Chapo and Lachlan and all the competitors. I think, mate, it can go either way. As I think I said last week, in terms of incidents. I didn't have a drop round to in the hand if it went badly, so I was pretty fortunate. You got to put your car where it needs to be, and got a bit of luck in that last race, and very happy.
And that is the important point, mate. I mean, we cannot highlight how extraordinary this is enough, quite frankly. The fact that you have been able to do what you've done after giving everybody a 2-round head start, not having a drop round to fall back on, and you've hit your markers, you've been able to dot the I's and cross the T's and find a way, and ever so gradually, week in, week out, continue to loom large as a prominent threat. And then tonight, well, you've been there before as well, John. Not as many times as some, but not as many times as Chapo has booked a holiday to be the thorn in his own side. But you've been where Braden Sagassa is right now. He'd be licking his wounds. That's a horrible way to lose a title. And probably, there's he's been partly involved in that incident and all that, but you don't want to lose a title like that, and you probably don't want to win one. But as you say, when Lady Luck's on your side, you got to run with it.
Yeah, spot on. Yeah, I mean, runner-up's never something, but at the end of the day, a couple of days go away or a day goes away. The next morning you wake up and everything goes on. It's, it is sim racing at the end of the day. We get pretty tied up in it. We all love it passionately, but I think it just hopefully drives some hunger to come back again and go around. So I'm sure it will for Braden.
Absolutely, I'm sure it will, and I'm looking forward to what he brings to the table the next time we see him on the racetrack. That'll be absolutely fantastic.
And can say in the past 4 seasons or 18 months, his improvements, honestly, out of sight in all classes. So, he's done a massive job, and credit to him.
And Boyd, I was only mentioning that in the comment thread as well, mate. I mean, to be fair, we talk about some of the best operators in the club. And again, I keep going back to that old throwaway line of old experienced 10, not just because I couldn't have thought of anything else, but, and by the way, we're going to have to wrap this up, Johnny, because we're about to have the Porsche Cup lining up on the grid. My apologies, mate. But at the same time, one of the very best operators in the club, and we mean it so sincerely. I just had one of those white cloud sort of moments. I couldn't think of anything, deer in headlights sort of thing. I was just trying to draw the right superlatives and adjectives, and I just couldn't, mate. But you really are the benchmark when it comes to Formula V. There's no real set secret to it, because we know how much of a lottery and jackpot it can be. But another championship, it never gets old. You never get sick of that feeling. The final thought from you about when you'd like to see the next the V's next on server, what we might see you lining up in the meantime, and who would you like to thank before we tear and to race one of the Porsches?
Oh, mate, I'm happy if they bring the V's 7 nights a week.
Correct, thank you.
I think you said prime time. I mean, I'd love if they were slightly later, just to ensure we can make the racing, but understand there's constraints on that. In terms of thank, just the competitors, those guys, Sam, Chapo and Braden, and all the guys for making it an enjoyable series. The club, and importantly the Pulse Lexus guys, that turn up and not trying to do the wrong thing, but they've been there for a support, mate, and also make an enjoyable night every time on the server, and obviously yourself and the committee for putting it on.
Been a pleasure to watch you in action yet again this season, mate. Enjoy the spoils of victory. Congratulations again from all of us. Thanks for being part of it and putting on such a great show week in, week out. Good luck with what's coming up over the next couple of weeks, and hopefully we'll see you in Championship Lane somewhere else when we get to the start of Term 3 in a couple of weeks' time, mate. Go well, enjoy the break.
For sure, I'll catch you in the next season. Thanks, mate, as always, pleasure.
There he is, John Merritt, ladies and gentlemen. And just like that, we're lining up for the third last race of the season for the Porsche Open Cup, ladies and gentlemen. I'll get back to why we're starting early in a moment. That's a 2-minute early start as far as I'm concerned, but we're racing at Sandown nonetheless. The open split is underway. Adam Lavis, the champion-elect, gets the better of the start on Michael Blades. Eduardo Zamora jumps up into third. It's a field of 17 on the run down to turn 2 for the first time. You know this circuit, you love it. 3.1 kilometres around. And we've got one almighty triple treat of Porsche racing for you. Jordan Pianazzola, unfortunately, off the road early. He drops down to 7/8. Weather conditions are set to 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, local server time. 19 km/h winds, northerly, tending northwesterly direction, 19 degrees the ambient, 19 on track. Cloudy conditions so far, but dry. The chance of rain is evident, though. Adam Lavis pointed that out to us last night, and he's doing what he needs to do by leading from the front down to Dandenong Road for the first time. Greg Keeney's back here alongside me, Matt Schmidtke as well. Porsche finale underway, boys. A super sprint, the only one of the season for these guys. And we're better than the home of horsepower, which, of course, we know is labelled such because it's not just for race cars, but also for the gallops as well.
Yep, most definitely. And it's only just down the road. It's the home track for me, if you will. I'm only just 15 minutes down the road from this one. Believe it or not, I've still yet to actually go to the Sandown 500. Need to solve that next year, this year.
Well, yeah, well, I was going to say, it's a different looking 500 these days, of course.
Yeah, most
definitely.
definitely.
A few different classes, hasn't it? Oh, trouble. Dave Oliver's off the road. Dave Oliver is off the road. Exit stage left, and he's going to rejoin right down the back of the field. Behind Luke Wegener. So Wegener's run into trouble on the opening lap as well, as has Pianazzola. Kalman slotted into 15th. Lavis leads from Blades. Blades was impressive last week. Good to see that he's keeping Lavis honest at the front of the field. How versatile is this grid? So you've got, there's the other word I was looking for, Jesus Christ. I'm having a shocker. I'm just drawing blanks everywhere I'm trying to draw words from out of the vocabulary tonight, boys. Versatile operator John Merritt. Old experienced hand, yes, but one of the serious top shelf business operators in our game. The benchmark of the V's.
If you put him in anything with 5 wheels, he's fast.
Yes, 4 on the car and the steering. Very good. I like it. Adam Lavis, Michael Blades, Eduardo Zamora. So this race is scheduled for 13 laps, ladies and gentlemen, 16 minutes, whichever comes first. Lavis leads us away. We've got Australians represented. We've got the Chilean of Eduardo Zamora, the Alaskan, the American, Sean Benici. We don't have any Kiwis in this field from what I can see via our flag stand, which is interesting because they usually pop up everywhere else on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Adam Lavis will crunch the final numbers at the end of this race, or this program for you, ladies and gentlemen. As Michael Blades just breezes past him because he's got a slow down, unfortunately.
I was going to say, Mav's copped the slow down there. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, that's going to crucify him. Zamora drops up into second spot, and now Lavis drops back into third, slots in ahead of Glenn Matthew Sarah, and then you go back to Kurt Normanson, Sean Benici and Callum Maxwell. Good to see Kurt out there, already offering up his excuses before the race even got underway tonight. Now, Chapo was just chimed in from Thailand with his remote control in hand saying, wish me luck. He's trying his hand in the Porsche Elite Split because that championship still remains live for him, despite the unfortunate way in which the Formula V aspirations ended. There's the chance of weather between qualifying and the warm-up and the heat and the consolation race there for you, ladies and gentlemen. And we've got Eduardo Zamora off the road now. Anxious X, that's a new YouTube handle. If you look in the bottom right corner, you'll see the watermark. The bottom right corner, the very bottom right corner. But the watermark is the name of the server, the software for the simulation. The old simulated motorsport. It's great, isn't it? We've been here for 25 seasons now through the iRacing platform. It just continues to get better and better and better. Tristan Koch there in 12th place. So the points coming into this round, remembering that we're bringing you the first 2 races from this series, and the finale will be the feature race from the Elite Split, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Lavis 727, I should say. 673 for Sean Benici. So at the moment, he's only got to worry about Benici. He's ahead of him by 3 spots. Play on. Paul Wilson 631. Wilson's down in 9th at the moment, so Adam's still okay. Luke Wegener 556. Eduardo Zamora 552. Zamora's too far back to really make Adam sweat at the moment. And obviously Michael Blades is a late arrival to the series. Lavis has already got back by Eduardo Zamora, who's dropped down to 6th spot. Lavis is 2nd. Glenn Matthews Sarah is 3rd. Kurt Normanson, Sean Benici, Eduardo Zamora, the top 6 at the home of horsepower. Good to see Sean Benici out there. He's had a great season for Whiskey Business Racing, Greg, and it looks like another championship podium finish on his way. Oh, trouble.
Yeah.
Roadblock out of turn 4. Dave Oliver's involved. His second incident of the night. Jake Cowman's on the tow rope, and Harrison Mercer probably will be as well.
I reckon
Oh,
Dave probably
Wade.
won't be far from being on the tow rope either. That's a very bent left steering arm. Yeah, no, that's a very interesting way to try and drive.
He's going to try and limp it. Oh, dear.
Yeah, no, the absolutely fantastic job from Sean this season so far. And I do say so far because I'm not going to try and put any mockers on him or anything, but I think this is his first season out in the Porsche, I think, this one out, or it was last season?
Last
This is his first
season.
season out.
Yeah.
So, for somebody that never really drove the Porsche because of the previous iteration of the car, to step into this one and pick it up as well as he has, he's done fantastic.
What happened to Luke on the first lap? I'm sure we'll be able to find out for you soon enough. We did see him, we saw him getting past Dave Oliver, who had that off on the second lap. So what happened to him on the first lap? Matt Schmidtke's on it for you, the Disruptive Labs replay. Opposite lock all the way home in relation to Dave Oliver from Thornwegget, and that was what happened to Wegner. Cold tyres, right-hander, goodbye.
Yeah, it's very easy to lose the car through that last couple of complex of corners.
I haven't had a chance to go around the grounds yet tonight, and we're on lap 7 of the Porsche race. Probably a good opportunity for me to do it for you as we have a look at this next Disruptive Labs replay. So this was that 3-car incident. Oh no, Mercer. Oh, wow. And, okay, the third car here has had nowhere to go. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. That's one of the more extraordinary incidents we've seen tonight. Almost on par with the Toyota pile-up at the cutting last night. There is Sean Benici on screen. We just saw Tristan Koch before that for HTS Racing. Oliver and Koch both a lap down already. Cowman's about to rejoin the racetrack. Mercer remains on pit road after 2 minutes. It's all happening. Geelong 6.2.38 lead, Fremantle 3.7.25 at Optus Stadium in Perth. We've got a lot more around the grounds to do, but that's the first and only one I can squeeze in for the moment. Tristan Koch, the first casualty at the end of the back straight.
Pretty sure we had a GT3 find that wall and actually pluck a tyre out of it when we were here with the GT3s earlier in the season.
Yeah, I remember that. That was... I didn't know the cars could do that. That was very interesting when I saw that picture.
It is the place for it. If you're going to go out in spectacular fashion at Sandown, it's usually at the end of the back straight, that 6, 7, 8, 9 sequence. Tristan Koch with the black flag due to an indiscretion. And obviously he would have had a mechanical black flag anyway, so it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Dave Oliver back out of the racetrack. Here's Jake Cowman, and he's unfortunately just going to try and go left, go right, and then the smoke, the mirrors, and, yeah, nowhere to go. Goodbye. Adam Lavis back to second. He's chasing Michael Blades at the moment.
Who was that? Yeah, I just heard a lot of sliding and smoke.
Yeah, someone coming up onto the main straight. And someone that's a lap down, I want to say.
I was going to say, Sean's mark was moving very slowly.
Harrison Mercer, here it is. Harrison Mercer lights it up.
Oh, he's just bounced up off the curb.
Oh.
Yeah, down at his 17th in the old escape, the fast escape to pit lane. Not the rage quit. We've seen the rage quit in action a couple of times this week. Actually, on that subject, Greg Heady, Dane Snadden last week highlighted his disdain for the Le Mans circuit, and unfortunately, it still remains a curse for him.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit unfortunate, particularly for Dane, though, admittedly. There were team orders somewhat issued before the race went green, whilst we were still sitting on the grid, basically saying, you blokes are in it for the long haul here. Sort it out before the corner, because we did have 3 cars in the top 3. Why is Mav going to the pit lane?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
That's
What on earth is Adam Lavis going to the pit lane for? That's a good pickup, Greg Heaney. Has he sold himself short of fuel?
I reckon
Come on,
he's
Adam.
short fueled.
Oh, no.
Made it that's an interesting one. He's made it. He wasn't in the box very long.
No, he
Yeah,
wasn't. 5.58 seconds, and he's back out ahead of Dave Oliver, Jake Kalman, Tristan Caution, Harrison Mercer. But Lavis has just gone to 13th.
Either he short fueled it, or he had damage that was making the car very, very hard to drive. But at the pace he had, that doesn't make. I'm leaning more towards he short fueled it. I reckon he still potentially had quali fuel in.
Let's have a listen, see if it coughs.
I can't believe this. Advantage Sean Benici all of a sudden in the points race. 107.389.
Oh, it's still bouncing off the limiter.
And Lavis has done himself a mischief here because there's 13 laps in this race. Then, obviously, we've got a 20-minute second race. And then we've got the 35-minute feature. And only in the feature are you required to do a compulsory pit stop.
Yeah, and I was going to say, due to the dash display that Mav had in his car, you can't actually, if he had it on the second page of the dash display, you could actually see how much fuel he potentially had in it too. Whether or not it would show that on the in-car camera for us, I don't know, but that's what you have in these cars. So, but yeah, back to Monday, and we'll see what happens now. But yeah, back to Monday. It was the team had first, second, and third out of qualifying. As we see a potential move here coming up into the run to Dandenong Road.
And this is actually right where we want it to be. This is Kurt Normanson under pressure from Glenn Matthew Sarah. So what? I don't know what sort of excuses
Glenn under pressure. That was Glenn under pressure from Kurt, and he was actually stuck that really well getting through there.
And this is the point. I now don't know. I don't know what sort of excuses that Kurt's going to offer up now, because he was writing himself off before the race even got underway, and he's running second.
He'll think of something.
He's running second.
Yeah.
Good on him. Good on him. It's an invert top 8 for Heat 2 and an invert top 12 for Race 3. Greg, I guess the main reason we wanted to bring you in is because from a broadcast standpoint, from a committee standpoint, it's been maybe with gas prices, he didn't have the funds at the start of the race to fill it up. Yeah, a bit like when you're playing Monopoly and you desperately need to pass go to collect the $200. I know what you mean, Jordan. Well done. 3 minutes to go, 2 laps to go. So next time by the white flag will fly by the line. 107.204 for Dave Oliver, the fastest lap of the race.
Pressure here too by Zamora. He's all over the back of him.
And Adam would not mind for Zamora to get on by. Zamora's not game enough to have a look just yet, though. Maybe not close enough either.
Sean has a knack of making a car slightly wider than it actually is, so...
Yes, and he's doing it beautifully here, too. Are we going to get some rain? Is that on the horizon? We know that it's in the forecast, but whether it actually falls or not depends on whether the iRacing gods want to wreak havoc with the grand finale or not. White flag flies one more time around Michael Blades on his way to the checkered flag, and he's 3 seconds clear of Kurt Normanson, Greg.
Yeah, that he is. As for the weather, it probably depends on who's making the server. We know what that does. But, yeah, Monday night was... You guys have got the first 3 positions on the grid. Sort it out before the corner and check out. You guys were fast enough to leave everybody behind. And then 2 drivers decided to mute themselves completely in Discord, so we couldn't talk to them and they couldn't talk to each other. And unfortunately, Dane got the red mist and started to drive a little bit angry and went for a move that didn't really work and got caught out.
Unlucky. Well,
yeah,
there were a couple of moves on Monday night that didn't pay off for some people. In the meantime, let me call Michael Blades to the checkered flag here, ladies and gentlemen. Harrison Mercer's off the track again, but he should be able to limp it home to the line. Michael Blades wins again in the GSRC Porsche Cup in the open split. Kurt Normanson in for second, you bloody beauty. Glenn Matthew Sarah third. Sean Medici, Eduardo Zamora, Edward Rollo, Callum Maxwell. Then Paul Wilson gets the invert pole. Oh my goodness, the championship fight takes yet another twist and turn because Paul Wilson was the 3rd horse in the race and he's beaten Adam Lavis in race 1. Alan McDonald there in 9th, and Jordan Pianozola 10th. Lee Peckham, Luke Wagner, Adam Lavis fastest lap, final lap 107.147. That rounds out your top 13. Oliver Kalman, Crosh, Sorry, Kosh, Jesus. Cowman, Kosh and Mercer make up the top 17. And we had 17 start. We have 17 come home. Some of them a lap down, some of them 2, some of them 3. But they all got home, and that's the main thing at the end of the day. Extraordinary first race. There is a question there from Project 36. We do get to see, I hope, although I'm going to let these two have the casting vote, right? Because last week we were a little bit disappointed by the lack of numbers in the Porsche Elite split. We are due to bring you their season finale, their third race from here, the first 2 races from the Open and the third race from the Elite. But if their numbers aren't cutting it, then we may stick with the Open and go back and have a look at the Elite after the fact. But I'll get these boys to have a look at that and see what they can find in regards to how many numbers are in the other server
I
at the moment.
currently see 12 on the other server.
Oh, well, 12's better than 8, so I guess we probably should give them some airtime. I think we did the finale at Phillip Island last term with 10. So, but
Well, there was only 10 on the grid last week.
Yeah, that's right. 12 is a full invert. 12 would be a full invert for them. So,
Yeah.
we probably will. There you go. I was going to say,
That'll make for a spicy race.
if it was single digits, I wasn't having a bar of it. I'm telling you both. Paul Wilson, Callum Maxwell, Edward Rollo, Eduardo Zamora, Sean Benici, Graham Matthews, Sarah Kurt, Normanson, Michael Blades, Alan McDonald and Jordan Pianazzola, the top 10 here. Top 8 inverts, so Wilson and Maxwell to the front. And everybody else slots in exactly where they finished earlier on. 12 o'clock local server time, cloudy conditions, 21 degrees, 20 on track. Let's go from Sandown once more. In starters, orders and hands now. Red lights on. Penultimate one of the season, race 15 of 16, GSRC Porsche Cup. Beautiful start from Paul Wilson. Lit it up nicely, got it away.
Zamora bogged that down off the line.
Big time. Dropped a spot to Glenn Matthews, Sarah, and then got it back on the exit of turn 1. Wilson and Maxwell, have a look. Headlights ablaze in the middle of the day in Melbourne. Maybe there's some rain on the way. Dave Oliver's trying to work his way through. 12th spot at the moment. We're on with Jordan Pianazzola here. He was on the outside at turn 4. Had to cede position. Kurt Normanson is just ahead of him at the moment in 8th. Down to Dandenong for the first time.
Maybe a couple of cars carrying a little few wrinkles out of that. It looked like there was a couple of checkups at turn 4, but everybody made it through. There's an excursion. Don't want to be in the way of that. I think it was
Alan McDonald off the road.
Yeah, Adam McDonald was very lucky to pull that up without finding somebody else in the way.
Indeed it was. Paul Wilson, Callum Maxwell, Edward Rollo, Glenn Sarah, and Eduardo Zamora. The top 5 here. Reverse grid, lap 2 of 18. So 21 minutes the journey here, 35 for the feature a little bit later on. Host of racing laps still to come tonight from the home of horsepower. Wilson, Maxwell, Robbo, Sarah, Zamora, Benici, Blades, and Normanson the top 8. Off goes Jake Cowman again, but he gathered it up and got it back on the black stuff. Let me go to you, Greg, because from a committee standpoint, been a big season. I mean, obviously we're delighted that we're still running after 25 seasons. It's a bit of a milestone season for us to get through. The racing's as good as it's ever been, and I know we're really seriously pumped up and excited, ready for the second half of 2026 terms 3 and 4. But what are the main takeaways from a committee standpoint after this term, as we said that Zamora, Oliver and Peckham have all registered a slowdown this time through?
I mean, from a committee standpoint, I mean, we obviously at the end of last season there was a few question marks around some of the driving standards, and we've seen a vast improvement across the board in most cases, so that's always good. And then obviously just the mainstays of the club are still going very strong. Obviously Porsches, V8s, V's.
Oh no, Eduardo Zamora. Sorry, Greg. Eduardo Zamora's off the road and on the tow rope. Zamora's race is run, you would imagine. Yep, parked up and gone. See you later. Bad luck, Eduardo. This is how it happened. Turn 1, turn 2, maybe.
He's trying to clear his slowdown, I think. No,
sorry, that wasn't Lavis. That was somebody else. That was one of the Whiskey Business entries, in fact. And Eduardo's parked up and said, I've had enough.
I think he was still trying to clear his slowdown, and he may or may not have cleared it in time, and yep, that's done. Which is unfortunate for Ed. But yeah, as for the from the committee standpoint, yes, we've seen some improvement. We've seen a good improvement in the driver standards across the board in most cases. The driver retention is still there, which is good, and we're obviously still getting new members joining every week or every other week, which is always good to see. But yeah, it's actually been a pretty good season for the most part. So.
Someone's
trouble.
around.
Glenn Sarah is around, backwards, pointing the wrong way out of turn 4. And that's a horrible place to be parked.
He's done well not to completely back that into the fence.
And he's done well with the 3-point turn there and the evasive action, because where he stayed, he parked, he waited for everyone to pass on through, waited until the track was clear. Everyone else arriving blind on scene did well not to run into him. Well, by which point they would have been having their own accident at the same time. But yeah, that's brought to an end a pretty promising run from Glenn Sarah to this point. We're on lap 4. We've just completed lap 4. Paul Wilson starts lap 5. And he is clear of Callum Maxwell by 1.5. Edward Rollo, 0.65. Sean Benici and then Michael Blades on his tail at the moment. Blades is in 5th spot, Benici 4th. And Blades, of course, the Heat 1 winner, up 3 spots early on. It's interesting, isn't it? Because here we are, 4 laps in, Greg. This is lap number 5, and Schmitty as well. Just how difficult, you can both speak from experience here around Sandown, just how difficult is it to overtake around here, because we know that Blades has got the pace, but it's so hard to exert that or showcase that without the track position.
Yeah, very much so. As you can see there, Blades just showing the nose to Sean on the run towards the Dandenong Road, or the top end of Dandenong Road, and coming down to the corner itself. And you've got to play games, and you've got to play games to an extent and set it up to, it's like, okay, where do I want to try and get this move done? So you need to be on the hammer of the car in front, and just show the nose here and do a little bit there, get the car in front to start mirror driving, and force the error, really. But it is, as you say, harder around here than most, because the track is so short. Excuse me, and also it is very condensed with the corners, and it's a little bit hard to actually get enough of a run to actually be able to capitalise on that gain.
Smitty, your thoughts from your standpoint and your experience of driving around here? 6.5 minutes gone. Oh, geez, Blades went for a look there again, showcasing how difficult it is. Heaney's already mentioned that Benici's pretty good, pretty handy when it comes to making that car as wide as he has to. And we saw another example of that there. Michael Adams has found his champagne and did some at-home podium celebrations. How can I DM you the video?
Posted in the general chat and Discord.
That's it. General chat, Discord. We'll find it from there, Michael. Thank you, mate. Well done. The only thing that he can do to probably top that off, not that I'm going to encourage it, would be the old shoey, but I don't think we need to see that if he does go through with it. Michael Blades to the inside, gets big dive bomb.
Oh, big slide, though.
That on the exit! Governs it up, but by gee, that was a hell of a moment for Michael Blades. What a save. He drops back to 8th. All the hard work undone. Overcommitted into the corner.
Yep, and now that puts Jordan Pianazzola on the back of Sean, and Sean's just driving along thinking everybody's falling over around me. He's just carried too much pace into the corner and gotten on it a little bit too early, I think.
Mate, can't blame him for doing that. I mean, he had to do something. He had to pull something out of the hat. Oh, no, he's off the road again. This time at Dandenong Road. Pianazzola's gone as well. Blades is off. Pianazzola's off. It's all happening at Sandown. Pianazzola's been left in the lurch there. He's back to 14th. Gone the chance of an invert. Michael Blades is back to 11th lead. Peckham now up to 12th. All hell was broken loose at the home of horsepower. Adam Lavis on the outside, under threat here from Kurt Robinson down the inside. Lavis is up 7 spots. Luke Wagner's up 5. Oh, it's all happening. Dave Oliver up 6 spots. Tristan Koch up 7. Michael Blades. Oh, when it rains, it pours.
And now Sean has some breathing space. In all of that, he's gone from having 2 cars on his rear bumper to having breathing space.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Paul Wilson, Callum Maxwell, Edward Rollo, and Sean Benici, the top 4. Kurt Nommensen in 5th. Adam Lavis in 6th now. 4 on the platforms. The Gentleman Sim Racing Club as Thursday Night Motorsport continues. We will get back to Greg. He might be able to shed some light on what Term 3 is looking like for us at some point here. But in the meantime, there's so much happening out on circuit. It's hard to take your eyes off it. I've had to, because I've been trying to converse in text form with our good mate G. Boyden. Schmitty's about to bring the rain radar up on the screen to give us an idea as to whether or not we might see some precipitation in the feature, I get the feeling, based on what's going across my broadcast screen at the moment. Glenn Sarah's dropped down to 16th in all of that. It's interesting, isn't it? Right? Daniel Snedden's in the chat thread cheering on James Scott. I haven't seen Scotty out there yet tonight. Let's analyse all of this, because the lights are ablaze. The sun's trying to poke through. You've got Kurt Nommensen with the fastest start of the race. The fastest start of the race is Kurt Nommensen. Well, at least the lights are always on, and we're just not in high beam flash mode, epileptic style, as we were a few weeks ago here in the GT3s. Sorry, too soon, maybe?
Being that
one of the moments of the season.
That was a talking point. Oh, we've got a car off the road there.
Edward Rollo was off the road at Dandenong. Oh dear. Oh dear. And Pianozzola's off the road for 3rd time as well. Well, whether Piazzolla went out in sympathy or whether he went off somewhere else on the circuit, that's going to be a nice little scrape of the Armco there for Edward Rollo.
Just unlucky with the bounce as you come off the second curb.
And sometimes that's all it is, isn't it? It's the small 1%ers.
Yeah, pretty much. Particularly with the...
Oh, no, more trouble! Michael Blades is involved in another incident, this time with Al McDonald.
I didn't catch all of that, but I think Alan may have done what Michael did a few laps ago and just come across in front of him. And Michael's had nowhere to go.
It certainly looked that way. Looks like Alan's caught the curb, gotten on the power, and he's just come across the road.
This is madness. Have a look at this. We'll go on board with Michael Blades. Watch the open air go out from under him here.
Yeah, he's...
Oh, that's a heavy hit.
He didn't have all wheels on the ground coming around that corner due to the curbing.
He certainly did not. Oh, my goodness me. Michael Blades is there in 10th at the moment, so he's trying to get his way back up through the field. Callum Maxwell for the lead at turn 1 on the inside of Paul Wilson in the meanwhile. Where did that come from? We've been so focused on all the rubbish happening behind these boys, all the carnage, the trials and tribulations of the scraps for the mid-pack and the minors, and all of a sudden we've got a lead change at the front. Callum Maxwell to P1 and Paul Wilson back to 2nd as they head down the back straight on this 11th lap of 18 in the second to last race of the Porsche Cup season on the platforms of the GSRC. Thursday Night Motorsport will go around the grounds for you as soon as we get a chance, ladies and gentlemen. Just so much going on out on the track at the moment.
Oh, I reckon
Maxwell.
He was so close to copping a slowdown there. And I've also just seen the notification come up on Discord that that there is now a celebrationary video in the general chat.
Hello, Michael Adams, good boy. Make sure the broadcast chat gets a copy of that, please, G. Heady.
I can forward it to that channel for sure, unless you want to go digging for it.
No, I would greatly appreciate it if you sent it to the broadcast team chat. That'll save me doing the digging. I don't dig very well. I'm not a pirate. I don't find gold when I go digging, unfortunately. Maxwell, Wilson, Benici, Nommensen and Lavis. Most of the people that go digging around Mount Panorama aren't necessarily hunting for gold either. They're just looking for hidden beer stashes. We're at Sandown, however, the traditional home of the precursor to Bathurst for so many years. And Kurt Nommensen is fourth. Adam Lavis is fifth. They're both on the tail of Sean Benici now. We've got a three-way fight between two championship protagonists and good old Kurt. Having a dream run here, being cheered on by Daniel Snedden in the chat thread. It's an extraordinary Thursday night on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Maxwell, Wilson, Benici, Nommensen, Lavis, Wegener, then Dave Oliver. Good recovery. Edward Rollo, Tristan Koch, Michael Bladesley, Peckham, Harrison Mercer, Jake Cowman, then Alan McDonald, Jordan Pianazzola and Glenn Serra. We will bring you the full invert race from that 12-car grid from Sandown for the Porsche Elite Split as soon as we're done here. And then we get stuck into the post-race show. We recap the lot. We'll have the finalised points from the V's and the two Porsche splits. I said to Aaron Lavis, I said we might actually have to interview as a driver tomorrow night, not as a co-commentator, when we were wrapping up the broadcast about 11:45 last night. And here he is in the thick of it. Sean Benici holds on to third. Nommensen, Lavis. Off again goes Glenn Serra. Really unlucky for Michael Blades. It illustrated the point, though, just how difficult overtaking can be at Sandown. You've got to overcommit sometimes to execute it, but then the problem with that is you risk not being able to pull it up and consolidate. And he's found that out the hard way, and he sits down in position number 10 at the moment, launching from P3 if things stay as they are. James Scott vibes from Kurt tonight, says Daniel Snedden. I'm not sure. I think Kurt should take that as a compliment, but I'm not sure if Scotty will. And I don't mean that with any sort of disrespect to Kurt, but Kurt's P4, whereas Scotty's normally P1 by the length of the straight. Down onto the main straight we go. Callum Maxwell with, what have we got, 5 laps to go. Harrison Mercer's got a slow down. Eduardo Zamora's parked up and done. 16 still running at the home of horsepower. There will be a top 10 invert for their finale. Great racing here on the platforms of the GSRC on a Thursday night as per usual. Greg, any potential spoilers for us to offer any insight into what we're going to see come term 3? I know you're not looking after the supercars per se. You broke that news to us last night, but no doubt the discussions are well underway with regards to what toys we're going to be playing with in 3 weeks' time.
Well, I mean, for everybody that caught Tuesday night's committee meeting broadcast that we did stream, I'm not sure if you had or hadn't caught it, Zach, would already be well aware of what's coming next week, or in 2 weeks, I should say. Oh, look at that. Maddie's brought it up for us. There we go. So, yeah, the top and tailing the week with some open wheel, some fast open wheel and faster open wheel cars with the Indy cars back on the grid. So I'm going to have to twist Aiden's arm to get him back in the car again because we know he needs to be in there. And by rights, he still carries the number 1 because it has been a while since we drove that car. So we'll have to try and figure out how we can get the number 1 on his car.
I don't mind that.
Bringing back the old Civil War for the GT1s, but I think we're also potentially looking at working out how much horsepower we need to add to the Henry to put it in there as well.
Okay. Oh, okay. Nice.
Because the Ford GT2 generally runs in the same category as the GT1, the GT1s being the Corvette and the Aston, but it needs a little bit of help because it's not in the same category. So we're looking at maybe adding about 13 or 14% of horsepower to it to bring it up to speed with the other 2 cars, and we'll see what we can do there. The Renault 3.5 at the top of the week, leading into the staple of GT3s. Going with the committee choice rounds again for Tuesday. We haven't figured out who's going to be running those. We had 5 committee guys doing it last season, and we had some good turnouts for some of the races. Yeah, okay, some of the categories some of the selections didn't necessarily work out, but it was a good tester to see what we liked and what we didn't like. I reckon if I put my hand up for it again, I reckon we'll run the cross car again and maybe run it around on the rallycross track at Winton or something. Get some air happening with that and some slideways jobs and stuff going through dirt corners and back onto bitumen and stuff. That was an absolute hoot. Still haven't figured out how we're going to get you to do a post broadcast of that race night because it was absolutely hilarious.
Okay.
Because we ran it from Irwindale Speedway with the jump, and and half the time going over the jump, if there was a car coming, you were lucky if you cleared the top of the car.
Oh no.
Oh, it was fantastic. Like The little FIA cross car apparently has a wing on the back of it.
Yes.
Most of the time, you'd be lucky if you almost took it off when you were jumping over somebody's roof. And everybody that was in there was in the Discord, and it was an absolute hilarious night. So it was fantastic.
Let me come back to that in a moment, because obviously we'll talk about Wednesday, Thursday and Friday in due course. I'm liking the fact that Thursday, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it's certainly not, so we certainly won't. But we'll get back to that a little bit later on, and particularly pleasing news with regards to Friday. But let's focus on what's going on screen at the moment, folks, because these are the closing stages of race 2. The committee's choice, just one question with regards to that, Greg. I would assume that it's been viewed as as enough of it a success in the committee's eyes in order for it to get a second Guernsey. Whoa, jeez, Callum Maxwell
cops a slowdown on the. That's going to hand Paul Wilson, obviously, can clear it. The lead.
Hold that thought. We'll come back to you, because he has been able to clear it, but now he's got Paul Wilson breathing down his neck. I'll come back to that. White flag. Steadon, there he is. But we need to go and focus on the leaders. There's 2 battles worthy of keeping an eye on here, folks. This is the battle for the race win. Can Paul Wilson jag it away from Callum Maxwell on the final lap? Or can Sean Benici hold off Kurt Nommensen and Adam Laverson retain third? Dave Oliver's there on the second away as well. So you got a 2-way fight for first and a 4-way fight for third. Plenty to look forward to on this final 3.1 kilometre tour of Sandown in race 2. We're almost going to be lining up beautifully, laps to time. Adam always tells me he only plans for it to be a 20-minute race, so he's going to argue that he's got the clock just right here with this 18th lap leading us into the 21st minute. But I wouldn't have minded a little bit more overtime tonight. Down the Dandenong Road, the final time. Callum Maxwell, Paul Wilson. Maxwell just needs to get out of there cleanly, and he does so. Wilson's done nothing wrong, but Maxwell looks as though he's going to be able to survive the threat. Last turn, checkered flag. Callum Maxwell, welcome to victory lane on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club and the Porsche Open Cup. Oh, nicely done. Survived the looming threat of Paul Wilson. Kurt Nommensen gets by Sean Benici, and Benici holds off Lavis. Oh, Kurt Nommensen gets a podium. Again, 2 podiums for the night for Kurt. You won't shut Daniel Steadon up now. Have a look at it. He's open about. Brilliant. Kurt Nommensen, a double podium on broadcast. He's got no excuses now. If it all goes belly up in race 3, he's got no excuses.
So we figured out what he needs to do. He needs to get all the excuses out before he races, because then he doesn't have any excuses to use, so he has to drive well.
That's exactly right. And he's done beautifully tonight so far. Oh, brilliant stuff. We're coming back to what was on the bottom of your screen there, the teaser of what Term 3 looks like very shortly, folks, once things settle down in that feature race for the Pro Split. Greg Heaney's been kind enough to stick around. It's been a while since we've had G. Heaney and co-commentary, and far too long between drinks, and well overdue that we have him sharing the booth with us on a Thursday night. Callum Maxwell, Paul Wilson, Kurt Nommensen, your top 3 in the second race of the GSRC Open Split in Formula V. I need to go around the grounds, so I know people tick this off their bingo card when I do it. There are the results for you. Harrison Mercer's going to get the invert pole with Jordan Pianazzola sharing the front row from him. We'll bring you the feature race results at the end of the Elite Split feature for you, ladies and gentlemen. We are very much looking forward to that. Is Chapo still alive in that GSRC Elite Porsche Split? We'll find out very shortly. Around the grounds for you on a Thursday night. Well done to Harrison Mercer. Very sorry about the first race. Absolutely shocking. Just didn't get enough practice in. Yeah, well, you might be sorry about the third race in just a moment if that's the way things are going for you, because you're about to lead the field to green, mate. Go well with that. Geelong 56 lead, Fremantle 47 half-time in Thursday night AFL. In the NRL, the women's under-19 State of Origin won by Queensland 22-18 over New South Wales. The men's, it's currently underway, and 28-14 in favour of Queensland. That's full-time there actually just now. Queensland have done the double on a Thursday night. Been a very good week for the Maroons. 28-14 over New South Wales in the under-19s. And that'll add insult to injury for New South Wales, considering that was in their backyard at North Sydney Oval. Well done to the Queenslanders. The cricket tonight, geez, there's plenty on here. The Women's T20 World Cup doesn't continue until tomorrow morning, West Indies, Scotland, 3:30 a.m. Amazon Prime. The New Zealanders, their tail is wagging 8 for 381 against England on the stroke of, what have we got, 35 minutes to go before lunch. So we've got a little bit of that session to play out yet. 8 for 381 New Zealand, with England yet to bat. So a lot coming up here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. More around the grounds for you a little bit later on. US Open golf underway. First of the 4 rounds for the second major of the year. And, of course, we've got champions to be crowned in the Porsche Cup. We'll do that on the other side of the break. A quick break and back to Sandown, to the Elite Split, to the season finale, the feature with the compulsory pit stop, the invert, the all. We've got it all coming your way across Facebook and YouTube. We're live, exclusive and free with thanks to Waste Options, Disruptive Labs, merch.tgsrc.inc, Trophy AI and Flash Graphics. Greg Heaney, Matt Schmidtke, Zach Caban back with you on the other side of this short break. Stay with us. These are the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. We're ending season 25 on air, at least, on home turf. We've completed the triple treat of The Formula V sprint race feature from the Bend Motorsport Park in South Australia. Now we're at the home of horsepower. We've already brought you 2 races from the Porsche Open Cup. Now we move into the Porsche Elite Split and their season finale, the feature race from that. Now, the championship situation coming into this round, we'll have a look at those threatening skies in just a few moments' time. But let's have a look at the championship as it sits coming into tonight. Chapo had a 59-point lead on Bondi, 727 played 668, 667 for Willie Blair. And if anything goes belly up for Chapo, Bondi and Blair could snatch this one. One of them's going to walk away with the glory if it all goes up the proverbial for Chapo, but thankfully it doesn't look like it has so far. It looks as though he might still be in the house, which is good news. We'll verify that in just a moment. Matt Schmidtke may be able to bring you some results from the night so far to verify that for us. We've got about 90 seconds here before the cars line up on the grid. But then John Akers, 622, 614 for Luke Alavoine, then Paul Wood, Jason Wilkinson, Luke Brooker, Dane Snadden and Joel Jansen's the top 10 in this series. Okay, so
Paul
Chapo
Wood might actually be able to grab a fourth.
Yeah. I don't like the look of that, Greg. Paul
I'm looking at the standings. I'm
yes.
just looking at the standings. He's like, hang on, if everything goes right, he could potentially nab a 4th or 5th.
He could absolutely. He's 6th at the moment, but he could well and truly move up to 4th. Unfortunately, so Eli Donaldson won race 2. I don't know about race 1 or qualifying, but Eli Donaldson won race 2 ahead of Bondi. Chapo finished 2 laps down, so maybe it's curtains for him. I'm not sure. Bondi got the job done in race 1. Chapo's finished a lap down. See, okay, we're almost certainly putting a line through Chapo at the moment, unfortunately. It's a horrible way to lose a title. Bond, Donaldson, Blair, Alavoine, Akers, Pedersen and Jansen's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 in the running order. Only half a second Bondi to Donaldson. And Bondi, he'll be smiling like a Cheshire cat at the moment, getting through his tech issues and finally nabbing some wins in the Porsches. Paul Rogers got the job done in quali, so it's all gone down the gurgler for Paul Rogers since quali. That's where it peaked. Chapo was down in 11th spot, 4 seconds off the pace. So, yeah, the world's just not cooperating with Chapo tonight, unfortunately. That's remote on the road external broadcast unit setup that he's got to go racing with tonight is just not playing ball. And we could call it cheap and nasty because it is, but unfortunately, that's what happens when you book holidays during the sim racing schedule.
Well, that is true. And
Dear.
I'm agreeing with Eli here. Never rule him out because remember, he's always fantastic at playing fuel games, and obviously there is a compulsory stop in this one.
There is, but let's. Qualifying hasn't got a plan. A lap down in race 1, 2 in race 2. It's not looking great for Chapo, let's be honest.
It looks to be that the weather gods have not actually shown up. So.
No, true. Eli tells me that he's still mathematically in the lead. He's dropped back points in 93, but I think because it's a super sprint round, I think there's 200 up for grabs tonight. 50, 50 and 100. I think that's the breakdown.
Yes, correct. Yeah, same as last night.
As a result of that, in the Toyotas, yeah.
Yeah.
And as a result of that, that could be where it falls to custard for Chapo, unfortunately. Oscar Haynes and Sam Chapman yet to join us on the grid. There is the grid. Paul Rogers, Sam Chapman and Ben Pedersen second row. Good to see Benny back. Stephen Lawrence, Joel Jansen's third row. Good to see Stephen back. John Akers, Willie Blair, Paul Wood, Luke Alavoine, Craig Bond, Eli Donaldson. Full invert grid, ladies and gentlemen. That's what happens when there's only 12 in the house. Chapman starts from pit lane. Haynes doesn't start at all. We're racing for the final time this season in the GSRC Porsche Cup. This is the Elite Split. The 16th and final race from Sandown, and Paul Rogers leads the field to turn 1. Wide already was Luke Alavoine. Bondi's up into 8th. Chapman joins from the back of the grid. Joins in 11th. Started from pit lane and is just going to cruise around and see what he can salvage. He'll pop back a shot behind Paul Wood there at some point.
I think John Akers may have been escorted slightly wide. That doesn't look good for Chapo.
That looks horrible for Chapo.
He's definitely.
Is that a remote control setup?
Yeah, that's a controller.
Yeah, I've got the photo here, Greg. I'm sending it to you. I've got the photo, and it came with the caption, "Wish me luck."
Oh dear.
I'm forwarding that to you now. Actually, you know what? I'll just screenshot it. That'll be the easiest way to get through this in the most efficient manner. Because last night I got a message from him. Sorry, no, last week I got a message from him, the 11th of June, and it said it was always going to be a long shot. And that was 7 days ago. That was in relation to the V's and the Porsches last week. And I reckon that's still relevant this week. As Ben Pedersen gives Paul Rogers the big hurry up.
That was a very big hurry up into the braking zone at turn 1.
Dear, oh dear. So, bragging rights on the line for the round and the season. That's all firmly at stake here. Willie Blair, his main problem at the moment is Bondi. Keep an eye on that. Could the boy from Gundagai snag the title? We will never hear the end of it from him if he wins the championship. But
if he does that, I'm leaving you in here to talk to him post-race. Because I have work in the morning.
I would have thought that. But there's that message coming your way now too, by the way, Greg, into your inbox.
There it
in
is.
Your Facebook Messenger. That's his setup tonight, El Chapo.
It's not terrible. I mean,
no, it's not terrible.
Tell the sim that it is a controller.
Rogers, Pedersen, Lawrence, Blair, Alavoine fastest lap 107.638. Bond, Donaldson, Jansen's, Wood, Akers, Chapman and Haynes. Are we combining Elite and Open next season is the question from Stress Budget Racing, and there's a whole heap of questions that I do want to ask you, Greg, so and we're probably going to run out of time to do it, but that is one of them, and there's a lot of talk because, let's be honest, the numbers aren't necessarily there at the moment to justify having 2 splits based on what we've seen in the back half of the campaign, but we know what a 2-week break does to everybody. Everybody starts to get itchy feet and they arrive back in droves again, and they give us the other problem, which is we haven't got enough slots in one server.
Well, that's exactly right. So, I mean, at this point in time, there is no plans to merge the servers to have everybody back in the same grid again. However, should numbers...
It does work for the supercars, though.
Well, yeah, for the supercars it does, because the supercars are an 800 or... what are they, 600 or 700 horsepower beast with skinny tyres, no traction control, and you have to trust your right foot. As we see a right car off there. Oh no, Benny Pedersen.
And Benny Pedersen. Lawrence goes up into 4th because, although that being said, he's actually lost out there to both Alavoine and Blair. So maybe that was as a result of taking evasive action for the spinning Ben Pedersen. We'll find out. But Lawrence has dropped to 4th. Let's have a look at this. There's Ben Pedersen. There's the spin, the pogo stick again. Oh, Stefan had nowhere to go.
Oh, I don't know how he squeezed between the tyre bundle on the back of that Porsche.
There's not a lot of room there. The 2 teammates. Oh boy, that wouldn't have been a very enjoyable post-mortem for them. Everyone else wouldn't have minded being a fly on the wall though.
Big skinny. Think skinny. That's all you can do here.
Oh, no.
Jesus.
And he did get the wall on the exit as well. He did scrape the tyre bundle, did Stefan Lawrence. Bondi back into 5th spot at the moment. He and Eli Donaldson up 6 positions apiece. Paul Wood is up 2 spots. John Akers, Joel Jansen's, then Pedersen. Chapman is 11th at the moment, but Chapman is already half a lap off the pace. 107.274, fastest lap of the race for Paul Rogers. Across the line we go. Bond down the inside of Lawrence. Bondi going up into P4. Could the boy from Gundagai be about to snag the championship? Lawrence on the outside. It's not worth the fight yet, Craig. Seven's keen to have a squabble, though. Through they go.
Oh, he
and Willie Blair cannot afford incidents, and they cannot afford... He's got the slowdown too, so that's going to hurt. And Lawrence's seated position there. Bond's got to slow down to clear, so Lawrence, he's about to be passed by Donaldson and Lawrence. I think you'll find Lawrence gets in behind Donaldson and gets a tow. Thank you very much. And Bondi drops to 6th. That hurts him in relation to trying to catch Willie Blair, Greg.
Yeah, well, I mean, so Stefan obviously escorted Bondi wide through turn 3. And then he's obviously conceded the position back. And then, unfortunately, Bondi's got the slowdown. So net gain for Eli. For sure.
Absolutely.
But yeah, hard racing and good to see that Stefan is obviously, yep, my bad, and rescinded the place back. So well done on that regard. But yeah. In relation back to the previous
Yes.
point
Ben
we were on
Pedersen,
about,
fastest over the race, 107.245. We're talking about combining the
merging the
Porsche
splits.
servers.
Yeah, as I was saying, at this point in time, there's no plans to merge them. But as you say, 2 weeks of cool down and time for people to chill out a bit and maybe get a little bit more want back for the car. But as we were saying, yeah, it works with the V8s because you've got so much horsepower, no traction control, no ABS. It's a very niche car to be able to drive in the sim. As we see Bondi poking the nose just here, trying to unsettle Stefan to find a gap down at Dandenong Road, but unfortunately not able to do it this time around, so he'll have to just set up and go again. But yeah, so the supercar grid works because it's a very particular way you have to drive that car. For the Porsches, now with the 0.2 version of the car, with the assist for the ABS and the traction control, albeit now we have the option to limit what you actually have available to you in the car. So you can actually now have a rule set that limits what of those assists you can and cannot have. So I don't know if we're looking into that yet. We haven't spoken about that yet. But yeah, if we'll see how it goes after maybe the first couple of weeks. If we've still got grids like we do currently, obviously we've got 12 here. We had, was it 15 or 16 or 18 cars, whatever it was, in the open split. Yeah, there's a perfectly valid reason to merge the servers together again. So we'll see what comes of that. But,
You're right, Greg. Sorry. I'm just reading the comments here. V8 Drive Day. Barry tuning in from the Lake District in the UK. We've got people watching in the United Kingdom. They're not getting ready to suit up and go to Royal Ascot. They're watching the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. How good.
But, yeah, so we'll see what comes of that. Probably maybe by the end of week 2, start of week 3, I would think. But we'll see what comes of it.
Indeed we will. Hey, the other point as well. So we've got Bondi there in 6th. Chasing Stefan Lawrence. He desperately want that position back to get out of pursuit of Eli Donaldson. They're more worried about Blair getting away. Alavoin's 3.6 up the road. And then Paul Rogers leads by 3.6 as well. So all happening here. And we are 8 minutes and 45 seconds into a 37-minute feature, which is scheduled to run 31 laps for you, ladies and gentlemen. There is a compulsory splash and dash requirement in this race as well. And post-race, Adam Lavis will crunch the numbers. That's getting easier and easier for him as Sam Chapman pits on the back of this run off the track at Dandenong Road. And a frustrating night becomes even more so for Chapo.
That just looks way too difficult to drive. I think he needs to turn his sensitivity on his joystick down so he can actually drive the car properly.
I don't think he's getting any enjoyment out of that joystick whatsoever, Greg.
I don't think he is either, which is very unfortunate for Sam, but...
Oh dear! One of these days he'll nab a championship, and again, there's a guy that's improved leaps and bounds in the Porsche Elite Split, and I guess we've been able to look at a couple of different movers and shakers and operators in different ways this season because the numbers just haven't been there from our usual protagonists, our usual Elite Split arrivals. But Bondi's impressed me because he's, matured a lot throughout the course of the last couple of terms. A couple of whacks on the knuckles will do that. I don't need to say any more than that. Greg knows exactly what I'm talking about. Chapo's improved leaps and bounds, but he's had to because he's been in that Elite Porsche Pro Series, and to be in that series, you have to up your game and bring your A game every time you suit up and go hell for leather. He's done that, so we've seen the best of the best. Then we've seen what the other guys have had to offer. Is Bondi up on the outside of Lawrence. This is a get square for earlier. Can Bondi? He's going to run out of room. He's going to run out of room. He's in no man's land at the moment, but Bondi's around the outside of Stefan Lawrence to turn 1 and getting the job done, albeit with a little bit of door banging on the way through.
He's done that well.
Stuff. If people don't want assists, come race the V's. Michael Adams. That might be the comment of the night so far from Michael Adams. That is brilliant. Joel Jansen's in and out of pit lane. Ben Pedersen's already been through. Chapo's been through as well. Chapo was already a lap down.
That was an absolutely fantastic move there from Craig. Being able to hold the car 2x2 through the first corner and out into turn 2 is fantastic.
He's matured immensely this season. Some really smart tactical racing from him. The way in which he held Chapo off in a strategy game at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez when we went there.
Rogers now punches out the fastest lap.
106.969. Geez, they are smoking numbers. He's been able to snag race wins. He may yet snag the championship here. He's got to worry about Willie Blair, though. Luke Alavoine started the season in such tremendous nick. It's been a great campaign, despite the lack of presence from regular club members. Chapo has grabbed 2 round wins. Bondi's grabbed 2 round wins. Willie Blair's grabbed a round win. So too has Luke Alavoine. Down the order, Austin Edwards, of course, arrived here out of the open split. Didn't unfortunately hit the mark. Just above him, Eli Donaldson's grabbed a round win. And the only other round winner, someone that we haven't seen a hell of a lot of this campaign, was Jordan Malcolm back in round 3. So we've had a vast array, a big mix of different drivers standing on the top step of the podium this season. So it bodes well from a competitive standpoint. We've just got to get the numbers up on a regular basis, Greg.
Yeah, most definitely. But it's good to see a variance, and the not only one. I mean, don't get me wrong. Watching Denchi drive off with the GT3s for what was it?
13 consecutive championships.
13 consecutive seasons.
And 10 consecutive in the Porsches.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Simultaneously.
It's fantastic to watch somebody have the ability to be able to do that with the caliber of the grids that you were racing against at that point in time. It's a feat in itself just to be able to do that. But don't get me wrong, it is good to see the variance and see different people of different skill levels. Obviously, if you're in this grid here, you've obviously proven yourself that you're fast enough to be at the higher echelon of the series that we run. But it is good to see that there is variance in the winners, and the guys are stepping up and bringing their A game every week to be able to get to that top step of the podium.
Indeed it is. Just going back to the schedule for next term. Now, did I miss the memo with regards to Wednesday night? We mentioned last night that there's still going to be that one-make vibe coming to the new term on a Wednesday night in the supercar support slot. It wasn't going to be the Toyota. It's not going to be the Mazda. It is going to be the BMW M2. Now, that's the new car. I didn't realise, though, and someone was in my ear last night. Oh, go Stephen Lawrence! I've got Stephen Lawrence at turn 4. He hasn't lost the rear wing. That's important.
And hasn't bent the rear axle either. That's what that corner did to me when I was in the Audi in the GT3, and that will just bent my whole rear axle out of alignment. So he was lucky to get away with that.
You're right, yeah. Very unlucky that his hopes of a podium might have just been dashed with all of that. And Eli Donaldson's got
an unfortunate slowdown for him through there too.
It will be 100%. That'll just be out of frustration, no doubt, for Stefan. But here's the thing, right? Here comes Bondi into the lane at the end of lap 13. He's the first of the fast front-running cars, except for Willie Blair, to pull off in the last couple of laps. Blair came in at the end of lap 12, Bond at the end of 13, so too Lawrence. The top 5 yet to stop. Everybody else has done so. Chapo's out there he's actually already 2 laps down, is Chapo, so it's getting worse before it gets better for Chapo. V's look like fun. Bloody oath they are. Tall wind, the only assistance, would be handy at times, and obviously long straights, strong toes come with the long straights as well. The longer the better. Willow Springs, The Bend, Barber Motorsport Park, etc., Road America, Watkins Glen on the Indy circuit, Bathurst. I'm asking for Atlanta Motor Speedway and Texas Motor Speedway, the Oval, just because, well, it's already enough of a lottery and a slipstream race. Why not just put them on an oval and let them have at it?
You just want to try and get another cameo on the
correct.
iRacing Instagram
Absolutely, page. I do. I mean, the club's very, very happy with the fact that we've had a couple of Guernseys in the iRacing Players of the Month recently. Care of that three-wide finish at Daytona in this series, actually, the Porsche Elite Cup, Term 1, of course, back in February. And the funniest part about that was we got alerted to the finish of that race, and Chapo slid it into Adam's inbox. We played the last 10 minutes of that race live, because we were doing a Thursday night replay. Because we didn't have live broadcasts for most of Term 1 last year, as most people know. And we were actually focusing on the open split that night. So we did the entire open split after midnight Eastern Standard Time, it's important to note. So by the time everybody saw that, here I am screaming my you-know-what off at 2 a.m. in the morning. It was fantastic. I'm surprised we didn't get noise complaints from the neighbours, actually. What's the average iRacing of these drivers? Well, varying different levels.
Anything
yeah.
from... I would hazard a guess and say anything from, say, your 950 to a...
Just one sec, Greg. Just one sec. Stefan Lawrence is back on pit lane. Back on pit lane. A second stop for Stefan Lawrence. Now, that's not in the script. Now, what's going on here? Stefan Lawrence, he's not pretty much done.
Hang on, that was on the jacks.
Yeah. 28 seconds he's been in pit lane. This time around, it's his second stop.
I wonder if he's fallen foul to the
possibly
the automatic tyre change tick box.
Quite possible, yep.
Because
and he's still there, 48 seconds. That's an extraordinarily long amount of time to be sitting stationary.
Maybe he picked up a penalty on the entry here.
Maybe.
That's Stefan Lawrence taken out of the equation here. What is interesting for mine, just going back to you, Greg, I'll let you finish that comment. Eli Donaldson in relation to Craig Bond. Keep an eye on that because Donaldson hasn't stopped. Bond has. Bond was closing in on Donaldson. We know that Bondy doesn't mind throwing caution to the wind and doesn't worry too much about fuel saving. He'd rather let his on-track pace do the talking, whereas Donaldson will be a bit more crafty in the way he goes about trying to get back to the front of the field. He's 8 seconds behind Paul Rogers at the moment, so maybe the chance of a clean sweep tonight, going begging for Eli, but this is a nice drive from Paul Rogers. He's parked it, is the word we're getting. Is that Stefan has now parked it.
He's coming into the line, so yeah. I mean, unfortunate.
Indeed it is. Oh, jeez.
Saw from an hour of go-karts. Yeah, I mean, that'll do it for sure.
That'll do it, absolutely.
That'll remind you of a few muscles and things that you forgot you had.
Oh,
no!
No! Disaster! And that's Chapman and Bond! And that's a horrible way for Bondy to potentially lose the title.
That is done.
I don't know. I mean, he's definitely crinkled, but unfortunately he's already had his stop, so...
Willie Blair now in the box seat. I'm sorry, but that's a horrible way for Bondy to lose the title.
It's still steering straight, and yes, it is very unfortunate, but he's going to be very slow in a straight line.
Are you kidding me? We need to see that again, because it was clear that Chapo was struggling with his car. He was 2 laps down. I'm not sure what he was doing in that fight. Let's have a look at this. He was trying to cede position.
And he's just had a big wobble.
He's had a massive wobble.
That's being that he's driving on a controller, the left, right, and not being able to gather it up, which is very, very unfortunate.
Is that the moment that cost Bondy the title? He's recovered well, but he's not going to win this race. I don't think he's even going to get within daylight of Willie Blair or Eli Donaldson. Donaldson we can take out of the championship equation. We're worried about Bond in relation to Blair. We probably need to have a look at where the two finished in relation to each other in the first 2 races to work out what the points overturn is going to be. Remembering that coming into the round, Bondy only led Blair by a point. So you've only got a 1-point swing here. And unfortunately, that's it for Bondy. And Donaldson has caught the curb. Oh, no.
Oh, just a rough bounce, which is...
And that could take him out of race-winning contention as well.
Yeah, well, he certainly managed to gather it up quickly enough before he found Armco or grass or tyre bundle. So he's done well to recover that. But
you were saying about the varying different levels of iRacing that our club members have.
Yeah, the I rating in the club ranges, I would say, anywhere from say 950 to 1,000 at the bottom end. Anything up to 6 to 6.5K when you get to like the top end of some of the drivers. Like anybody that does a lot of officials that is well and truly up there, yes, you're going to find those guys at the top end of the higher splits in our split servers, or you'll find them at the very front, a la V8 supercars with some of the boys in there, or you've even got in the GEC that's run on a Friday at the moment, running through from the back of the grid to make it a little bit more interesting for themselves, because otherwise they would just leave us behind from the green flag. I mean, yes, it's not particularly smiled upon to do that, but if it can be done cleanly, and no incidents are caused on the way, then all fair play on. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. People want to race, they want to race, but yeah, it's as long as you doing it cleanly, it's okay.
Yes.
But yeah, and more to the point, the comments that were made there before, everybody's welcome. I'm sure you will find a position to find on a grid somewhere within the club, being that we do run basically every night of the week except for Sunday.
Which brings us back to the point. I didn't realise until you mentioned it in my in the post-race show in my ear last night that the BMW, the new arrival in the server, I mentioned about everyone having to dip into their pockets, but you said it's only for new circuits. I didn't realise that was a free car. Yeah, no, that new BMW is to replace the old new BMW that we got last season. Right. So we got the M2 last season. That was apparently a bag of nuts and bolts and was no fun. And now they've released a more spec'd up version of it as a single make. It's got the aero package on it, and I think it's been tuned up a little bit more. And from all reports, it's more akin to an 86 with a little bit more horsepower. So it's if you had fun calling the 86s, I reckon you'll probably have fun calling these ones.
313 horsepower, according to this.
And our restream's already picked up 100 comments tonight, so ladies and gentlemen. So everybody, the comment thread has been alive and well this week. If we got 100 comments in every broadcast, geez, we'd be laughing. 313, that's not too bad. And we know, see, this is the thing, right? This is the thing that frustrates me. I love the BMW cars. I love the stable. I love the GT3 car. I love their GT4. It doesn't receive a heck of a lot of love at club level in GT3 unless it's the car to have, right? But at least in a one-make series, it's going to be up to the driver to determine what they can do with it, to determine how these races and how this championship's going to play out. So we get that one-make feeling, but it's not, oh, what a feeling. It's Bavarian. And we're looking forward to that. Supercars, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Greg?
Yeah, pretty much. And I reckon we will take him to the new circuit.
Yes.
I'll see if I can get, being that Jeff's running it, we'll see if we can get Jeff to take him to a concrete canyon.
Why not? Why not?
I mean, I've watched the iRacing trailer of the track with the new, well, I think it was the Gen 4 NASCAR around there. Yes, it's got some ups and downs and some wide parts where you could put 5 supercars wide across the circuit. It looks absolutely ridiculous, but then you get to sections that you'd be lucky if you can get 2.5 cars wide. So, I mean, it is what it is, and I mean, it'll certainly be interesting to see how the guys in the NAS cars and the NAS trucks go there this weekend, because they are obviously racing there this weekend.
Yeah, a massive weekend for the NAS cars.
It'll be interesting to see how the real world handles the track. As for the that question that's just popped up there as to the how long are the seasons and so forth. So it's 4 seasons a year, 10 weeks per season with 2 weeks in between.
Well, yeah, and then 6 weeks at the end of the year. So think of it like we operate the same way that school teachers do. We go to work 40 weeks a year. 10-week terms, 4 terms a year, and everyone buggers off and doesn't talk to anyone for 6 weeks. Enjoy your Christmas, enjoy your New Year, and don't talk to me until the middle of January. That's pretty much how we operate around here. It's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, to a point. Obviously,
I don't know how we'd go. I don't know how we'd go if we tried to do any more than what we do, Greg. We bite off a lot more than we could probably chew in most cases, but we chew hard and we chew well.
I was going to say, you're telling me, you want to sit in my shoes for a little bit?
No, thank you. I'm quite happy here in the commentary box, thank you.
Yeah. No, and I believe there's been also some talk about potentially running an endurance event again.
Lovely.
At some point during this year. I think we're potentially looking at doing it at the end of this term, but obviously this term has come to a close very quickly, and we didn't really have time to organise much stuff. So we may look to do it at the end of next term, if there's enough interest in it from the rest of the drivers, as most likely a mixed grid format. So we'll see what happens, but yeah, we'll go from there and we'll see how it all pans out.
Certainly exciting times in Clubland, and nice to see that we're launching into season 26 with good momentum, and back to a double offering on a Friday night as well, mate. I know there'll be a lot of love for the IndyCar. So what's gonna happen here? Will the GT1 be the entree and IndyCar the main course, or are they going to alternate, or what's going on there?
No, so it's going to be GT1 into the
oh, lovely.
Into the IndyCars. So
nice.
Going from a medium to high downforce car to a high downforce car is easier than going the other way. So we've tried going from a not so high downforce, going from a high downforce car previously when we had the LMP2s into Porsches, and the adjustment going backwards in terms of the amount of downforce you have is very hard to adjust to. As we can see, Bondi now all over the back of Jono Akers.
And this is for 7th.
Trying his damnedest to find a way past and try and make up for the incident a few laps ago.
He's a sitting duck, however, with that damage that was sustained. There is Eli Donaldson cleansing the field, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Rogers leads this race by a staggering margin. Donaldson comes back out on the circuit ahead of Alavoine, and Blair is in behind him. So Blair is 4th, Bond is 8th, Akers is 7th. Schmitty, do you mind? I don't want to bring these up any more than we have to. But bring the results of race 1 and race 2 back up onto the screen for us, just so everybody at home can have a look at what we're looking at, which is that battle between Blair and Bond. Okay, so Bond winning race 1 over Blair, so 1st and 3rd, yep. And 2nd, it was 2nd and 5th. Oh, okay. So I know there's double points, and I know it's 4 positions, but never say never, because he's already got 2 positions and 3 positions in the first 2 races tonight. So Bondi does actually hold sway over Blair, mathematically speaking, coming into this final race. The double points and the 4 position swing may well be the determining factor here, in which case... I wouldn't want to be race control reviewing the incident that led to the demise of the boy from Gundagai, because he'd be filthy with being sideswiped. It's like being poleaxed on the highway by a drunk driver. The way in which he got carved up by Chapo tonight.
I think you're lucky Chapo's still in the car.
I don't think he's got a leg to stand on with that comment. I think it's a fair comment.
Oh yeah, I think it is too. But yeah, I think you're lucky Chapo's still in the car.
Yes.
And as you say, like with everything that's to play for here, and what we have seen tonight, and obviously what we haven't seen from the previous 2 races, I wouldn't count any results here. And yeah, that's not a great look.
No. Oh dear.
I wouldn't count any results here until post Saturday.
Yes.
Being that race control.
Race control's reviewing the tape on Saturday, are they? Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, race control was unavailable for tonight for both, or for all three splits or series that were run tonight. So both Porsche splits and the V's. So, I mean, I was in for the V's, but I was obviously on track. I saw a good chunk of what happened for most of them, but not throwing my hat in the ring for any of those. I just saw kind of the aftermath, or where people were somehow parked on top of each other. I didn't see Braden on his lid.
No.
So,
no.
I was a little bit too far away before he disappeared, but I did come around turn 5 and saw that there was a couple of cars mounted on top of each other, and that was a little bit interesting. So, but yeah, unfortunately the race control, as I said, unavailable for tonight, but they'll be looking over it on Saturday, and so everything will be finalised most likely Sunday at this stage.
And everything is provisional until such time as race control has reviewed the tape. I look forward to seeing those results when I get back from Manning Valley midweek next week. By the way, if you are in the mid-north coast region over the course of the weekend, ladies and gentlemen, Taree, Foster, Port Macquarie, anywhere in between, I'm at the Manning Valley Kart Club tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday for the latest round of the Dunlop Kart Stars series. What are we up to? Round 4 now, and looking forward to that immensely. Willie Blair.
No, that was Luke Halavoine and Luke and Willie Blair, and I think Willie Blair was pulling rank.
He's done a great Keeney. He's done a great Keeney.
Like.
Multi-21.
He's taken a leaf out of my book from last night.
So Willie Blair to third, and that probably signs, seals, and delivers it. I mean, Schmidt's probably more across the points matrix than I am, but I reckon that's going to be enough for Willie. Oh boy, what a wretched way for it to conclude, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the run home. We're on lap 29 of 31. Time certainty is not going to be an issue here. And Bondi's in 7th at the moment. He's fallen well back from John Akers. The front split is now part of the company with the car.
It's finally had enough.
Safety car boards and flags, debris. Actually, who did throw the safety car last night at Mount Panorama? Who pulled rank there and pulled the safety car?
No, there was no safety car. There was just a. I think that was actually a comment in sim because
no. In the Toyotas, we had a safety car.
There was. I didn't actually catch that.
In the 86s, there was in the feature. I'm still trying to work out.
Honestly, not sure because I wasn't in there.
There we go.
I didn't know if we did or didn't have race control for the night, and I was doing supercars. So it could have been Travis, but I don't know.
Ben Pedersen has gone the old Alt F4. Me still no like Pogo. He's parked up and done, but he has completed 75% race distance. So he's persevered for as long as he can actually sit there and tolerate it for. We're right on board with Bondi. He'll be filthy. He'll be absolutely livid with how that's played out. I feel sorry for him because he's put a brilliant season together. He had a real chance tonight. But I think Willie Blair is going to go from 3rd to 1st and do a Sebastian Vettel. Remember when he did that in 2010? White flag flies at Sandown. Faultless performance from Paul Rogers in this last race tonight to come through. Not a clean night in any way, shape or form. He did have his own misfortunes in the second race, as you saw on our results sheet there. But Paul Rogers, what a way to recover. What a way to bounce back. With the invert pole, used it to his full advantage.
Oh, his bumper's come back.
Technology. The iRacing Matrix. Isn't it a beautiful thing? 8.5 seconds, Paul Rogers in the pit lane 4. He was one of the longer pit stops out of the front end of the field. Stephen Lawrence, Ben Pedersen, parked up and done. Chapo's going to register 9th at this stage, but he's going to be 4 laps down, or actually 3 laps down. Although if he just slows down enough to let Paul Rogers through, he can put himself out of his misery a lap early, but he's not going to. He's going to cross the line and start one more lap and finish 3 laps down. Paul Rogers and 75 Sim Sport, ladies and gentlemen, win the final race of the season in the GSRC Porsche Elite Cup, and by a huge margin. 8.67 seconds, if you don't mind. Well done to Eli Donaldson, who comes through in 2nd. Willie Blair will be 3rd and champion-elect as far as I can tell. Until we get the count back, until we have a look at the qualifying results, all the bonuses and everything else, provisionally we'll be able to tell you who's in the box seat tonight, but we will not be able to confirm it. Fourth place, Luke Alavoy. Nice way to finish the season from him. Paul Wood, John Akers, then Bondi. Joel Jansen's in 8th, rounds out the finishing order of those on the lead lap. Chapo, oh, poor soul, lonesome Chapo. He's going to finish on the other side of the bloody world and 3 laps away from the top of the field, which is an awful way for his championship to fall by the wayside. But we saw the writing on the wall well before this time. Oh, boy. Eli Donaldson and Craig Bond are here. Boys, I'm getting to you in a moment. Greg, I just want to finish with you as we put the full stop on it. Remarkable season. We're very happy with what we've seen. A couple of contentious moments. Obviously, you get that. Technology's cooperated for the most part. Again, when you're working with technology, it's never 100% foolproof. We know that. But 25 seasons on, the club's in a very strong position, and I don't think anybody's complaining about, you know, the rise and fall, the fluctuation in memberships, the guys that are coming and going, the guys that are staying, because to still have, you know, upwards of 450 to 500 members 6 years into this thing, 4.5 after the world got back to some relative normality. It's a pinch me sort of moment to say that we've been here and we've been part of people's lives for 25 seasons. It's a big milestone.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I've only been in the VP role for this previous year, and obviously part of the committee for the year before that. So I've been at the top end of the club for almost 2 years. I didn't think I would be coming into the club. I came here from word of mouth from another group of guys that I was racing with at the time, and honestly, I haven't looked back. It's a fantastic group of guys here, and as you say, yes, there's the ebb and flow of the members joining and going, and the race grids and so on and so forth, and everything that goes with it. With everybody has commitments outside of the sim, which is rude. But
yeah, correct.
Yeah, that dreaded W word always gets in the way.
Oh, doesn't it?
But yeah, look, I mean, the club is currently going strength to strength, and it's fantastic to see that we're still getting as much interest as we are this far into it. And yeah, we're just looking forward to seeing everybody on the grid in the new season. And yeah, we'll go from there.
And just to finish on a team standpoint, mate, I guess we should congratulate you and your team on a well put together season. I mean, Sean's going to grab 2 podiums. You've got the Pro-Am champion directing and producing our broadcast tonight. He's in your stable on only that night of the week. He goes and plays with Aussie races the rest of the time. It's been a great showing from Whiskey Business. Of course, under the Project X banner with Will Yarwood's input this year, a big seismic shift in colour scheme and everything else, but the brand is still going strong. I'm assuming that the boys, even though Snadden lost his podium berth in the GT3 Pro-Am, I'm sure there's still whiskey bottles going in the directions of Schmidtke and Benici, although that being said, might be easy.
I'm not sure.
Send
I think I might
card and tell him to go to his local bottler.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'll probably be sending Sean a hey, here's an e-gift card or something. Go and buy yourself something nice. For Matty, it's going to be a little bit easier because he's only in WA. I'll just have to get his address and get old mate Johnny Brings or whatever it is that he's got over there. And speaking of this, you've called him. He's here.
He is from the other side of the bloody world. At stupid o'clock in the morning. Sean Benici's in the house at long last. We'll get to him shortly. Go for it, Greg.
But yeah, no. So yeah, as I've said to the guys, and this was way back at the start. I did it with Aiden. I said, if somebody wins a championship, I'll buy us a bottle, and go from there. But yeah, no. Look, to be honest, it would have been absolutely fantastic. Don't get me wrong. It's still a great result, but I would have loved to have had the Pro-Am podium completely locked out in green.
I would have thought so. Yep.
But it wasn't to be. But we shall pick up where we left off and push on for next season and try for a few more and see if we can't get a few more bums on seats on the top steps and see how we go.
From a racing standpoint, selfishly, what are you most looking forward to next term?
I'm looking forward to getting back into the GT3. I think I'm going to go back to the Aston. I think I'll put the V8 back in the garage again this next season. I might jump in the V. I might jump in the M2 and maybe jump in the Vs.
Good boy.
Haven't decided if I'm going to drive the Porsche or not yet. But if we do manage to somehow leverage the Henry in GT2 trim into the Civil War, I'll definitely be in driving that for sure.
Oh, I love it. I'm very, very excited about what's to come in Term 3 already, particularly Friday night. Hopefully our good mate Joe Baldwin on the other side of the nullarball back in the producer's chair on a Friday night to bring it all to you, but we'll wait and see, because I know he loves the old GT1, so he might have to leverage some long service leave from the broadcast booth and find somebody else to steer the ship for him on GT1. We might have to do a baton change like what we do with Thursday nights when Andrew Neil's here. Brilliant from you, Greg. Appreciate your help throughout the course of the night, mate. We love having a chat because we get to tackle both sides of it, the team element and also the committee and club overall element of it. Is there anyone you'd like to acknowledge or thank before we let you go?
Oh, look, to be honest, just congratulations to all the podiums tonight. Albeit, yes, provisional, particularly in the Porsches. And well done to all my guys so far this week. Obviously, still another night to go with tomorrow, and I know Trav's pushing pretty hard for a podium. I know the last couple of days he's been, I don't know how many laps he's turned at Catalunya. But everything we've gotten from him currently this week is I'm so nervous, I'm so nervous, I'm so nervous, and we're just trying to talk him down and it's like, you'll be fine, head down, focus, and just focus on what you need to do to be able to hold that. But obviously it is the last race of the season. There's potential for ring-ins. We all know that. I mean, hell, I was a ring-in tonight. But yeah, we'll see what comes of it. And if he manages to snag a podium, albeit it may be a third at this stage, if he manages to snag second, he snags second. But I may have to send a bottle of whiskey to Queensland.
Yes, very true. And not to my residential address either, unfortunately, because I don't mind a drop. However, in saying that, can we also acknowledge as well, mate, the... I'm just going to, just before I let you go, Greg, I'm just going to advise certain drivers in the broadcast booth at the moment that we don't have a dump button, we don't have a 7-second delay. And I'm looking in the direction of Thailand and Gundagai as I say that, but good evening to you, gentlemen. I'll get to you shortly. In the meantime, back to you, Greg. The very exciting times. Yes, it would have been great to see a lock out of the podium there, but still a 1-2 is a pinch me moment. Brilliant to see all the hard work paying off there. And watch this space, because we know you've got a nice new signing for the new season ready to unveil on night 1 of Term 3. So we're looking forward to that, mate. I know you won't get much of a break, but enjoy what you do get, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
No worries. Thanks for the company tonight, guys, and well done to everybody that's jumped into the booth for tonight's racing, and I will catch you guys on the other side.
He certainly will. There he is, Greg Heaney. Now, Kurt Nommensen, 2 podiums from 2 starts that were on broadcast. So all the excuses you were offering up earlier, you haven't got a leg to stand on. I'm sorry. I'm coming back to you shortly. Bondi, I've seen your incident 3 or 4 times on replay. I'll get to that shortly. Chapo, it's very much a case of what might have been in 2 championships. I'll get to you shortly, but I want to start with Eli Donaldson, because let's be perfectly honest, that was a brilliant showing from you. And 2 race wins, and then Paul Rogers just took his opportunity at the front of the field to the invert top 12 and ran with it. But a nice drive back through the field on a night where your teammate's probably licking his wounds.
Yeah, not too bad a night. Sort of a hard one. We rocked up with no official setup, so it was sort of just throw a setup at the car that makes it feel all right on the bumps and doesn't use the tyre too much and not overdrive it. So I tried with a little bit of a Hail Mary strategy there as soon as I knew I was back in the pack, and lap 1 didn't really go the way I wanted on the last race. I just sort of fuel saving, because this is the first race I've done in the new season of iRacing, so I have no idea what's changed. So yeah, just save fuel and just sort of passed everyone on pace, fuel saving, trying to catch Paul, but I made a mistake out of turn 3. And I think it cost me like 4 or 5 seconds, so I still would have been 3 seconds off him. So overall, not a bad result.
Not a bad result at all, and a strong way to finish the season, and hopefully sort of an idea of, or an indication as to what we're going to be in for if the Eli Donaldson show rolls into town every week at the Porsche Cup next term.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see how we go. It's sort of disappointing, like I think we touched on last week. The numbers are still quite low for Porsche Cup. Don't know why. If it's more to do with people don't like driving the car, or I was very much the same. I didn't really enjoy driving the car until I sort of got my head around how it works and what you got to do to make it quick. So I mean, if the fields were bigger next season, it would be nice, but just depends.
It looks like a 4-prong pogo stick.
Yeah, I agree. It is still a pogo stick. There's a few times I think I had 2 wheels very high in the air. It'd be interesting to go back to the iRacing replay and see how high in the air I got. But yes, very much still a bouncy car.
Absolutely. And apologies, I need to retract that. You did top 2 sessions, but I believe I was wrong. One was qualifying, one was race 2. And the boy from Gundagai, he's been a bit of a thorn in your side the last couple of weeks. He got the job done at St. Pete last week and got a race win here tonight too, didn't he?
Yeah, every time I get to the back of the bloke, just can't do anything, or I make a fucking mistake. So, no, it was good with Bondi. I was race 1. I was trying to catch him. Made a mistake on like lap 2 or lap 3, and was chasing him down into. I think I was probably 4 or 5 tenths a lap quicker than him at the end. He was just trying to save his stuff. Kept be conservative, which is fair enough. I know he's in the championship, and I wasn't going to ruin that for him. So I did try and stick the nose in at the last corner, but it wasn't going to work. And I didn't want to be involved in that politics. So I just pulled out, and I think first, second for the night's not too bad.
Yeah. And I was going to say a couple of interesting moments out there. You did have one spin late in the 3rd race, mate, that we did catch, but luckily no one around you at the time. No harm, no foul, but it took away any chance that you had of catching Paul Rogers. Let's be perfectly honest, he was in a different postcode by the end of that.
Yeah, I don't think I was catching him. Honestly, his pace was pretty good. He was at Mr. in qualifying. He was probably the guy to beat. Bit interesting that he didn't grid up on race 1. I was expecting to have to work for it in race 1 against him. But yeah, the spin, like I said, only cost me 4 or 5 seconds. So I think even with the spin, it didn't make enough difference for me to come from the back to win it tonight. So that's all right. Can't win them all, but we'll take them when we get them. Absolutely,
we will. We'll reset, regroup, and grid for next term and go again, mate. Reflections on the term. Obviously disappointing that we saw you drop out of the GT3 race. We know that you're frying bigger fish with the NASCAR stuff, but a really pleasing start to your Porsche Cup campaign here, and hopefully that will be where we see you lining up on a Thursday night next term. But I'm sure the actual makeup of your GSRC schedule will become clearer in the course of the next 2 to 2.5 weeks. What are your main takeaways from a term in which you've relinquished the GT3 crown, but only to your teammate Richard Mitchum?
Yeah, I was saying, I think I said on the broadcast on Monday night, Vermilion 3 for 3 in GT3 at the moment, so it's not too bad. Like I said, I sort of conflict with the NASCAR, so made it hard to be able to compete for the GT3 championship. Would have been nice to go back to back, but just sort of had my hands tied with what I needed to do in the qualifying series for that NASCAR series. And then, yeah, sort of jumped into Porsche Cup with a blasé, we'll just race it and see how we go sort of attitude. And just sort of helped that round 1 was Adelaide and last week was St. Petersburg, so it made it a lot more enticing for me to join. I just don't know what the schedule overall looks like for myself in the coming months and seasons, just with stuff around the house or around home and life. So it'll probably be more sporadic showings of just rocking up when I can, just to do some laps and have some fun.
All right, mate, very nicely done. The racing schedule over the next couple of weeks, talk me through it. What does it look like? Where are we off to as far as the NASCARs are concerned? Is it San Diego? Is it the new one?
I think I'm going to abstain from San Diego. I think I've scored enough points so I don't have to buy it or show up to it because it looks shit. I may still make an appearance. I still might make an appearance. And then I think I think next week we're into the flow of proper Monday night O'Reilly Racing, so I think we're back on schedule with whatever O'Reilly runs officially. We've got the Watkins 6 Hour this weekend, so we'll have a blase in that, sort of just doing endurance events, or the Saturday night, whatever sort of endurance event there is, just to keep the brain ticking and just doing everything. Did Krevenik in the GDE and the Porsche Cup last round, so probably do a bit more Krevenik as well, but yeah, no plans for myself. I'm just sort of a show up and drive at this point.
All right, mate, and things are looking very good for the rest of the Vermilion stable. Surely someone in the rings throwing their hand up to say, look, I'll be the next GT3 champion, try and keep the streak running?
I don't know. I think Rich is going to hang around. We've got Nick still part of the ESS stable. Dan Piper made a few appearances at the end there, so I don't know. It just depends. I think Rich is probably... I don't think Rich will go anywhere. I think he's been pretty religious with his Monday night, so hopefully he can defend it for VE and go 4 for 4 and make it a year of VE GT3 domination.
All right, hopefully so. We're a little bit surprised, mate. But I guess we didn't need it in the end. Things were spicy and captivating and interesting enough without the precipitation, but there was a little bit in the forecast. Were you prepared for it if it did arrive?
No, wasn't prepared, but I would have welcomed it with wide arms, because I don't mind racing in the rain. So I did look at it. I agree. It's the same. I thought it was going to rain, and I didn't even think to look. I just gridded up both races and was like, oh, it's dry. So would have been nice for a bit of rain, but I think we did practice, and practice was chaotic enough without the rain. The track was still wet, and we're all trying to run around on dry tyres, trying to go fast. So there were a few barrier collisions. So I think the racing was good tonight without the rain. Just would have been nice if we had more numbers.
Agreed on both counts, mate, but nonetheless, even in a field of 12, you've still got to rise to the top. Still got to be the cream on top of the pile, and you managed to do that on more than one occasion throughout the course of the evening and throughout the course of the last couple of weeks. So well done on that. Thanks for being part of the show. Well done on what you brought to the table. It's been great entertainment and great value for those that have tuned in around Australia to watch all the action. No one complaining about the value for money here, let's be perfectly honest. Can I get some final thoughts from you in the way of some thank yous, please, Eli?
Just all the lads at Vermilion Esports. You guys at GSRC putting on these events, making it able to show up on a Thursday night and drive something. Hymo setups for all the setups, and yeah, that's me out for term 3 or term 2, whatever term we're in.
Term 2, season 25, term 2 of 2026. Yes, we're going strong. 25 seasons in. Hey, so no to San Diego and the NASCAR, but what about anything else? Nothing. You're just steering clear of that. That is your version of Nick Fodiatis' disdain for Sebring.
I don't know. I said no, but I've got to buy the track first. We'll probably do some laps on it, knowing me, because I've got the ability to stay away from something which is impossible. So we'll probably end up on the grid on Monday night, just as a lapper, just to run around and see how it goes. Because at the end of the day, curiosity kills the cat, right? Correct. It's just one of those. I got FOMO, severe case of FOMO. I love it. Now, last one before you go. If Matt Schmidtke can bring that graph back up down the bottom of the screen, there's the slate for next term for those of you that are tuning in or just joining us. We broke this news with Greg Heaney. This is what it's looking like at the moment. Oh, hang on, here we go. Look at this. Why? I didn't realise we had that holus bolus graphic ready to go. It was only in the bottom of the screen earlier. Yeah, Josh just flipped that up. Is that what Zuno? Yeah, right. I was going to say, is that what Zuno was working on? I saw our broadcast chat thread pinging up notifications left, right and centre earlier. It was very bloody off-putting, but at least it's for good. And that is good. Have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. The Formula Renault 3.5, formerly the World Series by Renault, into the GT3s on Monday night. The main courses remain unchanged Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. The BMW M2 replaces the Toyota 86. The V's remain where they were, thank Christ. Committee's choice remains on a Tuesday night. Again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The committee obviously happy with the numbers they're attracting there at the moment. And GT1 into the entree slot, IndyCar to the main course slot on Friday night. Motorsport Mountain Men remains unchanged. I believe we've got to spin the wheel later tonight as well. Thoughts on all of that, Eli? What's your fancy? I don't know. I don't think, with Monday night being out, I don't know. maybe Porsche Cup. That's probably about it. You know
Well,
what my thoughts are.
you've already put a line through the V. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I was 24 seconds away from hitting Red Go Race on the Formula V's tonight, so I was close. just for a shit show. I agree. Where's like Euro NASCAR? Like, if I could do Friday night, I enjoyed the GEC, so I think we should have stayed with like an enduro or something. But anyway, that's what you guys have decided. I don't know what I'm going to be able to show up for anyway. So hopefully the gentlemen's sim racing community enjoys that calendar. We'll see what everyone thinks of it throughout the season.
Well, I'll be interested. I reckon if I was a gambling man, and I'm not, but if I was a gambling man, Euro NASCAR, I reckon that might be something they look for term 4 potentially. Just get a feel for it, see if there's enough interest in it at club level before integrating it into the schedule proper. So maybe it might pop up in the committee's choice on a Tuesday night just to see what everyone thinks of it. And then maybe a mountain men as well. And if it attracts enough interest, I reckon we might see it in the season later in the year. Not that I'm a specialist in organising the calendar or anything like that, but yeah, that's my initial thought. Eli, you've been terrific with your time. We've loved the comedy you brought to the table tonight. You've been in fine form to finish the season. Go well and enjoy the break.
Thank you very much. Look forward to listening to Thailand Sam Chapman and see what he's got to say.
No, yeah, you and everybody else as well. We'll get to him shortly. I know Bondi's seething. I'll get to him shortly. I want to actually bring in Sean Benici and Kurt Normanson at the moment, with no disrespect to you other two, because we saw earlier in the night, ladies and gentlemen, the first 2 races from the AM split, the open split. I want to show those results from the third race now, if Matt Schmidtke's got them available to us. Jordan Pianazzola in 3rd place, Sean Benici 4th, Dave Oliver 5th. Michael Blades first, Adam Lavis second. I reckon Lavis might have just done enough to pick Benici for the championship, but we'll wait and see. It was always going to be a long shot. Dave Oliver 5th, Callum Maxwell, Edward Rollo, Paul Wilson, Luke Wegener, Tristan Koch, Alan McDonald. We need to keep scrolling. Oh, come on, Kurt. What's going on there, please?
I'm going to stand to my excuses, mate. I'm going to stand to my excuses.
No. 2 podiums, 2nd and 3rd in the 2 broadcast races, and you all let it fall down the gurgler in race 3. What happened, please?
I just got a speed in pit lane. I might have just bumped the limiter like half a second too early on exit. I don't know. I have to go back and have a look properly, but yeah, that's what's through it.
I want to get to Benici in a moment before the sun rises in Alaska, and I might already be too late with that, given that they observe... actually, no, they don't observe daylight saving. We might be all right. Alaska and Phoenix, I think, are the only 2 states in the United States that don't. But I'll get to Benici in a moment before the sun comes up. But I can't help but think that they've been so ruthless with this new implementation of the pit lane speed limiters.
Yeah, it's weird because like the car went up to, I think it went up to about 62 with the speed limit 60, and it just didn't want to drop back down, so you had to like let off the throttle. It's very brutal with these new limiters. It's very cut and dry with what they do and don't allow.
Sean Benici, ladies and gentlemen, is 18 hours behind Australian Eastern Standard Time at the moment. It is 4:30 in the morning, and for so often throughout the course of his involvement with the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club, he is, if you were to look for, a definition in the dictionary for that age-old phrase, I do my best work after dark, there will be a photo of Sean Benici next to that, because so often... Phoenix is a city, thank you, appreciate that. But the state as a whole, I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that Phoenix and that state, that part of the United States, but Edgy will be able to correct me in a moment, is a part of the world that doesn't observe DST. So, I mean, we can sympathise with the pain that they go through every summer. Sean, a very good morning to you, mate. Great to have you here. I know it's a rare treat for us because of that time difference I've just explained. 18 hours, in fact. The sun's about to come up in your part of the world. Talk us through the season that's been, mate, because we need to congratulate you not just on the podium finish in GT3 Pro-Am to your teammate Matt Schmidtke, but also the fact that you've gone toe-to-toe with... great, Daniel Snedden, thank you. I don't need you to add insult to injury there. But also the fact you've gone toe-to-toe with Adam Lavis for much of the Porsche Open Cup campaign, mate. Good morning and well done.
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, it's Arizona and Hawaii.
Arizona, thank you.
don't do
There you go.
daylight. Alaska does, and it has been daylight for about 2 hours already here.
Wow.
But yeah, the season's been good. GT3, I mean, P2, I'll take P2. I'm happy with that. Matt was just so fast all season. Porsche Cup, I am over the moon with P2. Last week with the PC crash, didn't really help my chances, but for my second season ever racing the Porsche Cup car, I mean, obviously with the new one coming out, it's everybody's second season in this. But I never raced the old car, so I'm pretty happy with my result.
And apologies, because yes, I was getting my cities and my states and whatever else mixed up. I didn't even think about Hawaii, but yes, Hawaii and Arizona, and maybe because the US isn't on my, with no offence intended, it's not on my travel bucket list yet, Sean, because I don't have a bulletproof vest.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it all depends on where you go. I mean, it's it's not the greatest at the moment. We'll just say that.
No. Talk me through it, because obviously the challenges you face, from a schedule standpoint, I mean, you're a night owl. Others would describe you as an insomniac, but we're going to call you a night owl, right? You do your best work in the early hours. How does this impact the rest of your day and your ability to operate with work and family and everything else, mate? Because it is a fairly serious commitment to be here when it's prime time for us, but it's the middle of the night more times than not for you.
Well, luckily, I mean, I spent 15 years working graveyard shifts, so I'm used to staying up late. I do have a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old, so I don't race until they go to bed. And then usually about halfway through the race is when they wake up and come and want attention, but my wife takes care of that. And then, like, I mean, it's 4:30 now, and they'll wake up at 9 o'clock, and then that's my day. And then I go to work at night still. So it's a challenge, but that's why I only race 2 nights a week to alleviate some of it.
Which are, of course, for you, Sunday night and Wednesday night into Monday morning and Thursday morning. And I guess the other thing, I know it's becoming a more prominent factor, the international presence. You are kind of the OG here, but Richard Mitchum and a few others. There's plenty of international presence now on the platforms of the GSRC. You've been here a long time, and you're welcome for as long as we're in operation. Let's be perfectly honest. We love what you bring to the table, not just from the comments thread, but out there on the track as well. We would like to get an understanding from you with regards to one of the big talking points always in iRacing, particularly with software, internet, third world country, fourth world, first world country, third world internet, fourth world in regional parts, right? Fourth world in Thailand tonight for poor old Chapo, and I can say that because he's muted at the moment. But the reality of the matter is, when we look at, there's always topics of discussion surrounding or revolving around netcode, mate. Do you have any issues with that, given that you are so far from Australia that it's not funny?
There's times where there's some netcode. I'm more aware of it than probably most people are, so I race as respectful as I can, considering there's going to be netcode. We do have great internet here. It's just the distance, plain and simple. I mean, I'm sure you look at the starting in it, and my ping is probably close to like 200, but I don't have any issues with racing with people. I do give more room than probably necessary, but just because of that netcode.
Indeed. Hey, before we go any further, do you want to see the championship points in the open split?
I have them pulled up on my other screen, but I am absolutely willing to look at them again.
I reckon our audience at home would love to see him. Schmitty, Adam's done with the open split, but he's still working on the elite, as you can appreciate. But I reckon we can show everybody at home the open split points, ladies and gentlemen, and confirm for you that Michael Blades won not just the third race, but the round on 202 points. Second for the round has gone to Adam Lavis, who finished that third race with the second. Benici couldn't be more consistent if he tried. Fourth, and that was after a fifth in qualifying. And he has finished third for the round on 183 points. Championship, Adam Lavis 9.14, 58 clear. of Sean Benici. So you jagged a little back on the final night, Sean. Very nicely done. And then back to Paul Wilson, 106, the difference between the top three. And then we go back to Luke Wegener on 705, and it really gets spaced out after that. Edward Rollo, 683. Tristan Koch, 674. Alan McDonald, 652. Eduardo Zamora, 598. Jake Cowman, 597. And Kurt Normanson's got himself a top 10 finish on the final night of the term in 10th place there. You beauty, 574 points. You'll hear from him in just a few moments' time. I want to get through Sean before the kids wake up and he's got to go and make breakfast. The interesting thing here in all of this, mate, is that that's a really consistent season for you. Okay, yeah, it's a bit of a pain beating the bridesmaid occasionally, especially when it's twice in the same week. But they are teammates, they are friends, they are guys that you race well with, you spend a lot of time with. We know that sometimes Adam and the Aussie Racers boys will hang out in the Whiskey Business Discord and vice versa. You've got good camaraderie with these guys. But from your own personal standpoint, does it sting a little bit to be second twice? And what are the takeaways from the season?
Actually, it doesn't sting because it felt like it was a well put together season for both series. I had my teammates to bounce off of in GT3. Adam has been in Discord for P Cup and bouncing off of him and sharing setups, and so considering, yes, it's the bridesmaid in both, but like where I was last season, I felt like my pace has picked up, my consistency has gotten better. I am very happy with P2, with all things considered.
And from your own standpoint, mate, the improvement in driving along the way, the consistency that you've been able to muster up over the course of time. Momentum's a funny thing in motorsport, but to be able to be so consistent across the course of the season has played a big part in why you've been able to put that result together. What do you put all that down to? The amount of time that you've been able to sit behind the wheel and get acquainted with the cars, or other factors?
It's mainly just limiting what I'm driving. I focused on GT3 and Porsche Cup. I don't do a ton of practice just simply because of time. I stick with the McLaren and GT3 because I know it well. Porsche Cup was more of a learning curve, so I was able to put more time into practice with that car. The Pogo, it is controllable, it is excessive, but I don't mind it. To me, it adds just another challenge. And so overall, I mean, it's just being consistent in the McLaren for GT3 has helped because I know the car, I know how it feels, and then I was able to focus more of my practice time on Porsche because typically I work from my Thursday through Sunday, and so I don't get any drive time in on those days. And so I race Saturday night, GT3, cut a couple laps of practice, and then join the server the next day. And then Porsche, I take Monday off, and then I practice on Tuesday, and then race on Wednesday. So not a ton of practice time. It all depends on my wife's schedule, my kids, when they decide they want to sleep or don't want to sleep. So overall, pretty happy though. I mean, P2 in two different disciplines and completely different cars. I'll take that any day of the week.
All right, very nicely done. I'm watching numbers being crunched here in a few moments' time, and I'm going to have a look at how the Porsche Cup stands for you very shortly, because there's some interesting news developing there that we'll get to in just a few moments' time. And of course, a lot of it is provisional at the moment. Race Control's got a couple of bits of tape to go and have a look at, but I'll wait for Adam Lavis to give me the go-ahead that they are good to go up on the screen whilst I finish with Sean Benici and Kurt Normanson, and then we'll get to Bondi and Chapo. Round honours there, it'll surprise nobody, have gone to Eli Donaldson, but I'll come back to that very shortly. Sean, what's the next couple of weeks look like, mate? Aside from work and obviously family commitments and all that sort of jazz, what does it look like from a sim racing standpoint? How much time will you be behind the wheel for? Will you take a step back? Will you put the feet up for a little bit, just reset? And then what are you most looking forward to with regards to Term 3 and no doubt the aspirations to go one better in both the Porsche Cup and the GT3?
I'll probably be focused. I'll drive a little bit, not much. Maybe 1 or 2 nights a week. I'll cut some laps and go practice just to familiarize myself with the car and track. But other than that, there's not going to be a whole lot of racing. Much needed break. I'm going to have a little bit of a lengthier work schedule starting in a few weeks. Doesn't affect my race nights, but it does affect my sleep. So minimal racing.
All right, very nicely done. And what does the rest of the season look like? I mean, we look at GT3, we look at Porsche next term. You mentioned an extended work schedule. I take it that might creep into your ability to expand your sim racing presence beyond that. But you're always in the house watching on when the V's are doing their thing. Do you ever get the itchy feet to get out there and get in the thick of it or not?
I have cut laps in the V, and I am lucky if I can survive one lap. Though that car and I just don't fit together. It's a hoot to drive, but for the sake of anybody else on the track, I'm gonna avoid them for a while.
Now, last one, you're in a very nice part of the world at the moment. There's a lot of big sporting events going on. San Diego this weekend for the NASCAR. You've got the US Open golf already underway. What else have we had? Oh, that's right. You've got the FIFA World Cup in your backyard at the moment. Have you been swept up in World Cup fever or not?
No, I don't really have control of my TVs at home. My kids kind of rule the roost. So when I'm at work, I'm able to watch TV if they're on. Otherwise, I just whatever sporting event is on. Whether I watched the NBA Finals, I watched NHL.
Yes.
There's not a whole lot broadcast up here for sporting events unless it's what we consider local, and that's like the Seattle Mariners or California teams. But again, most of those start, if they're on an East Coast road trip or something, they start at like 6 or 7 a.m. and I'm not getting up to watch those.
No, that's fair. And we should point out where it is 4:46 a.m. at the moment. It's 8:46 over on the East Coast of America. So yes, I can understand that 4-hour time lapse would be a little bit inconvenient. At times, we can sympathise with our WA friends at this particular point. There's no doubt about that. Speaking of WA, breaking news from the AFL in just a moment. But final thoughts to you, mate. I mean, it's been a brilliant season. It's been great to watch you progress leaps and bounds and bag these results. It's just reward for such longevity in terms of your input, your involvement with the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. So who would you like to thank at the end of term 2 where you bagged a pair of seconds?
First of all, my team. I mean, everybody on the team works well together. We share input. Project X for supporting us, absolutely. Greg does a masterful job of keeping everybody's heads in the right direction. And then my wife, I mean, she's a rock star of taking care of the kids when she has to get up early the next day and so just so I can race. She's a gamer herself, so she understands. She may throw a fit a little bit sometimes, but overall, like, I couldn't do it without her at all.
Excellent, mate. Anything else to add, or should we let you go?
No, that is it for me. Broadcast is great as always. Thank you guys for everything you do. I mean, it allows me to race, because any other league that runs on East Coast time in the U.S., I'm unable to do it. I lucked into finding you guys at the right time slot, and it's worked out well. So I'm pretty happy.
And a nice link up with Whiskey Business Racing in the process, mate. And we're reliably informed that rather than risk trying to freight a bottle of whiskey in your general direction, I think an e-card is coming your way via one G Heaney, so you can go and help yourself to some of the whiskey's finest that Alaska has to offer.
I don't actually drink, which is ironic considering I'm on a team named Whiskey Business. Ironically, I stopped drinking when I turned 21. It was a wild youth, and I got it all out of my system.
Now that's funny, because those of you that are up to speed on your American legalities and laws and whatever else, you'll know full well that the American legal drinking age is 21, whereas here it's 18, of course. Snedden, he's here, and we're getting to him in a moment, but it's Benici's opportunity at what is 4:50 a.m. for him over there in Alaska, and we love that part of the world. We will hopefully at one point in our lives get to see that part of the world. But congratulations to you, mate. A great season. Thanks for jumping on in here. What is very early on a Thursday morning for you. Well done again on the 2 seconds throughout the course of the season. And here's to hopefully going one better at some point in either term 3 or 4. And thanks for stopping in to have a chat with us, and enjoy the break.
Thank you. Break is much needed, but give it a couple days and I'll be ready to go again.
I'm glad he thought of the NBA and the NHL finals, because I was just drawing blanks. I just went full, complete deer in headlights, had no bloody idea what I was trying to think of. But yes, it was the NBA and NHL finals. And of course, there was some IndyCar night racing from Gateway, Illinois thrown in there as well, and the NASCAR. America's the epicenter of the sporting universe at the moment. So I'm glad you were able to get me across the line with that, because that was exactly what I was thinking of before the World Cup. Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, thanks to you. Have a good night.
We will. You have a good morning. You have a good day. Okay, Mr. Snedden, you get your wish. You can stop badgering the comment section now. Thank you very much. Hello, Kurt Nommensen again. A second and a third, brilliant. Okay, let's be honest. You've been tripped up by the iRacing powers that be, but nonetheless, a very strong, promising way to finish the season. Well done. You must take a lot of positives out of the triple treat, the super sprint at Sandown.
Yeah, a lot of positives. The pace in the feature was there. I think I dropped back to 12th at one point and clawed my way back up to about 4th place. So I was pretty damn happy with that. Potentially could have been another podium if I didn't get iRacing powers, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. So no, it was good. Just a lot of pace, a lot of good moves down at Dandenong. That was my strong point, I think. I just found the perfect line.
I'm not going to miss Snadden peppering the comment section with shout-outs to his own teammates over the next 2 weeks. Have a look at him. He's in fine form. He's brought his best work to the final week of the term. At least some of us have. Fair dinkum. Now, continuing with you, mate. Yeah, the pace was there. That was obviously disappointing that you can't turn it into a result, and especially disappointing because when it's an invert top 12, when it's a 37-minute feature, when it's only 1 CPS, any extra turns at the lane just crucify you in a field that's as tightly, competitively stacked as your open split is.
Yeah, it definitely didn't help. I managed to turn all the, little windshield tear-offs and everything else, so it only cost me about 10 seconds plus pit lane transit time, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah, crucified me. I went from about 4th place down to about 14th before I got back past Lee again.
Let me put this to you. The pace tonight, the form tonight, the results in races 1 and 2, is that the car and track combo being, hang on just one sec, Snedden, you haven't seen my best work. When are we having beers? Well, it won't be this week because I'm not in Cessnock long enough to do it, but I'm down there in September, October, and possibly November and December as well. We'll make some time. And it'll have to be a Saturday or Sunday because I can't come home from a drinking session with you and be expected to speak coherently on broadcast on the platforms of the GSRC, obviously. Now, in saying all that, we were with Kurt Nommensen, of course, your teammate. What do you put it down to, Kurt? Is it the car and track combination lining up nicely for you? Is it the fact that you've become better acquainted with the Porsche over the course of time? Is it a bit of column A, column B?
It was a bit of both, but I just kind of threw a P1 set at it and hoped for the best. I just had a set there and went, let's see what this one feels like, and it felt nice. But no, I'm definitely getting a lot more comfortable in the car, a lot more consistent. That's the big thing, is I'm finding consistency in my lap times. I was pumping out roughly the same lap time every single lap, so getting that consistency is probably the big thing, and getting more and more comfortable driving this thing that's turned into a pogo stick.
Indeed, and still is, according to Ben Patterson. He was happy to park up a few laps from home in the elite split tonight.
Yeah, I could feel it, especially through the first couple of chicane corners there. I was definitely pogo sticking through them, but I was aggressive as best I could be.
Oh, God. Snedden doesn't need encouragement, Pianazola. Thank you very much. Now Jordan's in the mix. Oh, fair income. Look at this. And then in a couple of years, the boy from Gundaguy's going to be old enough to go drinking as well. So I'm going to get plenty of drinking practice over the next short while with you blokes by the sounds of it. And I'm not supposed to, according to the neurosurgeon. But anyway, it's worked okay so far. Kurt, the season that was, we were talking in commentary about the difficulties of overtaking around here. How much did you find that to be a factor for you?
Well, if you ask the boys that were watching on, not very much, because I was just absolutely sending it at Dandenong and pulling it up, and yeah, they were very, very aggressive moves, but I think that's just being not up in the elite split, because I think if I was up there with these boys, I wouldn't be able to send those kinds of moves.
No, absolutely not. There were a couple of those sorts of heart and mouth moments tonight, mate. Don't worry about that. We know we haven't seen as much of you this term as we'd probably like. We know there are reasons for that. Work and other sim racing commitments. And I think Sean Benici made a pretty good point as well, lightening the load to enhance your performance in the selected categories that you commit to.
Well, yeah, I think I dropped back to literally just driving the Porsche Cup car in here, and it's shown some rewards, so might just have to keep that trend up for the next little while and see how we go.
What's next on the racing radar of Kurt Nommensen as far as the next couple of weeks are concerned while the GSRC has a break?
Well, I'll be at Watkins this weekend for the 6 hour there, and then we'll see from there. Just mainly doing enduros and do more laps in the Porsche Cup car more than likely. I'm really enjoying driving this car. I'm finding more and more pace, and who knows, maybe next season I'll bump myself up and race with the big boys.
Very nicely done. Pianazola, feel free to line up behind Bond and Chapman here. You're always welcome in the green room. In fact, actually, you should have access to just jump straight into the comm box, so please do that. And we'll definitely have a chat with you at the end of the proceedings here, because there's a fair bit to pick apart, as you say, with regards to the V's and also the Porsches, and same goes for Chapo as well, although I reckon he's probably got a bigger smile on his face now than what he did 35 minutes ago. We'll get to that in just a moment. My goat is Kurt, says KCE Racing. So you've got your fan club here on Mass tonight, Kurt.
Yeah, they come and join me while I was just sitting by myself before the feature race, and yeah, the fan club's turned up tonight.
GSRC schedule next term, will it just be the Porsches again? Are you happy with what's been offered up via our look at a sneak peek at the schedule for next term?
Yeah, it'll probably just be the Porsche Cups. As much as I enjoy the other cars on offering, I think I just want to focus on this and just keep getting my sim time up until I'm a bit more confident to jump back in some of the harder cars to drive, like the supercar and all that kind of thing. But the more time I'm driving this, the more I'm, getting better at handling the car, jumping off curbs awkwardly.
Okay, with no disrespect intended in your general direction, Kurt, but I reckon your teammate's laying it on a bit thick there, putting you in the same catalogue as LeBron and Max.
Yeah, I think he's selling me a bit thick there, but that's all good.
He might be having a pull of it, but that's all right. It's something to strive for. There's no doubt about that. If he was to include maybe, as far as this club's concerned, maybe Matt Dench or John Merritt in that company, they might have taken the compliment, but still, yes, he's laying it on thick and happily so tonight. There's no doubt about that. Good to have you here, Snedden. And good to have you here as well, Kurt. Who would you like to thank, mate? Because at the end of the day, this is the end of the term. We've got a 2.5 week break.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank all the boys at RER and all our sponsors, AITX, Field Coat, Stood Speed, Kibby, and Slater's Glossworks, and all the stuff that Brooksy does behind the scenes. He's a busy man, and he keeps himself even busier with all the stuff he does for the team, and massive shout outs to Brooksy with all the help he gives us.
I ask you this every season, so I'll ask you again, just to remain consistent. What's on the wish list, the hit list for? I apologise to Sean Benici. I meant to ask him too. But what's on the wish list for next term as far as the track schedule is concerned?
Mate, if we come back here, I'll be very, very happy. I was very quick around here, so if we can come back, I'll be very happy. But no, pretty much any track other than probably St. Petersburg. I can't get my head around it at the moment. Maybe one day I will, but at the moment I just can't get the lap time or the car to drive the way I want. That's about the only track I don't want on the schedule at this point in time.
If you want to see Daniel Snedden sing the praises of James Scott from last week in Detroit, you can go to that thread via that broadcast, which is available to rewatch on our YouTube channel, ladies and gentlemen. Fair dinkum, he's in form, isn't he? Just absolutely taking the piss right now. Oh, Greg Brooks has now been added to the GOAT list. I think Brooksy will take that as the team owner, trying to keep you lot under control. Fair dinkum. Very nicely done, Kurt. Great to catch up with you, mate. Well done. Great season. Go well. We'll catch up soon, yeah?
Too easy. Thanks, Zach.
I was going to try and get to the boy from Gundy Guy, but he's just exited stage left, and I'm sure I'm about to get a message from him as to why. I was literally going there via the points leaderboard because it would seem as though it's been ratified and finalised, provisionally, of course. So let's rip the Band-Aid off and have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen, because you're not going to quite believe what's coming your way here. I can see it and I don't believe it. Have a look at that. Chapman survives the scare. Finishes a lap and 2 laps down and 3 laps down over there in Thailand. And somehow, on a night where it's shrouded in controversy and a night in which he's shown no pace whatsoever, he's just essentially made up the numbers and picked up the pieces. He's going to walk away with the championship. And does so, I guess, by virtue of the fact that he did have a good buffer up his sleeve coming into the night. And that's about the only thing he had to fall back on. Bondi will rue what might have been. He would reckon that he was probably on for a second there in that finale. Look, let's be honest, no one was catching Paul Rogers, right? He was in a different postcode. But Bondi, considering that he was right there with Eli Donaldson, will probably think that he would have been on for a second. Not sure whether that would have made up the 26-point deficit, but he's quite filthy with how it all ended up, and he's finished tied on points for the night with Willie Blair, 182. They split second for the round, and third effectively, fourth on points was Luke Alavoyd on 177. So let's start with Formula V as we go to Thailand and say hello to Sam Chapman. Oh boy, disappointing to see you not even line up there, Chapo. Because the championship's gone begging. Johnny Merritt and Braden Sagassa, there are those final points for you. We'll get back to that in a moment. You've somehow survived to secure third. But I guess that short-term pain turns into long-term gain in the sense that you have somehow, albeit controversially, and we'll get to that in a moment, held on to secure the Porsche title. The only question is how, because that looked like an absolute mongrel of a thing to steer for the last 3 races of the season.
Yeah, it was pretty horrible. The controllers in this game don't work very well. I have to say, so
Really?
Yeah.
We have on-air evidence of that to show everybody at home.
I'm glad it looks as silly as it felt. So, yes. Now there is obviously some controversy here too, and public apology to Bondi there when all that was going down. I sort of got spooked that there was someone up me inside, and then there was someone else came through, and I went, oh, okay, I've got to come further to the right, and of course that jolted to the right, then jolted to the left. It wasn't until we'd actually stopped, I went, who is it? Oh, you're joking. Yes, there's no way that I'll take it out, Bondi. So
and you two race so well together all season, so we're disappointed to see that it's ended that way. And I reckon he would have a look at it in the same way that we looked at it and thought that had he got through, had that been a clean race, that could have been his championship. But I'm looking at the points matrix and I'm not sure he would have been able to overturn the deficit, even with second.
So he wouldn't need it to win.
Yeah.
And get at least a 0 on my else. So regardless, it needed some trip ups elsewhere. Like he needed to. And to be fair, it seems like he raced pretty well tonight. I was a long way away from that at any given point in time. But just looking at the positions and all that sort of thing, and comments from Eli, it sounds like he was racing pretty quick. So yeah, credit to him. But yeah, I sort of knew what had to be done tonight, and that was to try and get to 75% and get those points, because I've done a fair bit of work throughout the season to get there. So yeah, it's not the prettiest way to win a championship, but
No.
but it did get there in the end.
And I just want to put it on the record for the benefit of everybody at home. Yes, that incident is going to be reviewed. We know that. But I don't see how they could possibly slug you in any way, shape or form that takes that championship off you. Because you were the 9th and final finisher. No one finished below you. Everyone finished above you. Everyone else is classified as a DNF. The only thing I could imagine would be some sort of safety license point penalty or a championship point penalty, but that would be a horrible way for you to lose it, and I don't think anyone's ever been slugged. What would the deficit be? I don't think anyone's ever been slugged a 27-point championship penalty in this series on the platforms of the GSRC, as our audience at home gets dizzy watching the car control or lack thereof of Sam Chapman. That is onboard footage from the F-Wittery of what we've seen through the course of the last 2 hours from S. Chapman. And I so want to drop the F-bomb on air, but I'm not allowed to, so I have to settle for F-Wittery.
Well, if it works, it works. I did the math beforehand, and I went, well, lovely. There's only 12 people in the server. I've got to keep it on the black stuff. And
yes,
there's a good chance that well, it's not a good chance. Like, there was always a chance that they could come through. Still, even with those numbers, but they needed a really, really good night to do it. Which, to be fair, like, Bondi wasn't too far off, but we're talking pretty much 3 wins or 2 wins in the second, just about. Yes. I was just very impressed by the hostel's Wi-Fi, if I'm honest. It was actually pretty good, all things considered. I was a bit worried about it, but no, the islands so Koh Samui at the moment, the Lub D Wi-Fi, highly recommend it. It's been pretty impressive, all things considered. Much better than my controller. So.
Dear. Blair Sim Racing, hello Willie Blair, well done. Yes, 3rd by 27 points, my goodness. And secondly, you couldn't do it again if you tried, but you are an exception to the rule. I've finished the season almost tying for second, 1 or 2 points in it every time. He will eventually get that second. He will eventually get that win, will Willie Blair. I want to talk to you about a few other things here, obviously. Michael Adams saying, but does it work? And how? Well, I'm not sure exactly what that's in reference to, whether it's actually Chapo's remote control, which, as you can see here, it works, but barely, or the points matrix and everything else, in which case you can direct those inquiries to Adam Lavis, who I'm hoping will also join us for a chat as the champion of the Open Split. And Jordan Pianazzola is welcome to jump in and have a chat here as well as we bring the curtain down on the season. What are we, 7 past 11? My alarm's going off at 3 a.m. Chances of sleep, minimal. But that's okay. We'll push on here. Chapo, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because, that's going to leave a nice, a not so nice taste in Bondi's mouth for the next few weeks. I'm sure I'll hear about it at a later point in time. But it fuels the fire and he's ability to come out and knock you off the perch next season. And your comments are interesting too, because at the start of the post-race show, we had your teammate in here saying, geez, it would have been nice to see more people out there, but it really worked for you and everybody else at Vermilion that wasn't the case. Yes, we had 4 more than last week starting the feature, but 3 more than last week starting the feature. We only had 8 starting the feature at St. Pete, 11 here. It's not a good look for the elite split when only 11 are turning up, especially when it's Sandown, which is normally a big draw card. But again, it works in your favour as part of this narrative to secure the Porsche elite split for the first time for you.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I guess it depends how many of them were, would have beaten, Bondi and Willie. That was the question. And Bondi was racing pretty well, so there's a chance that would have been worse. But if you had some big names in there, then maybe it would have been easier. But yeah, I mean, it's I know there's a bit of animosity towards the Porsche, but that's a very low figure. And I've been an advocate all season of remerging these servers. I think it's if you're running on single digits or close to it in one of the splits, you merge the splits in my view, because create a bit of a spectacle, give everyone a chance. Yep, good racing from me. There was
that's the moment on replay. That is the moment from you. I don't know if we need to see that again. And we were watching that live, Chapper. We were actually with that live as it happened. We saw it and we're like, oh no.
I know.
Although at a lot higher volume. I kid you not, my housemate upstairs was up me for the rent at lunchtime today saying, you know what time you woke me up last night with the commentary? She said, about 9 o'clock. I said, okay, so that was the start of the supercar race. Yeah, that makes sense. Upbeat, hyped up, excited, all that. And secondly, she said, you know what time I got back to sleep? I said, you haven't. She said, correct. And that was 12 o'clock this afternoon. We got home at 5 o'clock. We had to go and run some errands. And I said, you got 2.5 hours of solid sleep time. And then I'm making noise again. And it's the V's and the Porsches. So there's a chance I'm going to wake up again with apologies in advance. But anyway, that moment, if she wasn't already awake, that moment with you and Bondi would have done it. So the interesting thing, though, out of all of that is we obviously know that Bondi's car was compromised for the balance of the race. Yours couldn't have been any worse than what it already was to drive. And based on the evidence we're seeing here before us, you didn't bother parking it or pulling it into pit lane. You knew the importance of finishing. You knew you couldn't afford to park it. But there was no real merit in bringing it in for fast repair?
No, God, no. I mean, it wasn't out there for pace. Like, he was chucking a baseline setup on and turning the ABS and traction control up as high as I could. And yeah, with this, well, in this case, because we actually were very kindly gifted a fast repair tonight, which I'm not sure if I used any of the races actually, weirdly enough. Yeah, I just went, well, I'm going to keep that in my back pocket in case I actually have a mega accident that I can't get out of, and I just need to get the 75%. So, yes, despite my guy telling me, mate, you got heaps of aero damage, your car's rubbish, and it's just sort of irrelevant because I was driving in a different class of vehicle, quite frankly.
What led to you not being on the V grid, please?
Oh mate, like, do you really want me on the grid there too? Oh man, that's close racing.
It was hairy enough last week with Willow Springs from the look of it.
Exactly, and I've ditched the wheel since then to run the controller. So it's no, I looked at that and went, for me to actually compete at the top of the table, I would have needed, I think it was 141 points. Which would have been quite a lot of points given the setup I was on. So I figured to throw the towel in on that. Let's not endanger everyone else too much, and we'll just try and see if I can work out how to get the Porsche around the track. No, the best part, my proudest moment tonight, Zach, was actually I did 0x the second race. So that was all I was out there trying to do. I was just like, please let me get the 0x, let me get the 0x.
You wouldn't have been able to do that in race 3.
Well, I was on 1x at that point, so I still would have actually got points for it, which was actually why I was driving even slower than even potentially normal, because I was just trying to get those extra points. So if I got that 1x, if it was only that 1x, it pretty much didn't matter where I finished. I was still going to win it. My body was going to win or something. So that's why when that went down, I just went, oh my god, am I on a keyboard or controller? It was a controller.
Yes.
It's not a very good controller, I have to say. It is twitchy. I'm not sure if like some controllers are better than others, or just other games are just actually made for them. But it actually looked relatively smooth, all things considered. I'm sort of getting the feel of what this actually looks like.
Oh,
But yes, no, it was on a controller as much as it does sort of look like a keyboard. It's yes, it's quite difficult to get the sort of like fine twitch sort of stuff there. So that was very fine twitch, and that's me lifting off aggressively so that I don't try not to get in other people's way.
Try not to as well. What I don't know how much of the V's you saw, Chapo, but what about John Merriday? I mean, words fail me to describe what a master of the craft that guy is.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm disappointed that I wasn't able to fight for the last few rounds for that. Properly. Obviously, love the V's, and it's been good racing with both John and Braden in particular this season. They've both been good, and I think like with as we sort of said, there was a bit of an update to the V's, and I think John. It took a bit to get used to it, but once he did, it was all systems go. He's got the racecraft and the ability to get those points and slide through packs when he has to. It wasn't particularly surprising to see him come out on top at the end of it.
No, not at all. Obviously, horrible way for Braden to lose the championship, but at the end of the day. Yes, in every situation there's always a winner and a loser, and we're finding that out the hard way tonight in some cases, more so than others. All things considered, 1 out of 2 ain't bad.
I'll take 1 out of 2. Given the scenario, I will take 1 out of 2.
I think you have to.
I think it should have been 0 for 2, so I will.
You did everything you could to make it 0. I
always do, Zach. I always do. I always do my best. I go, wow, I'm in. I'm assuming a NES controller, clean on a modern one. It does have joysticks. It's just quite cheap. So I don't. They're not particularly responsive. They're sort of like a bit on or off, I think.
Dear. Have a listen to him.
It's not brilliant. Hence that accident earlier. But
yes.
Anyway, it's we'll take 1 out of 2. Obviously, I would have liked to fight for the V's. There is sort of, I'm glad V's are back next. I've got to give next season a crack. I've got to put everything on hold. I'll quit my job.
Good boy. Yeah.
That we can't let another one go begging now, can we, Zach?
No, I don't think you can. I don't think you can afford to. Although, that being said, when it comes to the Porsche title defence, how do you feel about that? Knowing full well that there's going to be a target on your back, and knowing full well that, your teammate might be here, Eli Donaldson. He's going to be difficult to stop if he is here for the 10 weeks. Paul Rogers on his night brings a lot of pace to the table. We've seen some promise from Luke Alavoine and Willie Blair and Craig Bond as well. And if Patterson can get his head around the pogo stick, we know what he brings to the table as well. It feels as though, despite the quantity, there's a heck of a lot of quality within that small crop of cars and drivers at the moment.
Yeah, to be honest, I was seeing some decent names in there, but none of them really seem to compete, with Craig and Eli and that sort of thing in the same way tonight. Bondi's come along, leaps and bounds over the last few seasons, and as he sort of gets on top of the racecraft aspects of that sort of thing. But yeah, obviously we had some incredible races this season, the Porsches, the two of us, which was great to see and was good fun. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'll be a target on my back. I think 1C Bond will have a target on my back, quite frankly.
He's very keen for redemption.
He's very keen for it. I'll bet he is. I stand by the math. That is an unfortunate way to go down. So yes, hopefully we just get a few more cars. That's really it. Like I want to see the servers merged. I think that's better for everyone involved. It means that the AM guys can get a bit more screen time. It makes the racing more interesting, and the broadcast more interesting. So I hope that happens. And you can always push them apart again, but the numbers aren't there at the moment. So
no, absolutely not. You're right.
And yeah, obviously with Formula V's back beforehand. That's always the complexity though as well, is, you know, there's been a few times this season where, you know, qualifying in for the Porsches becomes, you know, significantly more difficult because of the V's.
Correct.
But it worked out in the end, not the V's, but in the Porsche. So
No.
we'll take it, and we'll keep pushing forward. Maybe I can try and finish a few more races in the big leagues.
You would have seen the schedule. What were your thoughts on the rest of the makeup? I mean, Monday night, the Renault 3.5, Formula Renault 3.5. Friday night, IndyCar's back, GT1. The BMW M2s are coming in where the 86s have left off. And everything else remains pretty much the same, mate. It's an exciting schedule, a good mix of open wheelers and tin tops. You and I both absolutely over the moon that Formula V's back. I know Boydo will be as well, and a few others.
Yeah, I'm glad they've kept those two for.
Gran Turismo references on iRacing. That's insulting.
I mean, I wish I was on Gran Turismo. It would have been an easier drive, I tell you. Bit more overpowered grip, I think. But yes, it certainly was a bit of that. It looks ridiculous on board. Yes, yeah. Like, I mean, I'm glad that Thursdays stayed the same. I'll ideally do those Thursdays if I can. Thursdays can be a bit of a difficult day for me, but I've decided to put two of my favourite series on that day. So, you know, such is life, I guess. You know, the other ones, I mean, both GT1s are good cars. So I'll be interested to see how they go. And obviously, IndyCar's great too. So, what's insulting as a controller on iRacing? Oh, trust me, it's more insulting being in the seat yourself, trying to work out how to do it, than it is for everyone else. It's just
there's a couple of people that might disagree with that remark tonight, Chavo, but that's okay. Keep going.
Oh, there's at least one. It's nevertheless. Yeah, so no, that would be IndyCar. Like, I do like IndyCar. I don't know whether it's like an open or a fixity or what. But you know, I do love I do like most open wheelers, if I'm honest. So that'll be good if I can get around to it. But yeah, it'll be dependent on what the rest of the schedule looks like, and you know, if I need to, you know, go outside or do something else at some point.
Oh, hugely exciting, Chapo. We've enjoyed it. Wish list as far as tracks are concerned for next term. I get a feeling that San Diego is coming, whether Eli likes it or not.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard some pretty atrocious things about San Diego, if I'm honest. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know anything about the track other than everyone's not particularly impressed by it. So that'll be good. But you know, that means smaller grid and more points for me. You know, so be it. We've used that strategy before. So yeah. Okay, smooth is fun. Who needs fast when you've only got 11 cars in the grid? So,
true. True. Hey, have a look at him basking in the glory of being last car home in an 11-car field tonight, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. Hey, but at least you made it to the finish. Some people did not, and that's, you know, to your benefit most notably. And I would have been interested to see how it would have gone had the 12th car been on the grid for the night. Had we seen all 12 cars get home, it probably would have been a swag of 12ths for you. That might have had an impact. But at the end of the day, all the yes, buts and maybes aside, you are the champion. To the victors go the spoils. Final thoughts on all of that. How long are you in Thailand for? What does the next couple of weeks look like? How much time will you spend in the sim? And who would you like to thank?
Yeah, well, I'll just answer this question from the audience as well. So, keeping the front tyres cool is relatively straightforward when you're going really slowly. So that's
which you were tonight.
Which I was tonight. So so it sort of balanced out very nicely on that front. On everything else, that too. Yeah, where am I? I've got a couple more days in Thailand, then we're off to Vietnam for a week. So that'll be good. And yeah, as far as people to thank are concerned, well, got to thank Adam and Ishmael, who have been waiting for me. We're about to go on a pub crawl, actually.
A celebratory one in your instance.
A celebratory one in my instance. I've already had myself an extra large Chang beer, so that's excellent. Yeah, we'll head downstairs in a tick to start our celebratory pub crawl. But yeah, thank you for them for doing the boat trip today without me, so that I could sit at home and use the local Wi-Fi. Of course, thank you to the team, particularly obviously Eli for coming out and giving it a crack, at least in the last few weeks. I hope he comes out next season. Obviously, hope he doesn't beat me, but I hope he comes out next season nevertheless. See all the sponsors along with our team as well, and particularly obviously Fury that have been involved with us in the sort of Pro Series capacity. But, Lewis Gray's coaching and all the fellas' businesses, Ben Football's media and all that sort of thing. So, yeah, that's probably most of the shout outs. Shout out to mum and dad. They haven't seen me in a few weeks.
No.
Who else can we add to the list, Zach? I feel like we can keep going if you want.
It's up to you.
Yeah, shout out to everyone at home back in Adelaide. The best state in South Australia.
That'll get Jordan Pianazzola on side.
As we know, very very well documented best state in the country. I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
How good's the comment? So, anything with double meaning, we're going to go straight to the gutter, boys. And I know that's exactly where you were as well, so don't pretend like you weren't. Brilliant stuff. Chapo, well done to you, mate. To the victor go the spoils. Yeah, as we say, albeit controversially, and there'll be more about that later at a later point in time, I'm sure. But well done. Enjoy the break. Enjoy the trip home. And we will, Jordan Pianazzola right there with you on the Adelaide front. He wasn't too happy with my comments regarding that last night, but Chapo, you know the background of that. He doesn't. He'll get an education at a later point in time. Congratulations to you. 1 out of 2 ain't bad. 2 podiums on a Thursday night throughout the course of Term 2 2026. And really lapping it up, obviously, and rightly so. So go and enjoy that. And we will look forward to catching up with you when you're back in the City of Churches in a couple of weeks when Term 3 gets underway, mate. Thank you.
Will do, mate. And of course, I'll buy you an icy cold beer if you ever come down to the City of Churches.
It'll be icy already. Don't worry about that. You won't need ice in it. Just me landing in Adelaide will be icy enough. Thank you, Chapo.
No worries.
He got the reference. Good boy. Oh no, I'm not sure how we top the happy ending comment, quite frankly. But to be fair, Jordan Pianazzola's just slid into the booth on cue, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to try and top what Chapo said. In saying all of that, though, I want to get some thoughts from Matt Schmidtke before we go any further. Because yes, there are some enjoying a happy end of the season, Schmitty, but some aren't. You and Chapo both on the honour roll on the champions list. Bondi ruling what might have been. There's a lot to pick apart from the season that was. I don't want to stay here all night, obviously, but some final thoughts from you, because it's been nice to have you back in the booth on a Thursday night. As much as you probably would have liked to have been out there tonight, you've subbed for Andrew Neal and done the double-header, mate, and we appreciate it.
Thanks, Zach. Yeah, it was some good racing all around. Chapo probably wouldn't have wanted me out there tonight because that would have been an extra car to beat him, probably.
Actually, that's true. Yes.
So he's probably happy Andrew was out of town. But yeah, good racing. That final race in the V's was pretty wild with Sagasta and Adam and whoever the other car was, I can't remember. And yeah, good job, everyone.
Indeed it is. All right, Jordan Pianazzola, welcome into you. Talk us through your night, because you had the best seat in the house in Formula V.
I mean, that was a show and a half, wasn't it?
Wasn't it?
I loved it.
Well, of course you did, because it was in your own backyard, essentially.
Well, it was probably in the non-favoured state, kick a Vic, but but yeah, look, it was good fun watching it all happen. I was lucky Glenn didn't bounce back over and shoot me off into the wall, so I was lucky to survive that. And then the final, again, me and John lucky to just come through the pack, and everyone else just do their own shambles.
And yeah, what about that, eh? The fact that you got to follow the champion-elect John Merritt home, just extraordinary stuff. And a great end of the season, mate. It'll be interesting to see what you could muster up in terms of an outright result. If you string a campaign together, you might be up there fighting for the championship with the likes of John Merritt.
Well, I mean, as much as you say that, the only rounds I missed were the first 2, and you get 2 drop rounds. So whatever points I kind of did get is kind of what I did get. So
you've arrived here at the same time as Merritt.
Sorry, say again?
You've arrived here at the same time as Merritt and ended up 197 points behind him.
Yeah, I just need to get good. He's got that pulse tuning help, you know? The Pulse boys do a lot of help.
He certainly does. Some takeaways, though. You did get a race win at the Nürburgring, and we've seen a couple of podium appearances from you along the way. There's a lot of positives there in the numbers, mate. A fourth, a second and a third tonight, so 2 steps on the podium. It ended better than it started, obviously, but yeah, take nothing away from John Merritt. 1,125 to 1,085 from Braden Sagasa, Sam Chapman 1,049, and Adam Lavis 1,027. Held off Lockie Purvis 1,023. And now the only change was at the top of the summit. Merritt over Sagasa, and by 40 points in the end. That 7-8 for Braden really did hurt him in the final race in the grand scheme of things. Merritt won the round ahead of Pianazzola and Adams, if you don't mind. Well done, Michael Adams, third in the final round with that first race win of his as well, for good measure. Remarkable season. Talk us through your experience with the Porsches at Sandown, please, Jordan. What did you make of that?
Bumpy hella mess. That's what it felt like. I mean, the last race was probably looking a bit better than it did go. I was kind of hoping that at the start, in the final there, that I was just going to be able to break away and just keep whatever I had. But yeah, the other guys were just way too quick. I mean, especially Michael, the pace there. I mean, I genuinely just don't get along with Porsches, no matter what, if it's a GT4 P-Cup or GT3. I just don't get along with these things. So, yeah, I'm still happy for a podium there. But yeah, the other races is probably where I expected to finish, pretty low down.
And are you feeling the same way as Benny Patterson and everyone else is with regards to it still being a pogo stick?
Yeah, of course. How can you not? The thing jumps around like a kangaroo's underneath me. I feel like all what the Americans say, being like, "Oh, do you take a kangaroo to school?" Yeah, this is what I'm driving to school. It's just, it's definitely a hard thing to master. I feel like the only time I had a grip on it was at Zandvoort, and my steering wheel turned off on me. So, yeah, that's just my luck with Porsches.
Do you feel as though you'll come back and have another double in the next term, persevere with it, try and get grips of it a little bit better?
Yeah, I mean, I pay for an entry fee, so I'll use it.
Yeah, well, that's a very fair point.
Yeah, I didn't really use... the only stuff I did was GT3s, and then I thought about it after a while. I'm like, hey, I'm paying for this. I may as well just go racing and enjoy it. As much as I don't like the car, I'm going to just go racing.
And on that subject, hopefully we're going to see you when you're not in the car, back here in the booth from time to time.
Yeah, hopefully. It depends when I can pop in. You guys start your racing quite early for me to be able to get in. But yeah, hopefully. I mean, I don't actually know what the calendar and what the cars are next season, so...
So what he's saying there, folks, is he hasn't been watching the entire post-race show. Here it comes, courtesy of Matt Schmidt.
Correct. I had to go get some alcohol. Sorry.
Good excuse. I'll pay it. Chapo's done the same thing. Renault 3.5, Formula Renault 3.5 Monday night into GT3. Committee choice Tuesday night. BMW M2 Racing Wednesday night into V8 Supercar Gen 3. For those of you that are tuning in late, that's the slate for next term. Formula V into Porsche's Thursday night remains unchanged as it bloody should. And then GT1 into IndyCar on a Monday night. So if you've been waiting for IndyCar all season, and we have, next term, Friday Night Motorsport, hopefully on broadcast. We'll confirm that at a later date. And there it is for you, live, exclusive and free across Facebook and YouTube. We do have Joe Baldwin back on deck next term. I know Daniel Correa said something about getting back on deck with us as well. Not sure whether Liam Banks is done smashing the floorboards on Broadway in South Australia at the moment, or not. So whether he's back in the booth as well remains to be seen. But yes, that is the slate for next season. Mountain Men remains where it is as the pillar of Saturday night motorsport for you on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club, the cornerstone that wraps up the week for us here across Facebook and YouTube, and we're looking forward to that immensely. Geez, I'm hearing some mixed reviews about San Diego. Jordan, have you had a steer yet?
No, but I need to buy it when I get paid. I love street tracks, so I'll definitely give it a try for sure.
I reckon we might have to take the V's around there if that'll be the only thing that anyone will drive around it.
Yeah,
although
it'll give us a limit to actually know what to do. Otherwise, we get put in a wall.
That being said, I'm also lobbying at the same time for Atlanta Motor Speedway and Texas Motor Speedway to be put on the schedule for the V's next term. Let's have 3 oval races just for the sake of it, just to make it more of a slipstream roller coaster than what it already is. A bit of a lottery bingo sort of jackpot card. That's going to be great fun. What have been your highlights and lowlights of the season before I let you go?
The win in the Formula V, I was ecstatic with that one, and demoralised when I didn't hop into the interview afterwards.
True. Yes.
That was great fun, but also just getting a bit more into all of the cars in general. Like before this season, I was only doing GT3s, so just dabbling into everything and just getting a bit more adaptable into 5-6 laps, try and get not on the pace, because I'll always get on the pace later, but at least find my first part of the rhythm and then work on from that. So that's been my highlight, just really enjoying my Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays and Friday nights. And there's any family dinners? Nah, I'm going racing.
Yes, by the way, Greg Heaney and Michael Adams have colluded together. Michael Adams put his celebrations up in our chat thread. Greg has forwarded it since to our broadcast thread. I'm not sure if there's a way in which we can get that up on screen to show him spraying the champagne around, but I thought that was really cool stuff. The new term gets underway on July 6th for the benefit of everybody tuning in. Now, I was going to say, I'm not sure if we need to do the wheel tonight. I'm not sure if Schmitty's got the capacity to do the wheel. But I think Joe said something about being here to broadcast tomorrow night. Did he not, Schmitty?
I can do the wheel, but it seems Joe's going to broadcast the final round of the Gentlemen's Endurance Cup with Josh, so we'll let them do that, I think.
We'll let them do the wheel. Absolutely. That's Joe's baby. So we'll let John Burgess, a la Joe Baldwin, JB, I like how that aligns nicely, spin the wheel for you tomorrow night to work out where the Wheel of Fortune lands with regards to what car of choice the boys will be steering around Mount Panorama for 300 kilometres, 50 laps on Saturday night. And Michael Adams is still tuning in, watching on, and enjoying his crowning glory moment. Now, and Pianozola is multitasking because he's talking to us and still engaging with the chat thread as well. You blokes don't ever stop, do you? It is a full-time commitment. It's a full-time lifestyle, this sim racing caper, as you know all too well.
Yeah, I have that tism for racing. I mean, what else do you want me to say?
Actually, while you're here, I've just thought of a couple of things. There's one thing that I want to mention that I haven't mentioned on broadcast yet this week, and I will, and you've already seen what I'm talking about on Facebook. But before we do that, when's your next karting commitment, please? Because I believe you had some recently.
I did. I was recently in Mildura for the Northwest Titles, the 53rd event, which is great. We had great weather up there. But my next event is, for karting wise, this is not this weekend, but next weekend. I'm down in the far southeast of SA, Mount Gambier, for their state title cup. It was either that or Darwin that weekend, so either way I was getting out of home and having a good weekend away. But that's my next event, but this weekend I've got to do some hill climbs.
And you've gone SA as opposed to the heat and the humidity and the winter escape.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into it, but there was, yeah, look, I did want to go up to Darwin and get some heat into me and get out of this crappy weather we've had down south, but yeah, look, things happened, and unfortunately, I couldn't go up north.
That's not happening. Unfortunate. All right. Okay. Less said about that on air, the better by the sounds of it.
Correct.
Next term, looking forward to it immensely. We'll see you on a Thursday night, obviously. Hopefully see you popping up on other nights as well. There might be a couple of fill-in shifts that we lean on you for because there's 4 Porsche Cup rounds, Porsche Pro Invitational rounds happening next term on a Wednesday night. So I won't be here as much on a Wednesday night as I've been this term, and I'm happy to jump in with Joe on a Friday night when I'm available, but we've got to work out all those schedules and arrangements in due course over the course of the next couple of weeks. But we're going to take a few days to reset and recalibrate and recharge the batteries between now and then. Some final thoughts from you, mate, because obviously it's been great to have you out there. How much when you're out there racing, and then as opposed to when you're off track this weekend commentating, right? For me, I don't get itchy feet with regards to wanting to be out on the racetrack in the thick of it, because I have known my place for quite some time, and I've always wanted to do what I do, and I'm lucky that I get to do it, and I've been here for 25 seasons. But from your standpoint, because you do a bit of both, do you ever get itchy feet when you're behind the microphone wishing you were out on the racetrack, and then when you're out on the racetrack thinking, oh, shit, this would be a good race to commentate as well? Does it go both ways?
Yeah, all the time. I mean, well, especially with like this weekend, I'm doing some hill climb stuff, so that's very new to me, just going out to that. So, oh yeah, I'd love to go do some hill climbing. So seeing those guys go up, and I don't care if it's in their electric Teslas or their actual good VEs or proper hill climb things, like that stuff looks so fun. I definitely get the itchy feet when I'm doing that. Karting, yeah, I can. Yes and no. I still wish I had the money to go racing, but yeah, not for me. But I've done the enduro, an hour-and-a-half long enduro in Adelaide a couple of times. I won that on my first race after a 5-year retirement, which was absolutely wonderful. Should have gone back into retirement because the next year I had a DNF with a broken rib.
Oh dear.
So that one didn't go well. But me and a couple of mates, we've definitely been talking about maybe getting an in-helmet microphone and seeing if I can commentate mid-enduro.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
I think that'd be a wicked idea, hey?
That'd be awesome. People said that to me back in the day, that they should have hooked me up with the same sort of gear that they hooked Dickie Johnson up with for race cam. Now that would be a treat. There's no doubt about that. Of course, though, that being said, Jordan, my broadcasting career started well before Facebook Live and other things crept into society and technology evolved and all that sort of stuff. So back in the day, if I was commentating with a camera at the racetrack, it was literally those manual Dickie buy 'em from Retrovision type video cameras, homemade videos, etc. None of the sophisticated modern luxury that we enjoy today. There's no doubt about that. Great season, mate. It's been great to have you here in the booth late on a Thursday night. I'm looking at the clock thinking I better get Schmidtke out of here before midnight Eastern, let alone midnight Central. Who would you like to thank while you've got the opportunity to do so, please?
A lot of the guys from karting down at the local Southern Go-Kart Club, Pro Karts Paraka and Soddy Karts, those guys. Also Skidmark Sim Racing and AP Drafting, which I think you were actually having a question about the other day. That's actually my father's company.
Oh, there we go. Yes, we were wondering. Yes. No, thank you.
Yeah, that's my father's company. He's been working for himself in our home office since I was about 3 years old. So, yeah, a lot of, obviously, support from my father's gone a long way in many aspects of my life. So, a lot of help to him. A lot of thanks to him. A lot of help from him. But then, yeah, just looking forward to next season with you guys. Hop back in the booth. I'll definitely hop in on the Wednesday nights with the BMWs, because you're never going to see me drive one of them. So yeah, I'll definitely watch them. I'd love to watch them crash. Oh, that'll be fun.
Crash and burn, essentially, is what you're saying.
Yeah, run around a tree.
Yep. The good thing about it being sim racing is that it isn't obviously fatal, but that's another story for another day. The other point in all of that too, you mentioned that you're keen for San Diego. Anything else on your radar racing-wise? Like, is anything on the table, or there are certain circuits that you'll, like the BMW M2, avoid like the bloody plague?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely avoiding that by the plague. Just trying to think. I'm trying to half plan doing the 6 hours of the Glen this weekend.
Oh, nice.
But I know as we do get later in the year, there's a couple of special events I'm keen for, and the main one would be the Britcar 24. I'm excited for that one because that's a new special event for iRacing, at least since I've been on iRacing. So the Britcar 24 definitely be fun. So I reckon in the next month or two, I need to start practicing for that one.
Indeed. All right, very nicely done. Feel free to hang around, mate, because I mean, it's late enough. I'm probably not going to sleep, so it's probably pack the car and drive straight to Manning Valley. We will chew a little bit of fat off air, but I'm going to start wrapping this baby up from a Thursday night motorsport perspective for term 2 of 2026. Thanks for stopping on by, and thanks for hanging around late in the piece as well, mate. Appreciate it. Matt Schmidtke, some final thoughts from you. I was hoping our good mate Adam Lavis would drop by and, pat himself on the back for his championship success in the open split, but we'll have to do that night 1 of term 3 by the sounds of this.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing. He is still sitting in the Whiskey Business iRacing chat all on his own, so he might still be around, but yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing. I think I've got Michael's video queued up, but I thought I'd better check with him first if he's alright with us showing it, but he hasn't got back to me yet.
I reckon he'll be impressed that you've got the ability to actually draft it into the broadcast and show everybody. I'm keen to see it. I'm looking forward to it.
I think you should go for gold.
Absolutely. I don't think there's going to be a problem with showing this because this is what it meant. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, right, I love that he's gone and done this. I mean, we can talk about the waste of alcohol and champagne and all that sort of stuff later, but at the end of the day, right, I absolutely love, looking forward to term 3, says Thorn Weggett, and looking forward to seeing what the track calendar, schedule, etc., looks like, as are we. I'm hoping Michael Adams is still in the house to give us the thumbs up to put that video online. If not, the boys might do it tomorrow night. A bit embarrassing, but sure, let's send it. Go for it, Mr. Schmidtke, please. Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Front, we might be able to drag it centre of screen here. I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Here we go. Here he is. How good. I'm not sure how that would have tasted, all stirred and shaken, but he wouldn't have cared at that particular moment. He'll have a shirt smelling like piss for the rest of the night. But have a look at that. But that's what it means, right? I absolutely love it in a sense of, and Jordan might be able to chime in here, and Schmitty, you're well versed in this caper as well because you've been here long enough. At the end of the day, we know that there's no real financial arrangements here. Nobody's making a bit of coin out of it. It's not like we're playing for keeps. It's not like Toto's picking up the phone tomorrow morning saying, come and drive alongside Kimmy, will you? But that's what it means. Yes, it's a friendly club. It's a great, vibrant club. It's been here for 25 seasons now. It's going gangbusters. And we love the fact that, yes, we're only out there for fun. Yes, he's going to get a small little plaque at some point when he finishes on the podium in the championship, but and there's nothing on the table. There's no return out of it for him. But that's what it means when you get a win. You get the job done. You beat the calibre of competition that have rock and rolled all through the season in Formula V. I love that stuff.
Yeah, it's good to see people getting into it. Some people might think it's lame, but I always enjoy seeing the little number 1 next to my name when I pick up a win or get on the podium or something. So, yeah, I really like it.
That's one of the more unique celebrations I've seen on the platforms of the GSRC, Jordan.
I mean, I don't think I've seen any other celebrations apart from that one. No one's gone as hard as him, to be honest.
No, not at all, and maybe not ever again. But yeah, absolutely, Thornweggett's right. It's an achievement, 100%. The field has skills. and the skill set to stay out of trouble more times than not, unlike you, unfortunately, Thor, still recovering from the acrobatical aerial skiing you did in the final race there this evening. Sorry to add insult to injury, but yes, better luck next season. But yeah, no, I absolutely love that stuff because, yes, it means something. It's a little pat on the back. It's a little bit of reward for effort. It's, it's just nice to see that people get a thrill out of it. And they probably wouldn't. It's still fun. And let's be honest, right? It's the fun. The fun element of this is why we do it. The community aspect of it, the friendships along the way, etc., etc., etc. You get that great sense of community. That's why the club still goes strong. Many of us have formed friendships with members of the club outside of Discord, and we wouldn't have it any other way. This has been a life changer for so many people throughout the course of the last 25 seasons. Long may it continue to do so. And it's nice that, that's what it means for these guys when they do unlock those career achievements. And hopefully it's the first of many for Michael Adams because he's been one of the standout improvements among the driving cohort throughout the course of this season. Now, I would normally deal with something as dark as this at the end of the broadcast, but I want to try and end on a light note. One thing that I should have mentioned on maybe Monday night or Thursday or Wednesday night, there's been a lot of things going on this week that I just haven't had a chance to come back and cover it off. We woke up on Friday morning last week to some awful, shocking news that I'm still trying to wrap my head around. And that is that and I can say our in the sense of Jordan and I, our karting commentary colleague and the voice of karting in this country for so long, if you've watched any round of the Australian Karting Championship on 7 Sport in the last couple of years, you will have heard the dulcet tones of Matt Payne. I paid tribute to Payne on my personal Facebook page. Because we got to sip on some grog about 17 years ago at the Singapore Formula One Grand Prix. He grew up in Cessnock. His family lived there. His dad would often run into me at the football. We'd chew the fat. We worked together very, very sparsely in karting circles. He was trying to line up some work with me at the Ipswich Kart Club to take some load off his plate. Earlier this year, that call didn't come from the Ipswich Kart Club despite Patey's recommendation, which I'm indebted to him for, and unfortunately will not be able to return the favour because we woke up to the news last week that he passed away tragically, unexpectedly, suddenly at the age of 46, considering that I still haven't heard anything with regards to when we're going to be able to gather and pay our respects to him at a funeral service of some sort. That tells you everything you need to know about how sudden and unexpected it was. We're still none the wiser as to circumstances. I'm sure that'll all come to light in the course of time. Grant Boyden spoke to me last Friday night. He actually mentioned that he found out Thursday night before the rest of us woke up on Friday morning to that news, and that's what knocked the wind out of his sails, and he just didn't have the heart to line up for Formula V last week with that news fresh in the mind. So we were all reeling in the news that a great chapter of Australian karting and that soundtrack of it has left the building and will be no more. It's going to be a huge hole to fill. I don't envy the person responsible for taking his place. I suspect it'll be Chad Nailon, considering he's part of the broadcast team at the moment. For the interim, and then they'll put some feelers out after that. But the next round's only a couple of weeks away. It's the weekend before the Townsville Supercar event. It's the first weekend of July. It's the weekend before we reconvene. And there'll be a sombre feeling in the paddock and no doubt some tributes to follow from the karting fraternity to Matty Payne, who, as I said, for the longest time has been the voice of that sport in this country. And with him goes a heck of a lot of knowledge and passion. So we're thinking of his family at the moment. We're thinking of his friends. We love him dearly. We're going to miss him. And we just want to acknowledge the fact that he's no longer with us and thank him for everything he ever brought to the table and the personal chats and the fun that we had along the way. We're going to miss him dearly. So rest in peace, Matty, and thoughts and prayers and condolences and love to his family. And if anyone, as Thorne has quite rightly said, needs to get that off their chest and talk about it or vent about it or chew the fat with anybody about it, that's what friends are there for. Pick up the phone, shoot a text message, whatever you need to do. That's what those usual online services, unfortunately, we were here talking about that sort of stuff at the end of last term. Again, I don't want to speculate because we don't know the circumstances, but yes, if you need to pick up the phone because it's a mental health issue, Beyond Blue Lifeline, everyone else is there waiting for your call. So, yeah, that's been one of those ones that just knocks the wind right out of the sails. It took me a bit of time to wrap my head around it, and I'm sure it'll still be a little bit heavy when we do gather to say our final goodbyes. I'm actually, I don't mind telling everybody that because of the fact that I'm going out tomorrow to go to the Manning Valley Kart Club, we'll probably pay tribute to him there. But obviously, if I get word of when his funeral is going to be or where, whether it's in Cessnock, where his family are, or up on the Gold Coast where he was residing, I'm going to have the appropriate attire ready to go just in case it's happening in that window before I actually get back to Ipswich proper. But at the end of the day, I will be back here next Wednesday irregardless because, or irrespective of what's going on, because we've got the Porsche Pro Invitational Wednesday night and we've got the Swans and the Lions at the Gabba, and I've got tickets to that on the Thursday night. So, yeah, Valet Matt Payne from all of us here at the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. Now, I want to do the usual at this point in time. I want to thank Matt Schmidtke for picking up the freight this term. I want to thank Andrew Neal. Those two collectively have combined to ensure that you've been able to enjoy Thursday night motorsport live throughout the course of this term, not on a Friday afternoon as it was last term. I want to thank Adam Lavis, our broadcast coordinator, for all the work that he does, not just on air with me on a Wednesday night, but everything behind the scenes. And I want to thank Dan Yeaman as well. I want to thank Jordan for filling in for me, Joe, Josh, everyone else that's had their hands on deck for a broadcast at any point throughout the course of this season. Korea Saar and Liam Banks before that as well. Everybody that makes this whole thing happen. Because it's a privilege to sit behind this microphone and bring you all the action and describe what you're seeing at home. We've been doing it for 25 seasons. It's my most steady form of work. It's my most mainstay, solid form of broadcast work at the moment, and it has been for 6 years. So, and that's spoken to someone that didn't have any sim racing involvement whatsoever as a commentator before the GSRC came along at the start of COVID. We want to thank all the people that make it possible for us to put these events together across the top and bottom of your screen. Disruptive Labs, Waste Options, merch.tgsrci.com, Trophy AI, and Flash Graphics, of course. Without them, it doesn't happen. They've been supporters of ours for the longest time, and we are indebted to them for that. We also want to thank the team from our GSRC committee. Remember, the new committee will be sworn in with the AGM being brought forward to July this year. It is Sunday, July 12. It is the Sunday of week 1 of term 3. Remembering that the season starts Monday, July 6. So that is the last day of week 1. Straight after the Mountain Men, the next day, AGM, July 12. More information being sent out in due course, of course. Then, of course, without the committee, none of this happens, and it's a thankless job at the best of times, and they have the unenviable task of trying to keep 450 of us happy. Good luck. 40 weeks a year and 10 weeks a term. It is not an easy job, but they do it for the love and the passion of what we do to ensure that we continue to enjoy it. Same goes for our crew and race control, Trav Azzopardi, Paul Wood, Glenn Arnott, everybody else that plays a role there as a steward or as a clerk or as an official on the night. We couldn't do it without them in race control. Again, another thankless job, but somebody's got to do it because it adds that degree of realism to what we do with the judicial system, the adjudication and everything else. And we want to obviously thank all the audience at home. Yes, even you, Daniel Snedden. Dear, we've had some funny comments this week, haven't we? We want to thank everybody that tunes in because in a world where there's no shortage of viewing options, the collective dedicated handful of you that do tune in, and everybody else that drops in and out sporadically to watch what we do and be a part of it and throw your 5 cents worth in. It makes it all worthwhile. We hope you keep turning up, because we intend to keep showing up and bringing you more great racing here on the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. Now, gentlemen, please tell me, have I forgot anyone or anything?
No, I think you're good.
No, thank Christ.
You're a pro at this. Come on.
I know, but I always question myself because I don't have a run sheet or anything like that in front of me at this time of the night. It's just more ad lib stuff, but I want to make sure that I've thanked everybody. And it goes without saying that, yes, we're here because we love it, and we're here for the fun. And Michael Adams illustrated that perfectly earlier in the night. Sometimes you've got to have fun with it, because without it, you'd probably go insane. Big weekend of sport coming up. I'm off to Manning Valley tomorrow. Hopefully anyone on the mid-north coast, Port Macquarie, south to Foster, anywhere in that realm of geographical location, might pop out to the Manning Valley Kart Club to visit us. Round 4 of the Dunlop Kart Stars Series this weekend. I'll be there on no sleep tomorrow morning. The only reason I'm going down on no sleep is because I refuse to sit in traffic on the Gold Coast Highway, and to avoid doing that, I have to get out of here by about 4 a.m. So packing the car very shortly and getting on the road, and then I'll sleep in the hotel at about 2 o'clock. As soon as check-in opens at 2 o'clock, I'll be in. I'll be asleep at 2:01. It'll be great. But looking forward to that. 4th round of the series, 2 days of racing. We get underway 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, 8:30 on Sunday morning. And some of the action will be streamed live to the Zach Motorsport Facebook page and shared across to Karting New South Wales as well. World Cup continues, of course. How good's that been so far? Czech Republic and South Africa tomorrow morning. Actually, that would be this morning now at 1:30 a.m. 4:30 Switzerland and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Then Qatar and Canada, Mexico and South Korea to round out the day. 12 hours back-to-back, 1:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. You'll see it on SBS, of course. Royal Ascot continues for those of you that want to fill the gap over on 7-2. In the meantime, you've, of course, got a smorgasbord of motorsport and cricket this weekend with the Women's T20 World Cup, Australia against Bangladesh, Men's T20 cricket, US Open golf, and, of course, NASCAR, IndyCar Road America. We forgot about that, talking about NASCAR San Diego, Sail GP Canada, Formula E China, Supercars Darwin, Super Rugby Grand Final, Super W, MotoGP, Czech Grand Prix. I forgot about that too. NRL, AFL, you name it. There's a smorgasbord on this weekend. Something to whet the appetite of every single sports fan. And we're looking forward to it immensely. Suncorp Super Netball semi-finals as well. As far as we're concerned, on the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club, Joe Baldwin and Josh Zuno here tomorrow night, or later tonight, I should say. 8:25 Eastern time to bring you the final round of the GSRC Gentlemen's Endurance Championship. Now, that is a regular race, 200 kilometres, 75 minutes. That is coming to you from the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya historic configuration. 8:30 that gets underway. 200 kilometres. The boys will spin the wheel to determine the car of choice for Saturday night's Mountain Men Spectacular over 310 kilometres and 50 laps from 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you want to get involved in what we do here on the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club, race.tgsrci.com is where you go for all the relevant news and information, the who, what, when, where, why and how of this club and how we go about it, because you too could be out there in the thick of it racing Jordan Pianazzola for podiums in Formula V next term. Merch.tgsrci.com is where you go to grab your GSRC merch and paraphernalia as well. So plenty to sink your teeth into there, something to appease everybody's desires and choices and fancies. The singlets, the jumper, I'm going to have to buy one of them, I think. The new range of shirts, the bucket hat, the stubby holder, and the bottle opener as well, and so much more. So have a look at that, merch.tgsrci.com. GSRC.myshopify.com takes you to the same place. And for the second time this week, we're wrapping up a broadcast after midnight, the morning after the night before, and what a morning it was. We reconvene Monday, July 6th. We look forward to your company then. We say good luck to our boys that are racing in the Porsche Pro Invitational round next Wednesday night. I should probably do some homework on that to find out where the bloody hell they're racing, not just when. But yes, that's coming up. That'll be broadcast by our colleagues over at the SimSpeed Esports Network and, of course, the Australian Sim Racing Group. You'll see it from 7:45 Eastern Standard Time. That'll fill the gap nicely whilst we take a 2-week break. And good luck to everybody with what they're doing in SimWorld competition between now and when we do reconvene. Of course, there's officials and majors coming up. Jordan's mentioned Watkins Glen and so much more. We've had fun. We hope you have as well. Chapo somehow has held on amid some extraordinary controversy and drama on a night full of excitement and entertainment and attrition at the home of horsepower, the Sandown International Raceway. John Merritt did what John Merritt has so often done and rose to the top step of the summit to further affirm his status as the prince, the king, the master of Formula V competition on these platforms. He is the benchmark, where Denchi's the benchmark of GT3 and Porsche racing. But we've got new champions across the board, and we've had an almighty amount of fun bringing you all the action once more across Facebook and YouTube throughout the course of the last 10 weeks of competition. And well done to Adam Lavis on winning the Porsche Open Split as well. That's it from us. We hope you've enjoyed it. On behalf of Matt Schmidtke, the entire broadcast commentary and production team, Andrew Neal, who's been here on a Thursday night for so much of the season as well. I'm Zach Caban. Until we see you Monday, July 6th, it's goodbye for now, and we look forward to you joining Joe Baldwin and Josh Zuno for a rare, and I stress rare, considering it's only the second time this season, edition of Friday Night Motorsport tonight, 8:25 Eastern Standard Time. And on the way out, New Zealand were bowled out for 391. England are 2 for 87 in response if you want some cricket to watch whilst you wait for the Women's ICC World T20 Championship to continue as well. The Aussies in action there against the Netherlands tomorrow night, Saturday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Until then, have a great morning, everybody. Bye for now.